All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first of a series of anti-debates on KINOS. Today, we'll be taking on the topic of truth with Michael Shermer and Destiny. My name is Stephanie Lepp, and as the creator of this manifestation of the anti-debate, I'm going to give a quick introduction to the anti-debate and to our participants, and then I will hand it back to our facilitator and host of KINOS, Alexander Beiner, to take it away. So, with that, zooming out for a moment, we might ask, what would it look like if a debate were focused not on one participant defeating the other, but on everyone gaining a more comprehensive view of the topic of debate? Well, the anti-debate is one humble answer to that question. It's a new and evolving and open source format for debate where participants build on each other's insights so that greater complexity can emerge. The term anti-debate was coined by effective altruist William McCaskill as an alternative to traditional debate, which would focus on seeking truth rather than defending sides. The idea was then popularized by friend and philosopher Peter Limburger, who imagined how anti-debates could transform the 2020 US presidential election. And as a producer and storyteller devoted to expanding hearts and minds, I then ran with the idea. In short, I researched a variety of dialogue and debate practices from Socratic dialogue to Oxford debate to Bohmian dialogue. I cobbled together a draft format, conducted trial runs, and came out with a V1 anti-debate that Alexander Beiner is now going to remix for all of you. To be clear, the anti-debate is not anti-debate. It actually starts out like a traditional debate with opening statements and rebuttals, but then it doesn't stop there. The difference is it goes further, right? It's like, thank you for clarifying your different perspectives. Now that you've put your ingredients on the table, it's time to make something new. So what you're about to hear is the first of a series of anti-debates on KINOS. Today's topic is truth, and specifically, to what extent does platforming dangerous ideas serve truth? So arguing for a greater extent, like, let's get all ideas on the table, is Michael Shermer. Michael is a writer, historian of science, executive director of the Skeptics Society, and founding publisher of Skeptic magazine. Shermer was called by Neil deGrasse Tyson a beacon of reason in an ocean of irrationality. And he's about to publish a book called Truth, What It Is, How to Find It, and Why It Still Matters. So welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
And arguing that platforming dangerous ideas does not necessarily or inherently serve truth is Stephen Bunnell, aka Destiny. Stephen is a political commentator, a debater, and a streamer. He has millions of followers across platforms because he is willing to engage anyone on any topic in rigorous, good faith conversation, and he is willing to upgrade his positions in the face of new information, which is a rare and precious thing in our online public discourse. So, welcome, Stephen.
Thank you.
And our facilitator today is Alexander Beiner. He is an author, a journalist, and facilitator focused on bringing transformative ideas from the margins of culture into the mainstream. And he is the founder of KINOS, a creative studio helping people make sense in times of upheaval and imagine new futures. So, with that, I'm going to hand it to you, Alexander, to take us away.
Thank you very much, Steph. And yeah, Michael and Stephen, thank you for doing this. This is going to be a very, hopefully, unusual style of debate. And certainly my hope is that we can enter some new territory, some new intellectual territory through it. So just to give a little bit of context around how we're going to be moving forward. So Steph mentioned, my work and focus over perhaps the last decade or so has been around finding ways through the culture wars, drawing on insights from psychology, philosophy, and personal development skills. Before KINOS, I was one of the founders of Rebel Wisdom, and so we really focused on that area, really I'd say at the peak of a different era of the culture wars and starting in 2017. And I'm also trained as a counselor and facilitator, so I do this kind of work around the world, helping people to have difficult conversations as well. So this is new. This, as Steph mentioned, this format is partly experimental, partly based on a lot of, bless you, partly based on a lot of different strands of research. And my spin on it, because it is also an open source process, and the hope is that people will pick it up and run with it in many different ways. I am drawing a lot on 4E cognitive science, Jonathan Haidt's work on moral foundations theory, the work of John Vervaeke, who's a cognitive scientist at the University of Toronto. If you're watching, you don't need to know that in detail, but I'm mentioning it because I think it's important to give a bit of context as to the intellectual underpinnings of what we're doing. And to kind of, let's say, position myself somewhat and how I approach, practices or processes like this, I think that my research in this area and facilitation in this area has led me to kind of two main conclusions at the moment. The first one is that we believe what we believe because of who we are, and we post-rationalize it later. And I think there are exceptions to that, but I think largely there is strong research in neuroscience and psychology and sociology to suggest that that is likely the case. And I think one way I find it useful to think about this, and it relates to what we're doing here today, is that by doing that, we create a frame through which we view the world, view reality. And I'm borrowing a metaphor from John Vervaeke here, because I think it's very useful. That frame, of course, dictates what we see and what we don't see, what facts are relevant, what facts aren't relevant. And so the idea with processes like this is to ask, well, what if the frame is, if not entirely wrong, then certainly limited? How do we start seeing reality more clearly? Well, there are lots of different ways that we can, what's called break frame. So deep experiences, travel, psychedelics, which is one of my areas of interest, and really deep conversation that takes us somewhere new, which is what this is. And so once we can break from our frame, we can, as Vervaeke describes it, imagining I'm holding a pair of glasses, we're not looking through our frame, but we're looking to our frame. Why do I think what I think? So it's this kind of metacognition, and that's also something I'm inviting you guys both to play with in this. That's kind of part of the point. And I would say finally, to do that, one of the skills I think we need to embody more than anything else is curiosity. So we move from a sense of certainty into a sense of openness. I also want to caveat that I'm not a relativist when it comes to truth. I think there is such a thing as truth, and I think that we can reach truth together better than in any other way. I don't believe every perspective is equal, and if that were the case, there would be no point in debating anything, anti or otherwise. So, format-wise, I will take us through the format as we go, very briefly. We will start almost like a traditional debate where each of you will give your position on this question, but we have a bit of a twist because you're going to give a personal story first as to your feelings and your kind of how your perspective developed, and then get into the perspective itself. And again, the question is, to what extent does platforming dangerous ideas serve truth? And please feel free to. There's a bit of a kind of twist in there. What is a dangerous idea? Obviously, is implicit in that. So please don't shy away from critiquing the question. So before we go into opening statements, my final invitation to you is, can we here not just think in public, but grow in public and actually see where our perspectives start to move and change? So we shall see where we go. So first off, Destiny, if you could give us firstly your story, your personal story, and then your position around this question. Again, to what extent does platforming dangerous ideas serve truth?
Yeah, so I grew up in a Catholic household. I went to a Catholic grade school, went to a Jesuit high school, and I would say probably around 15, 16 years old, I was kind of on the way to becoming an atheist. Obviously, as an atheist, I'm a little bit biased, but I would say that any person that is of reasonable and sound mind, when you start asking enough questions, you kind of inevitably start to tend towards or trend towards a more critical direction that makes it really hard to hold on to your spiritual beliefs, I would say, at least in any kind of like formal, organized way. One thing, I guess, as part of the inevitable journey towards atheism in the late 2000s as a young man, I kind of started reading Ayn Rand. I was like a hardcore libertarian. I identified as an objectivist, and I remember campaigning for Ron Paul and everything else. And as part of this kind of like journey, I watched a show called Penn and Teller's Bullshit, which I hope most of you are familiar with, but I'm pretty sure I watched every episode of the first 3 seasons of this show. I loved it. It was an entertaining show. It fed me a lot of like interesting ideas, critical ways to look at the world. And then through Penn Jillette and listening to him speak, I found out that magicians had this reputation for being these like spiritual debunkers, going all the way back to Houdini. And, as a person growing up, libertarian, free speech was a huge thing. Watching, Penn and Teller do their thing on their show. I started watching random videos on the internet. One guy I came across that I thought was really interesting was I wanted to say Randy Fine. James Randi.
The amazing Randy.
Yeah, James Randi, who did, I think the ultimate culmination of his show, he was a guy who used to be a magician, a stage magician, not real magic. And he also would kind of like go on in his career to debunking people. And I think it ultimately culminated in like $1 million challenge where he would bring different spiritualists or psychics or telekinetic power users onto his show, and then he would do clever little things to kind of expose that, well, I don't think that this trick is actually authentic, or rather, I don't think your powers are authentic, I think it's a trick. I think probably one of the most famous videos was, I think James Heydrich was his name, where it was a guy who would use telekinetic powers to move pages in phone books around or pencils on desks or whatever. And Randy would, pour some styrofoam around it and say, well, see if you can do it again. And the guy obviously can't because he's just blowing to kind of like trick the audience. And yeah, watching this kind of stuff, I would say when I was younger, I say younger, but really all the way up to my mid-late 20s, in my mind, this is like the ultimate version of freedom of speech. You have bad ideas, you've got anybody going on stage to show these bad ideas, and then you've got other people who are skeptical, and then they debunk those ideas. And I'm like, oh, well, this is cool. This is a system that works. I would say now, at the age of 37, after COVID, after doing politics, after doing debates, when I look back on things like that show, now one of the things I wonder is, what did I gain watching this? Like, was this an idea that needed to be debunked? Like, I think it was cool to watch it happen. I'm sure there was at least one person maybe whose mind was changed, but now I'm kind of thinking, like, did I really believe that telekinetic powers were a thing, that somebody who was wise, who could think critically, who could do research, that they needed to invest their time into debunking that idea? How many hours in the day should I spend watching telekinetic powers, psychic powers, spiritual powers being debunked? And I guess that'll kind of be the lead into where I'm at right now today when I try to think about, what does it mean to have freedom of speech or to platform dangerous ideas or to fight against people who are propagating lies or misinformation.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And I'm actually going to invite you to... Steph, what do you think? Because this is part of our experiment. Should we go straight into the position, or do we want to mix it up a little bit? And
the idea, was to mix it up. I think it's nice to start with the personal story before getting into the meat.
Let's do that. So we'll invite Michael then, if you can give your personal story about around this topic. And then we'll
sure. Happy to do so. Yeah, that was a fascinating account there. Destiny, a lot of overlap with myself. I wasn't raised in a religious home, but I became religious in high school. I was born again evangelical Christian. I went to Pepperdine University to study theology and so on. So I took it all pretty seriously, and then I went off to graduate school and then became an atheist. And then I became sort of a born again atheist, going around knocking on people's doors, telling them I take back what I said earlier about God. And at Pepperdine, everybody was reading Atlas Shrugged. And I thought, what is that? I mean, this thing is a massive book. And I finally read it, and it's like, oh, my God, this is great stuff. So I went through, like you, my objectivist stage for a while and all that. For me, though, I took a turn more toward science and skepticism and rationality rather than more political issues or religion. And so what I'm interested in is really the truth. What should I believe about anything? And my background is, in the sciences, social sciences, and then history of science. So I've kind of have a large, big picture perspective, of how often we get it wrong. And so I start with the principle of fallibilism. We all might be wrong. And the Copernican principle that we're not special, that I'm not special, I might be wrong also. So to me, the importance of free speech is, because you might be wrong. So you got to talk to other people. Anyway, in 1992, we founded Skeptic Magazine. Here's what it looks like. Each issue has a particular theme to it, like one on race and one on trans and one on crime and punishment. Every quarter, we take on some particular issue, and we want to know what's the truth about it. And often we don't know what the truth is. So I have to publish multiple perspectives, and I actually seek out. Like we did one on abortion. So I'm pro-choice, but I sought out and got somebody who's pro-life. I said, give us your best arguments, and she did, and it was great, because some of those issues are not resolvable. They're not soluble in a scientific sense because they have so much gray area in between. When does life begin? Well, depends on how you define it, and pro-life people define it differently than pro-choice people. So just from the very beginning, you're going to get different perspectives on that, and that tells us something about the search for truth. And then finally, I write books in addition to publishing the magazine. The latest book is on this topic, truth. What it is, how to find it, why it still matters. And so I'm still searching, and I think I'm just going to be searching until the lights are out, including on that particular topic. Where do I go when the lights go out? And the answer is I don't know, and you don't either. Nobody knows. If there's a life after. So, but in that case, I better make the best of this life. And that's what I've tried to do.
Brilliant. Thank you. I know, but I'm not telling anyone. So that's
Yeah,
just
you got the secret. Okay. We'll publish it in Skeptic.
You'll have to wait to the entire end of the anti-debate to hear that one.
Yeah. So thank you, Michael, for that. And so, Stephen, if you would like to give your position on the topic now.
Yeah, so I'm kind of taking this from a broader freedom of speech perspective, because I feel like when we talk about platforming, rough ideas or offensive ideas or ideas that some people wouldn't want platformed, ultimately we're having a discussion at the end of the day on freedom of speech. And then to start this off, I would say that whether we're aware of it or not, I think that most people have an instrumental view of things, such that there is a thing that exists, and this thing exists because it serves some other purpose. And I would argue that even truth, to some extent, fits the bill on that. So the reason why we gather truth, why we try to find out what's truthful, say through a process like science, is so that we can take that truth and then leverage it through a process called technology. And then through that process, we create things that enrich our lives. You can see this when we go out to gather truthful things. Usually we have some kind of end in mind. Medical research starts with the idea of making people healthier. Physics research starts with the idea of gaining a better understanding of the universe, and then this could manifest in so many technologies. Generally, our searches for truth aren't random. They're usually in a particular direction, with us trying to gather some information that will hopefully enrich our lives in some way. Obviously, there's a quadrillion different ways you can analyze speech, but I'm kind of looking at 3 different prongs when I'm looking at what do you need to have a good free speech environment. The first prong that I have is you need to have an environment where people feel like they can speak freely, obviously. So this might be free from government laws saying you can't say a bad thing about a politician. This might be free from a social media platform that can ban you for any reason if they don't like what you say. This might be free from family or cultural influence where, people will ostracize you if you say a particular thing. You need some general amount of freedom in these domains in order to feel like you can speak it and have an idea be said. The second part is you have to have the ability for other people to hear you to speak. There are no private languages. You can't utter words into a wall and expect you've accomplished anything. The whole purpose of speech is to be heard by another mind. If nobody can hear or understand what you're saying, then there's really no point to you even speaking. And then the third prong is I think that you need a framework where you can hold people who are lying and people who are acting in bad faith accountable, so that these people don't overwhelm your system and kind of hijack it and use it for their own personal gain to the detriment of everybody else. I usually find that when you're looking at these prongs, different political groups will overemphasize different prongs. So liberals tend to overemphasize the first. Now, if you're having a conversation on law, obviously we're usually talking about just the government banning freedom of speech. But, I've heard liberals say, well, as long as the government isn't banning, a particular type of speech, it doesn't matter if every single social media platform deplatforms you, you still have your First Amendment right. And while that's strictly true, in practice, it's not really true. You don't really feel like you have much speech if literally nobody can hear you say anything. And then for the second prong, I think conservatives tend to overemphasize that, where conservatives seem to think that every single person should be unbanned on every single platform, and as long as you can hear every single thought and word and sound and everything at the same time, that now we have like a good freedom of speech environment. And sometimes I think that they over-index on that, and they have no concept of any type of speech should be banned. And this is for a myriad of reasons that we might get into later. And then nobody really pays much attention to the third prong because I think it's a little bit scary and uncomfortable. The idea that somebody can censor some speech, or the idea that we need some framework by which there are certain people that just shouldn't be allowed to participate in a free speech environment. But I think that when you have any of these individual prongs that fail, any of the three prongs that fail, I think that your environment is basically completely and totally nullified for the purposes of having, a free speech, good conversation. If you destroy the first prong and you have no free speech, then obviously you have a single authoritarian entity that can determine what is or isn't spoken about in the public discourse. I think it's self-evident why that's bad. You don't want a single person to tell you what you can or cannot say for obvious reasons I don't even get into. On the second prong, without the ability to hear people speak, there's just no speech happening, right? One person talking to you is a conversation. Two people talking at you, might be an outing with friends. 100 people in a room screaming at each other is not a free speech environment. Nobody knows what's being said. No ideas are being communicated. It might as well be nobody speaking if there's 100 people speaking at the same time. And then the third prong, if you have no ability to hold liars accountable or to get rid of people who are just acting in pure and obvious bad faith, then I think you overwhelm any speech platform so much that there is no true, honest, good discourse happening anymore. And unfortunately, I think we're in the world right now where that third prong has kind of failed. I think that we've kind of spent, especially over the past, I have to remember how many years it's been for COVID. We're at 7 years now, I guess, especially in like this kind of like COVID, post-COVID world. I feel like we have lost so many good conversations. I feel like we've lost so many, there's like these mines, these treasure troves of conversations we could have had about, COVID is obviously the most heated example. Did we open schools too late? Should we have ever closed the schools? What should lockdowns have looked like? We have had none of those conversations publicly. Instead, it's all focused on whether or not Anthony Fauci was making billions of dollars by telling us not to buy masks. I think there's a super fascinating conversation to be had about vaccines. And, to borrow from Alexander, I actually think, or is it Alexei? I don't know how you prefer your first name to be said, but I think that intuitively, I think a lot of us actually have more agreement there than not. I think that everybody would be for a mandated vaccine on a disease that was latent for 2 weeks and then killed you. I think everybody would say, okay, you need to be vaccinated against that. I'm not going to die. I don't think anybody would want a mandatory vaccine for a slight cold that you have to get every 2 weeks. So I think we all agree like roughly on the principles. We just have to figure out like what is the actual defining line on it. But instead we're talking about whether or not COVID vaccines, make you magnetic, or what spike protein detoxer you need to buy in order to clear your system of the horrible mRNA spike vax particles or whatever. And it's just, there are so many people that have an extractive relationship with our free speech environment where they come in, they sell sensationalist ideas, they make a ton of money doing it, and then there's no accountability for those people. So we spend all of our time, from the smarter people, either disengaging completely because they don't want to waste their time with the horrible conversations, or fighting against obvious misinformation from obvious bad faith actors who have no engagement or regard for the truth, who also have no accountability mechanisms, so they can just continue to lie with impunity over and over and over and over and over again. And I think that's a failed speech environment. You're keeping track of the time? What's my time at right now?
You're about on time for that.
Okay,
I just
yeah.
want to make a final point.
So I guess in summary, like I would say that freedom of speech is an instrument. It's a tool that we use to arrive at better conclusions. It gives us a greater understanding of the world, and it gives us a direction to move towards, ideally to make life better for all of humanity. And when we don't have the ability to hear honest people making good conversation in a publicly accessible forum where anybody theoretically could participate, when we lose that, either through a lack of the freedom to speak, a lack of the ability to hear, or a lack of the ability to get rid of like bad faith actors. Once we've lost that, the entire environment kind of collapses in on itself, and we have a facade of a free speech environment where bad faith actors have just hijacked the system to sell us, entertainment masked as truth or news.
Great. Thank you for that, Destiny. And guys, I'm just going to switch the format here in Riverside. And Destiny, just to check it doesn't mess with your live stream. This is for the Instagram, because I can see it just needs a swap just to say it should just be one person. So Michael, it'll be speaker view now. Michael, if you would like to give your position on the topic, please.
Yeah, happy to. Those are all good points, Destiny. I guess I would start by saying, Jennifer and Stephanie and Alexander, the idea of a anti-debate is great. I've done dozens of debates in my career, and mostly I'm trying to win them. I'm not engaging with this other person, mostly theists, talking about God, but other topics, to find out what I should believe about this, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to win, and that's how debates are normally structured, like the Oxford Union debates and the Intelligence Squared Open to Debate people. They have the audience vote ahead of time what they believe, and then at the end you vote they take a vote to see how many people were swayed by your position or the other person's position. And I've won all 5 of those that I've done, but I got no closer to the truth. The point was not to get the truth. The point was to win, and I like to win because I'm competitive. So I really like this idea. In fact, I've taken to wanting to do more in conversations than debates because they're far more constructive. Okay, now the problem with the resolution here, to what extent does platforming dangerous ideas serve the truth? Well, you identified it already. What constitutes a dangerous idea? So I wrote a book about this called Giving the Devil His Due, so I'm going to read the most famous case study of this Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes in the famous 1919 case of Schenck versus the United States, in which he concluded that the most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing a panic. The question in every case is whether the words used are used in such circumstances and are of such a nature as to create a clear and present danger that they will bring about the substantive evils that Congress has a right to prevent. It is a question of proximity and degree. Okay, so what was this clear and present danger that the United States government had to protect us from? Who was this guy, Schenck versus the United States? Okay, well, Charles Schenck was the head of the executive committee of the Socialist Party of Philadelphia, who during the United States participation in the First World War objected to the draft, that is conscription. Because conscription, if you think about it, as he says, is a form of slavery. The government is taking control of you and your body for a period of time, and you have to go. And if you don't, you're a deserter and you go to prison. And so they printed flyers and handed them out to young men saying, basically, here, I'll just read one portion. A conscript is little better than a convict. He's deprived of his liberty and of his right to think and act as a free man. A conscripted citizen is forced to surrender his right as a citizen and become a subject. Okay? Now, you can debate that, but he has a good point, and he convinced not a few young men that they were not going to go into the draft. They didn't want to go over to Europe and risk being killed. All right? That seems like an all-American thing, but, there's one of these conflict issues that we're talking about here. Should he be free to disperse flyers making that case? Of course, because one person's dangerous idea, like telling young men that the draft is a form of slavery, is another person's freedom, freedom idea, right? Defense of freedom. And so basically my argument is based along those lines. The moment you set up a precedent that we're only going to ban the dangerous ideas, or more modern parlance, hate speech. Okay, we're in favor of free speech, but we just don't like the hate speech. Oh, yeah? Who's going to decide what's hate speech? You? Me? Are you and I going to form a committee? And then what criteria are used to censor certain speech? Ideas that I disagree with? Thoughts that differ from your thoughts? Then 3, it's not just the right of the speaker to speak, but for listeners to listen. When colleges deplatform speakers or students succeed in silencing a speaker through the heckler's veto, the right of the audience to hear the speaker's ideas is violated. We might be completely right, but still learn something new in hearing what someone else has to say. We might be partially right and partially wrong, and by listening to other viewpoints, we stand corrected. We might be completely wrong, so hearing criticism and counterpoint gives us the opportunity to change our minds and improve our thinking. No one is infallible. In any case, whether right or wrong, by listening to the opinions of others, we have the opportunity to develop stronger arguments and build better facts for our positions. Okay, so that's kind of my summary of defense of free speech. Give some examples. Like in the 1990s, when I encountered the Holocaust deniers, I was just sort of nosing around for skeptic. What are some new controversial? Here's these Holocaust deniers. They're on major television shows, and so I thought, okay, what are the rebuttals to their arguments? And so when I went to Holocaust historians, the response is they're just a bunch of anti-Semites. Don't pay any attention to them. It's like, yeah, okay, that's the genetic fallacy that the origin of their ideas is what refutes it, but that's not the case. That's a fallacy. Maybe they are anti-Semites. How do I know? But even if they are, what's the response to that particular argument that they're making? Anyway, I made a list of like 20 different arguments that the Holocaust deniers made, and then we published them in Skeptic. Here's their argument. Here's the rebuttal. Here's the argument. Here's why they're wrong, and so forth. And that took quite a bit of work because most historians are not interested in refuting the arguments made by Holocaust deniers. Okay, same thing with creationists and their challenges to evolutionary theory, Darwin's theory. I saw not a few evolutionary biologists really get their hat handed to them by creationists in debates because they didn't know what was actually at stake. They didn't know what the arguments and the rebuttals were. So I think it's really important that we not just have the speech, but also informed rebuttals or how to prepare yourself for this. Now, that said, you don't have to platform everybody. That is, I was teaching at, for example, Chapman University when Milo Yiannopoulos appeared at UC Berkeley, and he was roundly shouted out and protests, and he wasn't allowed to give his talk. And I thought, well, that would be interesting to have him come to Chapman, and we'll protect him and let him hear what he has to say. But as some of my colleagues pointed out, look, there's hundreds of people we could invite to come speak at our campus. And maybe we can invite 6 for the year. Every other month we'll bring in a big speaker. Why Milo Yiannopoulos, and why not somebody who actually has a highly regarded career, books, ideas and so on that have been vetted, and even if they're controversial, at least we know this is a reliable person. Whereas Milo Yiannopoulos is more like just an agitator, an activist, and you can't platform everybody, so you do have to choose carefully. So there, I think the idea of expertise and trust in our institutions and all that, makes a big difference. And then, so pretty much all the issues that we deal with, like just pull some from the headlines. What should I think about the ICE raids and the incidences in Minneapolis? Well, the only way to get at it is to look at, say, those videos from multiple perspectives. So if I go over to one site, they go, you can clearly see here that she was trying to run over the ICE officer. And then you go over to the other site, looking at the exact same video, you can clearly see here that he intended to kill her even though he shouldn't have. It's like we're looking at the same video. So how am I supposed to determine the truth of what actually happened? In this case, because it's ambiguous, you have to let multiple people speak at the same time and judge for yourself. Or other examples, when Joe Rogan had on Robert Malone or Jay Bhattacharya during COVID, and people gave him a hard time about this. These guys are fringe epidemiologists, they're fringe doctors, and it's not right to platform them because those are dangerous ideas and it's going to make the pandemic worse. Well, it turns out they were at least partially right about some of the things they had to say. And in any case, it's Joe Rogan's freedom to talk to anybody he wants, and it's my freedom not to listen, or to listen and then go listen to somebody else to rebut him. And Joe, to his credit, has had other critics of those people on his show. And that's how it should work. Like in the case of Jay Bhattacharya, he wrote that great Barrington Declaration saying that closing the schools, closing businesses and beaches here in Santa Barbara. Unbelievable. There was a terrible idea, and it's going to cost us more than the risk of the pandemic. He was right. So the only way that we know he's right is because we let him speak. We platformed him, and that's how it works. So that's my defense.
Great. Thank you both. So before we move into section 2, we're just going to have a little bit of time for a combination of what would normally be called rebuttal, but I'm loath to use that word. But what do you agree and disagree with in what you've just heard? And so, Destiny, if you'd like to maybe start us off from what Michael, the position he just shared, what do you agree with first, and then what do you disagree with?
I'll start out by saying, because I don't imagine Michael has gone through all of my content or any of my content. I hope he hasn't, because what a horrible world YouTube politics is. But although I imagine the world of fighting religious people is probably not much more fun. This is a position that I have I call it 55% confidence on. I'm 55, 45. I could be swayed from one end to the other. I recognize this is an incredibly difficult. It's just there are so many complexities. It's a very careful balancing act that you're playing on both sides for this. And my reputation online is the guy who everybody calls a Nazi because I debate Nazis, or the guy who people call me a tanky or communist or whatever. Because I do enjoy debating kind of these out there ideas. I've seen a lot of the issues that kind of stem from this. So I'll say on the first part, I would obviously agree, because I enjoy fighting a lot of these fringe and crazy ideas. I like sitting down and reading a full paper from start to finish, and Wikipediaing and Googling all the little scientific terms and bringing on experts and trying to talk to them to get a comprehensive view of things. I enjoy that process. I don't think I would be able to enjoy that process in a world where those ideas were so heavily censored that you never saw them. So I have a lot of respect and appreciation for the environment we have in the United States. I like that people can say crazy, horrible, stupid stuff, and the government doesn't, fine you for it or arrest you or jail you for it, or at least it didn't before this administration. I don't know if that's true any longer, but traditionally in the United States, you could say crazy, offensive stuff, and the government can't come after you for it. These are things that I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate in the United States. The two criticisms or the two issues that I have that I think are going to be kind of like the foundational bedrock things that we'll either agree on, disagree on, or have different approaches to, is the first thing is it's this concept of when the government gets in the business of regulating speech, well, now you've got some decider that can tell you who is allowed to speak or what ideas are allowed to be platformed. And I challenge this by saying that I think that already happens. The only difference is it's done on different levels. So right now in the podcasting world, what ideas are platformed or aren't platformed are kind of sort of left up to a couple of large podcasters, maybe Joe Rogan. For instance, if Joe Rogan decides that he wants to host a particular speaker, that speaker is now almost certainly going to be hosted by a ton of other podcast people that are going to want to pick him up. And when I look at people like the Dr. Robert Malone guy, I would consider this is a guy who is largely fraudulent. I think almost every claim that he made was wrong. A broken clock might be right twice a day, and I would consider him right maybe once a day. He might have been correct about some things, but it was only by chance. His epistemic approach to anything was deeply flawed. There are so many reasons why this person being platformed, I don't think benefited anybody. Yeah, there are things that I understand more about vaccines and immunology and diseases and everything else that I didn't before, but did I need to do all of that research to believe that spike proteins don't live in my heart forever, or that vaccines are worse for me than diseases? I don't know if that was even worth necessarily the time. Maybe there's something more interesting to debate or research. So all that to say, not to get on the Robert Malone example in particular, I think that there already is a gatekeeping that happens, but we kind of delude ourselves into thinking that as long as the government's not gatekeeping, then there's an equal opportunity for everybody, which is absolutely not true. And then the second kind of bedrock principle I have is I think that humans are not by default truth-seeking machines. And it's interesting to me because I feel like skeptical people fall into this, but skeptical people know more than anything else. You have to train your mind really hard to not fall into bad thought patterns. I think probably the most important class I ever took in my entire life. It was an AP Psych class in high school, and it was just learning how unbelievably unreliable my own brain is. I'm sure if you've been in a psych class, everybody's watched the, you have to watch like 3 people passing a ball back and forth, and then a guy in a giant gorilla suit walks across the screen, and you don't even realize it until the professor stops and then rewinds the video. You're like, oh, geez. We've all seen, I'm sure, the video of the college kids. A robber comes in and steals something from the professor and leaves, and they're asked to give an eyewitness report, and nobody has any idea, what the guy looked like. You get wildly different descriptions, and we're unreliable narratives of our own history. They're just thing after thing after thing. In order to stop, we've seen the ask line test or whatever, where you can see that group dynamics can pressure people into giving answers for things that aren't true. We've heard about Zimbardo's Stanford prison experiment, where people put in different roles can act in crazy ways that they never would have imagined. We've seen Milgram's experiment, where people can torture other people as long as there's another person that they can diffuse responsibility. Example after example after example. All this to say, people have this weird idea that if you put me in front of a multitude of different ideas or a ton of different information, I will pick the thing that's true. And in reality, I feel like psychology and history show us that people will just pick the thing that's the most comfortable for them. And that can be problematic if we're relying on people's inbuilt, intuitive search for knowledge to guide us in any, free speech environment that's fraught with bad actors. So I challenge that. Those are the 2 big things I challenge. So one is that there is already some gatekeeping that happens, and then 2 is to make people understand we're not by default truth-seeking machines, and to some extent we need to be on guardrails to make sure that we're not just veering off into crazy territory just because it makes us feel good or satisfies some preconceived notion we have.
Great. Thank you, Destiny, for that. Michael, what do you agree with, disagree with in everything said so far from Destiny's position?
Yeah, those are all good points. I agree with some of that. Let's talk about this, holding liars accountable. Of course, most liars don't think that they're lying, right? I mean, I adopt Jefferson's perspective, let friends be wrong, so that you can, get along and not fight about everything. But of course, said friends think you're wrong. They think I'm wrong. I think they're wrong. They think I'm wrong. I'm fond of saying no one in the history of the world's ever joined a cult. They join a group that they think is going to be good. People that act on their beliefs, they're probably self-deceived at worst, instead of they're intentionally deceiving. The protesters on January 6th that marched down to the Capitol building, we know most of them actually believed it. They told us. Even the guys that went to prison, they said, yeah, I think the election was stolen. Even after they got out of prison, I still think the election was stolen, right? Because the boss said so they believed it. Or, the ICE protesters, they're told that the ICE agents are like the Gestapo. Trump is like Hitler. These are the Nazis, and they are disappearing our innocent citizens. Well, if you really believe that's exactly what's going on, of course you'd be outraged. Of course you'd go out there and scream and yell and blow whistles and maybe cross the line and get in the middle of the street, and then bad things can happen. Okay, so people act on their beliefs. Now, are they held accountable? Okay, let's talk about that for a minute, because Destiny has a good point there. Well, we already have laws in place about libel and slander. And, telling lies about somebody that then harms their reputation, they lose their job or whatever. You can sue them for that. And those things happen all the time. So there are standards that journalists, real journalists, have to meet. And places that have fact checkers and editors will be very careful about that. Before we publish this story about this guy who allegedly embezzled or he cheated on his wife or whatever it is, we better make sure that, we can defend this in court if we get sued. False advertising by companies, they can get sued by the federal government for that. So we have a lot of things in place, restrictions on speech. I cannot, if I happen to know the launch codes of our nuclear weapons, I can't just freely post those on my X account, right? So we have lots of restrictions already in place that most of us, I think, agree. Yeah, that seems reasonable. It's always in the sort of gray areas there. Gatekeeping, yeah, okay. So if we move off the page of what the government can do to restrict our speech and just go to private companies like X. So we know that before Elon bought Twitter, that from the Twitter files, that they were restricting people's speech. We know from the emails we can see amongst the employees that they were, for example, censoring Jay Bhattacharya's X account, Twitter account. Jay Bhattacharya, again, the co-author of the Great Barrington Declaration, cautioning the government not to close schools and so forth too early or too long. And anyway, had we not known that the government was doing that, after Elon bought it, wow, so there was some gatekeeping going on there by the government through a private corporation. So, even private corporations, when they restrict speech, they're not always innocent in this, right? Now Elon lets everybody on there, okay? Even the crazy people like Alex Jones and some of these anti-Semites and Holocaust deniers. I can't stand it. I really wish they weren't spewing this bullshit, but they are, and my argument would be, let them go ahead. This is my opportunity to debunk them, and I'm going to do that. And, that's the way to do it. I have a big piece coming down about Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson as the new Holocaust deniers. Because I know this, I wrote a whole book about these people and David Irving in the 90s. I've heard all of this before. I'm just asking questions. And we call that JAQing, jacking off. That's what they're doing. I'm not saying the Holocaust just didn't happen. I'm just wondering how they could have cremated that many bodies per day at Auschwitz-Birkenau, at Krema too. And when we're told that this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, I have the answer to that. Should X say, you can't say that on our platform? I wish they wouldn't. And in any case, this is a sign of our times. Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, they don't need X. They have millions and millions of followers. Why? I don't know. I just wish I understood why it is people gravitate to that. Maybe it's part of the economic model, but it is disturbing. Okay, last comment on the default to truth. This is a big debate in cognitive psychology circles. Do we default to truth? Do we just kind of believe whatever people tell us? There's some truth to that, because who has time to fact check everything anybody says? We don't. So we have to offload onto institutions and experts and journalists and newspapers and magazines what we hear. I mean, I've never been to Ukraine. How do I know what's actually going on there? I have to trust what the newspaper, well, maybe I don't trust them all, so I read the Wall Street Journal, I read the New York Times, I watch Fox News, and I watch CNN and MS Now. I just try to get multiple sources. Otherwise, I may be deceived, but I kind of have to do some trust in this, or else, I wouldn't get out of bed in the morning. Now, that said, I don't think people are as gullible as we think we are. Like Destiny in some of the examples you gave, like conformity, like you show a group of people 3 lines and then you have a matching line, and so they pick whatever, if the person, the actual subject, is down the line from the other people that have picked the line that they think matches, which is the incorrect one. Yes, they do tend to conform. But if you have one person earlier in the lineup picking the correct answer, then our subject is more likely to pick the correct one rather than conform to the majority. So there are ways to tweak that, even Milgram's famous shock experiments. If the subject that was being shocked, they're not really shocked, is actually in the room with them and they can see it, they're far less likely to conform, to obey authority. Or if you actually have to take the person's hand and put it down on a shock plate to make them obey authority, they're less likely to obey authority. So there are ways to get people to be more rational. The gorilla, the guy in the gorilla suit. If you get everybody focused on one particular thing, count the passes. But if you don't do that, if you say count the number of passes by the subjects, but also look out for other things, they're more likely to see the gorilla. And this is why, like in jury selection and so on, Elizabeth Loftus's research, you mentioned this, Destiny, of, you show a video of a little crime being committed and you ask people what they saw. Like, what color was the guy's hat? He wasn't even wearing a hat. And everybody saw a hat. Right, but lawyers know about this, and so they counter it. And so in the law, the way we get to the truth is you have these adversarial, like a debate, you have adversarial sources fighting each other, making the case for their clients on each side, or he's guilty, he's innocent. And then the judge or the jury is the peer review. And so, but the only way to do that is that they could really be free to make their case, and then hopefully we get to the truth of that. Anyway, that's my response to that. Sorry for the coughing.
No problem. Thank you very much, both of you. So We're going to go into the next phase now. And I don't know if anyone's seen the, Tarantino movie From Dusk Till Dawn, where the film starts in one way and then suddenly turns into a vampire movie. It's kind of what's happening here, in the sense that we're going into a different phase, which is now unlike a debate. What we've just done is, useful. It's useful as a way of establishing perspective, and you both did a great job and eloquently explaining that perspective. What we're going to do now is we're going to drill into specific examples around this question. However, we're going to do something else first, because what I noticed listening to you both is that while you have differences, of course, in perspective around this issue, there was I wrote down two words: trust and betrayal. And I'm curious, before we do anything else, I would like to invite you, if we for a moment just set aside the energy of yes, but, and okay, yes, but, you said this, and, that's where our minds go often with this. I'm curious to hear, and for you each to hear, what your relationship is with trust in society, let's say, because my sense was that you both feel mistrustful that people are equipped to some degree, equipped to truth seek well, but you have different responses to it. So, and I'm paraphrasing here, and I know I'm simplifying, but Michael, because of that, there's a sense I got that, well, the only way to be sure that we don't have some kind of power structure telling us what is a dangerous idea or not is to open it all up. And Destiny, from you, I had the sense that, there is equally, we're creating environments that are just toxic for free speech in the first place, and we can't really trust each other in those environments as well. But rather than talking about the nature of trust, I wondered if you would both just speak a little bit to what is your relationship to trusting society, trusting that we live in a society where we can, trust each other to actually come to truth in some way. So maybe, Destiny, what comes up for you with that question?
So when I'm looking at anything in life, this especially applies to economics and then finance, and then branches out to what we're talking about, online platforms, everything else. I just try to look at where the incentives are. So I like, Shermer brought up the example of January 6th, which I think is actually a really great example. If you were to tell me that of all the people marching to the Capitol, that 99% of those people genuinely believed that the election was stolen, I would probably agree with you. Both my parents are MAGA. I think they both probably thought the election was stolen. I think, unfortunately, they're very earnest in their beliefs. I think that they genuinely, truly believe that. I had a debate with Owen Schroyer, and I challenged him on stage because I said the first person to break the window to get into the Capitol was a Proud Boy. It was Dominic Pizzola. And I challenged him $5,000 on that, and he refused to accept the bet on stage because he knew that he was lying. So I think there's a difference between your kind of average layman that is navigating media environments and other pariahs or extractors of value that are navigating these environments. And I think it's good. I think it's important to make that distinction. I think that backing up, I guess, if you look at the way the human mind works, I think our best ability as people, or one of our best abilities, is we have this ability to recognize and fit patterns exceedingly well. And if you try to go back to the environments where humans survived, in our early existence, if you have three hunters standing shoulder to shoulder and a bush shakes in front of them, two of them are going to run away because they're going to assume it's a predator, and one guy might have a genuine, curious, scientifically inquirious mind, and he wants to go up and investigate, and he'll get eaten by a lion. It's not very good to be curious in that perspective. I don't think curiosity is rewarded all the time, at least in environments that humans come from. So there's a lot of ways that we overfit data, things like racism or misogyny, or there are so many mathematical things. You have like base rate fallacy errors, and people think that you need a sample size of 100,000 to reach a high confidence interval. And there are so many different things you have to learn and then unlearn about yourself and your own intuitions if you want to get into data or numbers, that I just don't think the average person has ever spent the time doing this. Now, I don't think that the average person should have to. I think it would be ridiculous to expect them to. But it would also be ridiculous to expect an average person to be able to sit in front of somebody who we might know is trying to push a lie to them and expect them to be able to discern that lie, and then expect them to be able to discern two people that are debating that lie when the layman just has no concept or no base level of experience to even understand what the two people are saying. So yeah, I guess my trust in society, like I would say it's low, but that sounds bad. Most people just don't have the time. We're so specialized today. Like think about these losers from 5,000 years ago that they called like polymaths and stuff because, they figured out that you can use a variable for math, or they figured out that, whatever, a triangle has 3 sides. It's like, wow, this guy's a genius. Like today, every research paper has 100 different co-authors because you need so much specialization to know so much about whatever the areas of research are that, yeah, I just think it's very, very, very difficult for the average person to keep up in that environment without more careful guardrails in place.
Awesome, thank you. So, Michael, what about you? What's your relationship to trust in society and trust in general?
Yeah, those are all great examples, Destiny. This is such a perfect example of what I've been saying, that this kind of critical thinking needs to be taught really in high school, and not just an AP class. Everybody, maybe in middle school, should learn all the stuff that you learned, so that when you go out into the world and you encounter these claims, you could be like Penn and Teller, the Amazing Randy, with your bullshit detector, because it's absolutely the case that it's everywhere. You mentioned pattern seeking. That's my idea of what I call patternicity, the tendency to find meaningful patterns in random noise. And the argument I've made, I think that you're echoing, is imagine you're a hominin on the plains of Africa, and you hear a rustle in the grass. Is it a dangerous predator, or is it just the wind? So this is a signal detection problem. And it's just costlier to make one kind of error than the other kind of error. So if you assume the rustle in the grass is a dangerous predator and turns out it's just the wind, that's a false positive, but no harm. But if you make the other error, you assume it's just the wind and it's a dangerous predator, that's a false negative. Your lunch, you get a Darwin Award for taking yourself out of the gene pool early. So we are the descendants of those who tend to be a little more risk averse and cautious and make one kind of error than the other kind of error. Now, again, most of us don't have time to fact check everything, right? So on January 6th, how do I know that the election wasn't stolen? Maybe it was. I never went to any of those polling places where you saw the kind of grainy of videos of a truck pulling up in the back of that place in Arizona with the boxes that may be ballots, maybe not, who knows? And, you see these claims being made. I don't have time. I have a job and a life. I don't have time to go to Arizona and check out, what was actually going on there. But there are people who do, like the Justice Department, So when Attorney General Bill Barr said, and he's a lifelong Republican and voted for Trump twice, said, we looked into it and we examined all these particular cases and we found no fraud. To me, that's it. I don't have to worry about this anymore. I don't have to go fact check it myself. I trust the institution working. I know some MAGA people that threw Bill Barr under the bus for that, but hey, what's your option? Do your own research. Do you really have time to go check out every single voting precinct and go to every person that worked there? And so, of course not, right? So trust is just super vital. Back to your objectivist economic policy destiny. No country could be an objectivist free market without the rule of law and private property and some kind of overarching structure to protect people's property rights and freedoms and so on, because people will cheat if they can. That's why low trust countries are mostly impoverished. They have next to no free trade. It's hard to start your own business and so on because they have no property rights. They don't have laws. They don't have courts to enforce laws for contracts and so on. So the idea of trusting institutions is everything. If we don't have that, then you really don't even have a viable democracy or free market economic system. So that's, to me, it's everything. It has been hit pretty hard in the last 6 years because of the stuff that came out during COVID that I've mentioned. I think we can build it back. We have to. Trump is such a divisive character about everything. I mean, you can love him and you can call balls and strikes with Trump and say, I like this, I don't like that. But whatever he says, it's so divisive for both the left and the right that, I'm not sure it's restoring trust in all our institutions is going to happen in this administration, even if he's just a great president and mostly what he does is great. It's still because of the environment. It's going to be a few years before we get back to where we used to be, I think.
Thank you both. So I want to go one level deeper before we go on to some specific examples around free speech and censorship. And I'm going to challenge you not to mention science at all in this answers, because what I'm curious about is you've both dedicated an enormous amount of energy and time to calling out different forms of bullshit, right? That has been fundamental, it seems, to both of your lives and careers. And I'm curious why. Of all the things you could be doing, why did you each focus on this? Why are you having debates and arguments? Why does it matter so much that we do move towards some sense of truth? And again, just to you, forgetting that you don't have to prove any points or back it up, because this is just your perspective. So Destiny, like, why does it matter?
I feel like there are certain topics that you learn about, and then like once you've become, I guess the term is like woke on a thing, you kind of see it everywhere and it can drive you crazy. So it might be like a feminist thing where you see how women are treated in some respect. It might be a maybe an atheist versus religion thing. I don't know. For me, I played a lot of poker kind of after high school for a bit, and just learning kind of like the math and the odds behind poker. I would look at slot machines and I would wonder, like, how could you ever pull the lever on a slot machine? Every single time you pull, you're basically losing some small amount of money over a long volume of pulls. I just don't understand how anybody can do this. And I feel like when it comes to reasoning your way through things, once you've kind of learned that process, it's just very frustrating to watch other people fall into very predictable pitfalls. Where if you spend enough time navigating these environments, there are just some things that you see where it's just so obvious once you see it. If somebody wants to make the argument to me that X is incredibly bad for some environment, and you're just watching them give a speech and they go, we know that X is bad, and we know that X is bad because if you look at the data from 22 to 32 year olds and you look at what happens on Fridays, you can see that X is bad. When I hear a thing like that, I'm like, oh, the opposite is obviously true, because there is no world where you cherry pick a stat so hard. Just by doing that, you've demonstrated that you're familiar with the literature, you know that your point is wrong, and now you've had to like razor focus on an individual single stat to try to give you a lead here, right? That all of that is so immediately communicated by that type of cherry picking. And then when I hear other people say things, oh, well, but I heard that this guy said that X was bad because of blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, what do you think they mean when they say that? I mean, of course. Or people who do kind of like these different attribution errors where, I'll hear it said so often that the, media has a bad incentive to do this. And people will have, this is the thing that drives me the craziest, actually. And I've like a metronome, I go back and forth on this. Right now I'm in the camp of like, people intuitively are actually quite smart. Because sometimes I'm like, oh God, people are so dumb. But there's a thing politically that shuts your brain off sometimes when it comes to certain things. And then when that political barrier is gone, all of a sudden the human rational mind emerges once again. And, sometimes people will look at a thing and they will be so deeply skeptical of it in an intelligent and surprising way. And then you say, oh, well, actually, I told you that was team A, it's team B. Then they're like, oh, actually, I don't think that's a big deal at all. And it's like, no, okay, well, the thought process is there. I guess for a real world example of this, to kind of bring this whole point home, there was a brief period in time where I was like, I'm gonna start betting people on some of these political predictions that they're making, because these are just so wild. Like if you're really that confident that this guy has a 99% chance to win the election, then you should be willing to give me 100 to 1 odds, basically, that this guy is gonna win, right? I bet $10 and you give me $10,000 or whatever, or $1,000 if I'm correct and you're wrong. And what I found when I started to do this, and I did it for a brief period of time, this frustrated me so much. My expectation was one of two things would happen. Either people would accept the bets and I'd make a lot of money, or I would just arbitrage it on Polymarket or ever make money, or people would make up some excuse and say, well, I don't want to bet you, whatever, you're posturing. But instead, the third thing happened, which is where as soon as I say something, oh, you think there's a 99% chance that this will happen? Okay, well then let's bet, give me 99 to 1 odds and let's go. Instead, they were like, well, it could be that this could happen, or maybe this might happen, or maybe this, and it's like, okay, so all of this is in your mind. You have the thoughts, you have the information there, but something is blocking it from coming out. But when I attach like a bet to it, now all of a sudden the reasonable mind turns on. So, yeah, I guess it's just one of those things where like when you see like certain patterns, or you see certain things, you spend a lot of time dealing with it. It just drives you so crazy to see other people fall into that misstep. And some people I'm like a corrector, obnoxious, discreet, like we need to fix this thing kind of person. And I like arguing and I have the demeanor for it. So that's probably why I'm so invested in it, I would guess. Yeah.
Thank you. Brilliant. And Michael, if you could give just a couple minutes on this, and then I've got a few scenarios for you guys.
Great. Destiny, you're great. This is just so many good examples here. Yeah, that's like those studies you see, reported in the news, like this rate of cancer has gone up 100% due to this chemical. And it's like, and you look it up and it's like, it went from 1 per 100,000 to 2 per 100,000. Oh, so I don't actually have to worry about this, right?
Yeah.
So those are very deceptive. I like your betting markets idea. I've taken to doing that too. Some of my more progressive friends are, telling me there's not going to be an election. This is the last election we've ever had. There won't be another one. Okay, I'll bet you $1,000 there's another election in 2026 and one in 2028. Well, I'm not saying it's not going to actually happen. What I'm saying is that then they start, twisting. It's like, oh, okay. That's what I do kind of like the principle of behind Polymarket. Although I was just reading something about where the guy who correctly predicted the day that the abduction of Maduro in Venezuela, like down to the hour, would happen, and he won, I don't know, like $400,000 in an hour by getting that right, and then his account suddenly disappeared. Okay, so there's something. He's an insider. I don't know what's going on there. There's something about that, but in principle, I like Philip Tetlock, the social scientist, wrote the book Super Forecasters. By making people put money up, it focuses them to think rationally about forecasting the future and holds their feet to the flame. Most pundits on TV or newspapers, op-ed authors, they make all sorts of predictions, but no one ever calls them out when they're wrong. Well, if you bet money and you lose money, okay. So I bet I've had $1,000 bet for years about alien disclosures coming any day now. I say it's not coming. Aliens are not here. And finally, Avi Loeb at Harvard took me up on my bet. So we have it's $1,000, and by December 31st, 2030, if the aliens aren't here, I win. Right. So there's specific criteria. I think is a good way to get it. Now, for me personally, back to your original question, I just don't want to be wrong about things that I believe, and I have been wrong. I mean, I mentioned I really believed in God. I was a born-again evangelical Christian, and then I decided, I don't think I believe that anymore. I think I was wrong about that, and I've changed my mind about like gun control. I was a super libertarian about that. Now I think there needs to be some gun control measures. I'm pro-choice, but I think the pro-life people do have some good arguments. In other words, when I look into things in detail, I realize, my thinking on this is not very deep. I better rethink this. Like Destiny, I was a big Ayn Rand objectivist fan. Then I started reading more economics and economic books, taking the great courses on economics. It's like, okay, this needs to be modified. I was wrong about this and this and this. Now I, believe something different. So for me, consuming content of stuff that either I don't believe or I disagree with is the only way I'm going to course correct, because I've been wrong enough that I don't want to continue being wrong about particular subjects going forward. And on the biggest question of all, is there a God? What happens after we die? And I'm happy to be wrong. I don't think we're going anywhere. I don't think there's a God. I don't think there's an afterlife. I think, when my time is up, that's it, lights out. But I'd be happy to be surprised. I think, if I'm not in the wrong place. If I'm in the dark place, I'll be there with my friends Christopher Hitchens and Carl Sagan and Stephen Jay Gould and Isaac Asimov and all the other, Bertrand Russell and all the other great atheists and so on. But we'll see. Anyway, that's my answer.
Great. Thank you both. Okay, we're going to shift into some scenarios. And it'll be a little bit faster in the sense I'm going to ask you to give a kind of 2 or 3 minute off the cuff. What would you do in this? It's related, of course, to our central question. And as you're listening to your to the other person, I would invite you to see if you can, what I call, instead of steel manning, be in a position where you're thinking of clay manning, where you're thinking, okay, what's the strongest part of that argument for me? And also, having now heard each other a little bit deeper of where you're coming from, why you have the perspectives you have, see if you can even allow that to change your perspective a bit. Not immediately jumping into, well, actually, here's what I think, but see if you can kind of tune into the person just a little bit more. The first scenario I want to give is, let's imagine that there is a kind of social contagion spreading online, particularly among sort of 17 to 20-year-olds. So some of them are adults, technically, but their prefrontal cortexes are still forming. So legally adults, they can do what they want, but this is a suicide contagion, right? So there is, if you imagine what I would argue was, to an extent, a social contagion around gender-affirming care. This is much more widespread. It's you don't know a kid who's not either looking at content to do a suicide. There's many suicides happening. What do you do in that situation? So, Destiny, what do you think would be a sensible response in that situation?
First, I would see how they vote. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. What are we allowed to ask more questions about this, or because the first question would be the how they get exposed to this, and then
online. Yeah,
so like, is it online, like they're like
primarily.
adult only, like dark web stuff, or is it like on YouTube?
It's everywhere. It's on Instagram. It's on YouTube. It's yeah.
And then is this a style of content that is like can I conceive of any other value of it? So like, does somebody is this all coming from somebody who discovered a cool way to make nuclear reactor watches and people are just using the content to now kill themselves, or is it literally just videos on how to kill yourself? Like, that's it.
It's videos on that, and maybe the deeper philosophy of why one should be allowed to, right? Let's say there's many different expressions of it, but the key thing is there's a dangerous idea, the most dangerous idea perhaps, and it's spreading in many different ways.
Okay, and then in terms of magnitude, this is affecting a serious number. It's not like 20 kids. It's like hundreds or would say thousands or
Like
tens of
20%.
thousands.
It's like 20%.
20%? Yeah, that content is getting the super government ban and maybe kinetic strikes on people that are hosting the content. Yeah.
Okay, great. So, Michael, what do you think?
Yeah, well, because they're minors, that's a different thing. We already agree that the government should restrict minors from, let's say, driving, drinking, smoking, getting a tattoo without parental consent, going into the military, and so on. We have all kinds of restrictions to protect them because they're not able to make those kinds of decisions. So when the trans social contagion thing took off, I don't know, about 10 years ago, where it became cool to be, the other sex or other gender rather than just goth or something harmless. Now we're talking about actual physical harm, permanently altering their bodies when they're unable to make an adult-like decision, being encouraged by their teachers or the school nurses or more commonly their Facebook friends. And the suicide instance, and parenthetically, so most European countries, in the UK especially now, are banning all that gender-affirming care for minors. And the United States will take longer to get there because it's a state-by-state thing. So, but we'll get there with lawsuits. As for the suicide thing, I think a lawsuit is going to settle this. There was that teenage boy who committed suicide. I think it was through his Facebook. It might have been Gemini and Google. Now I'm forgetting, but they have all the exchange with the AI that this boy went through, where the AI is basically talking to him in how to do it, and it's like, well, should I use a rope? Well, a rope's okay, but try this, or whatever. I tried that, it didn't work. Well, try this, and I'm not sure I should do it. Oh no, you should do it, And the parents are now suing that company. I'm sorry, I forget if it was Facebook or Google, but that's gonna settle a lot of that. Again, because they're unable to make adult decisions, adult consequences like death or being sterilized or never having a normal sex life again, which is what's happening to these kids, then that matters. So I think some of that will play out on social media, where the social media platforms will have to legally restrict and censor ideas that are harmful to minors.
So Michael, and then I'll come back to you, Destiny. But what about if it was, let's say it's 40-year-olds, it's 10% of 40-year-olds, and it's the same kind of situation.
Or just say like 18 and older, 18 to 22 instead of 17.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
So they are technically, they can vote. All these people can vote.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Okay. I know. If somebody wants to do that, why is it any of my business? I tend to go with that. That's kind of the libertarian position. Although, somebody that wants to, like euthanasia, I'm feeling sad today, I think I'll take my life. Maybe there should be an adult, maybe there should be some restrictions on that. I guess I would have to concede that point. In the same way, I've always been not in favor of prostitution, not to decriminalize prostitution. What business is it of mine if consenting adults want to exchange money for sex? None of my business. Yeah, but it's usually women that are that get the short end of that business, and so don't we have some obligation to protect women from being abused by drug pushers, by powerful men, and so on? Maybe I could see some point there.
Destiny, how about you? How much would it shift, let's say, even from 20-year-olds to 40-year-olds, and let's put the percentage down a bit to 10%?
From 20-year-olds to, 10%, this is a massive number. Any whole percentage point that's causing people to kill themselves is going to be a pretty massive number that needs to, something like violent, I would say, needs to happen in response to that. One of the, this is the thing I've been kind of talking about recently. One of the challenging things with some hypotheticals and why they seem so difficult to answer, and I think even Shermer is getting at this, is we, in our minds, whether we're aware of it or not, there's like an ontology to a human being. There are things that every human being wants to do, wants to achieve, like ideas that we have in common. And there's sometimes there'll be like a hypothetical and it challenges our preconceived notion of something, not because in my mind, it poses a very difficult question, but rather because it fundamentally alters some foundational ontological belief about the category, and then it challenges you to consider how you would apply standards to the category, when in reality it might change completely because now the category has changed. A vegan example I've given sometimes, people argue with me, they're like, what if there was a group of human beings that could never reciprocate moral value? Do you think it would be okay to kill these human beings? And your mind is like, well, I would never want to just kill human beings. That sounds really wrong and bad. But also in your mind, you don't consider this. A human being is not a thing that would be incapable of reciprocating moral value. That would just be inconceivable. So you've changed the category so much that whatever new standard I might apply to this doesn't really apply to the whole. And I would say that the same here. So all of this to say that when you're asking me about a thing that's causing 10% of people to kill themselves, in my mind, a rational, reasonable, and when I say rational, I don't mean some, nerd with glasses who's taken all the philosophy class. I just mean like a normal human being that can evaluate their own health and safety in the environment around them. If there's something that's causing 10% of these people to kill themselves, then there's something that is egregiously or fundamentally wrong with that particular thing that needs like a significant correction or something to address it. So that was a really wordy, but yeah, because there's just in my mind, there's no way the category of human being is not a category of thing that 10% of them will kill themselves if exposed to some content. So there must be something really, really, really wrong with that content. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So, Steph, I saw your eyes light up a second ago. I'm wondering if you want to dive in.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to throw two things onto the table that might help kind of like distinguish your positions even further. One is just this question of, could it be that the extent to which platforming dangerous ideas serves truth depends on the circumstances, right? In some contexts, we might say more speech might be a remedy for bad speech, but in outrage-fueled echo chambers, sometimes more speech just leads to more outrage, or in this case, more suicide. So I'd be curious what Michael would say about the platforms and the algorithms and what content is being amplified and how that affects the extent to which, dangerous ideas actually do serve truth. And then the second, I'm just going to throw something else onto the table too, and that is just this question of whether truth is kind of like the ultimate value that we're even after. We see circumstances in which truth exists in tension with other values. The famous example of, if Nazis knock on your door, do you tell them that Anne Frank is hiding inside? And in different wisdom traditions have different ways of kind of acknowledging that. For example, the three transcendentals: goodness, truth, beauty. So like, are we always and only and exclusively after truth, or does truth exist in tension with other values in ways that would affect our desire to platform dangerous ideas?
Can I add a quick thing on it? Because I'd be curious to hear Michael Shermer talk about this. Just on the vein of that question, I'm curious, two questions paired. Is X a platform today that has more or less freedom of speech than it did 3 or 4 years ago? And then the second question is, do you think X is a better platform today or a worse platform today than it was 3 or 4 years ago? Kind of on the back of Stephanie's questions, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess on that, I think it's better, Destiny, but it also has a lot more downsides. Again, it's platforming the Alex Joneses and all these lunatic and kooks out there promoting dangerous ideas. Yeah, okay. So, there's, I guess, a trade-off there. So, Stephanie, you mentioned that, the Nazi comes to your door and asks if you're hiding Anne Frank, and you are. Should you lie? Yes, you should lie. Okay. So, what we have here is a conflict between deontological ethics, Kant's categorical imperative. It's always wrong to lie, with the utilitarian or consequentialist ethics that, the greater good for the greatest good for the greatest number, and so on. these cannot be resolved ultimately where one is right and the other is wrong. It depends on the context. The famous trolley problem where, the train is hurtling down the tracks about to kill the 5 workers and you can throw the switch and kill 1 worker. Do you do it? Almost everybody goes, well, yeah, of course, kill the 1 to save the 5. But if you're in a waiting room at a hospital and there's 5 dying patients and they come out and take you and say, we're going to sacrifice you and harvest your organs to save the 5 patients, you're not going to be vibing that. And no one will. No one wants to live in a society where that could happen. So we're constantly, going back and forth between these deontological and consequentialist ethics. That's part of the, it'll never be resolved because it depends on the context, to your point, Stephanie. Now on the social media platforms, let me clayman Destiny's argument here, which I think is good. Nice. That there's something called the Pareto distribution or power law distributions. Famous examples where, like 1% of musicians make 99% of the music sales, 5% of athletes make 95% of the contract money for salaries, 1% of authors sell 99% of books and so on. Well, in the podcasting world, that, there's a Pareto distribution there. Like, I don't know, maybe the top 10 or top 100 podcasts, they have like 99% of the market. Joe Rogan himself, he's probably a Pareto distribution of, 80-20 by himself. And that seems to be the case with social media. I thought for a while that, the correction to the abuses on Twitter were just other other platforms where you have microblogging or whatever they call that. And that has not happened. And I don't think it can happen. Like I've tried some of the other platforms that came up. I joined them. I went over there. I posted. Nothing happens because no one's there. And so everybody knows that no one's there. And everybody knows that everyone knows that no one's over there. So they all just stick with X, right? And I think that's the way it is with Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. There's, maybe there'll be a new platform that I can't think of that's different. But if you want, like Blue Sky now, where all the progressives are, to compete with X, there's nobody there. I joined, I went over there. It's boring. And I post just radical stuff just to see if anybody's even listening. And no, they're not. No one cares. So I'm like, okay, I'm back to X. So my idea of a kind of a free market solution, let the marketplace of ideas, I don't think it could work with the way the economy is structured and the way these things happen in the real world.
Destiny, any thoughts on that? Anything you wanted that brought up for you? We've got about 10 minutes left or so. We want to make sure we get into some final points or statements, but there's, I want to just open that up.
Yeah, I would say that more structured areas are better than less structured areas. I think there's something to be said for the fact that when liberals or lefties or progressives tried to make their own space, it was Blue Sky, which is a pretty sterile, boring platform without as much engagement. And when conservatives tried to make their own platforms, we got Gab and Parler, which to some extent was used by Proud Boys to coordinate infiltrations into the Capitol and other terrorist or white nationalist groups. And all of them are the most hateful, disgusting, terrible places ever, and they fail in about a year or two. I think that speaks sometimes to the difference in sides there. I would also say that, like, it's interesting when we talk about like the difference between Blue Sky and X here for the interest that we have in the platform. It really comes from the audience size of the platform. X didn't get big as a platform because it was a free speech radical platform where I can see a Mexican, a Sudanese guy, and an incel all doing Hitler Nazi salutes in some Miami nightclub outside or whatever. Like, I don't think this is why X became popular, why Twitter became popular. It became popular because there are a lot of users that enjoyed the features of the site. When it was more heavily moderated, that's where the huge user base came from. And Elon inherited that, and then I would argue the platform is significantly degraded now compared to where it used to be, at least in the political section. None of these, for all of the kind of fantasizing about the ultimate unbridled free speech platforms people have, none of them, as far as I'm aware, have ever been wildly successful ever. Like, it's only been the converting of a platform to something with more free speech after it's been more restrictive. Do you even see these things have a chance to survive? Like X in its current state, if made into a new platform, would never have made it. Actually, Elon might have even tried to start his own social media platform called X before he bought Twitter. I could be wrong on that. But like Facebook and Twitter and all these other huge platforms obviously have a lot of moderated content, and we're the most wildly successful platforms, But
so just before we go into these to some closing statements and reflections, there's something unresolved, I think, between you guys, which is, or a difference, which is that. So, Michael, when you began your opening statement, you were talking about, you both talked a lot about context, that context matters for truth seeking very much, right? So I think there's an agreement there. But Michael, in your opening statement, the sense was there's no real way to, who's going to define the context? Me, you, the government. So because there is no way to define that context satisfactorily, a free marketplace of ideas. Destiny, you've talked about, different types of intervention, military action at one point. So who decides the context? Who has the legitimacy to decide the context of where ideas are explored? So, I mean, maybe Michael, you go first, and then Destiny, I'd be curious your thoughts on that.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. So back to where I originally argued that, we, all of us, the consumers, decide what the context, appropriate context is for speech, and we just have it out. But, as we've seen with some of the exceptions, like the social contagion on suicides, euthanasia, gender affirming care, and so on. Yeah, obviously there's some exceptions there. There's a place, as I mentioned, economically for a strong government to enforce the laws of contracts and have a strong police and private protection of private property and constitutional rights and so forth. I mean, that's the whole point of the Bill of Rights. As Madison said, we don't want to have a tyranny of the majority where 51% say we can enslave blacks and kill Jews, then we were going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. Doesn't matter what the majority thinks. So obviously there's already tons of restrictions from the top that even a good libertarian would agree. Yeah, we should all drive on the right side of the road, and we should enforce that, absolutely, or else it's you're going to have chaos. So, short of being an anarcho-capitalist, which I'm not, where there's no government, I think we're already in the business of restricting human speech, behavior, in many ways. I guess the question then is, each instant has to be debated in the context of its consequences.
Great. And Destiny, how about you? Who gets to decide that context, or how do you see that working?
There's a very controversial movie that some people have very strong opinions on. It's called Sunshine. It was a 2007 sci-fi into horror movie, and a lot of people don't like the twist in the middle. Regardless of whether you like or dislike this movie, it has one of my favorite lines of all time. Basically, there's a bunch of people that are trained on this spaceship. They have to go and launch a nuke into the sun to make the sun start burning again or whatever. But at one point, they have a decision on whether they should divert their ship to pick up another bomb or go right to the sun, and they have to weigh the probability of whether it's worth the risk or not. And one of the characters on the ship says, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. Everybody, we're going to take a vote, and however we vote, that's how we're going to figure things out. And I think one of the psychologists on board intervenes, and he says, we're not going to take a vote on this. We're a group of highly trained scientists, mathematicians, theoretical physicists. We're going to sit down and we're going to figure what the best answer is. And that line is so interesting to me because in every other area of life, you would never just throw everything against the wall and see what sticks. If a friend was asking you, hey, I really don't know how to build a table, what would you recommend? You would never tell this friend, well, there's a room with 1,000 people screaming how to build tables, go in there. You would recommend the best woodworker. Or if a friend was like, I think I have cancer, where should I go? And if you're not Scott Adams, hopefully you go to an actual real doctor to get treatment for your cancer, for a person who's gone through tons of intensive medical training to give you advice and guidance and treatment on how to train on how to treat your cancer. And there are so many every area in life when it matters, we recognize that expertise and gatekeeping and specialized knowledge is foundationally one of the most important things in terms of trusting, just because everything in society is so specialized, right? We're not 100-man tribes where one day I might be basket weaving and the next day, God forbid, I'm hunting cheetahs, right? That just doesn't happen in society anymore. And I think that we have to recognize, we need to recognize that particular thing is really important. And then when we look at our social media platforms, we have to recognize that just screaming into the void is not enough. We have to create some framework or guidance system to make sure that we are, by virtue of that system, working towards some true or good thing. The name was brought up in here, and we had a pre-show conversation about this, and I thought it was interesting that a couple names were brought up. I don't remember what the other one was, but Michael brought up the David Irving guy. Irving was a very popular publisher of books that was renowned as being a good scholar. He had hundreds of footnotes, thousands of footnotes through all of his works. He could speak German. He went through the archives. He did all this work. And he was widely regarded as a very intelligent, successful historian studying World War II German history. And it wasn't until he was put through the ringer on a very stringent court case where I think it might have been Christopher Evans, I think was the American or British historian, where they went through, Richard Evans, yeah, where they went through line by line by line, and he couldn't obfuscate, he couldn't allude to a billion other footnotes, and he had to answer very specific questions that was like, oh my God, this guy it's insane how little his footnotes are justifying what he's saying. It's insane how unjustified the majority of his arguments are. And and even earlier we alluded to kind of the court process. The court process is nothing like the X process, right? You can't have 1,000 jurors in a courtroom where you can there are very stringent rules of evidence. There's a process and a procedure. Only one person can speak at a time. Only one person can answer questions. There's rules about what questions you can or cannot answer. And yeah, I just think that I like a lot of the concepts related to freedom of speech. I dislike a lot of concepts related to authoritarians. I wouldn't want this administration to have the reins on who could speak or who couldn't speak. But I think we have to recognize there has to be some process that we engage in, because just everybody screaming into the abyss just doesn't seem to be working, in my opinion.
Great. Thank you both. So look, we're almost out of time. I wanted to give just a little bit of time, maybe a minute each or so, just to invite you to reflect on what are you leaving with today? What have you noticed? Has anything, is your curiosity spiked in some way from your I'm not going to say opponent, from the other person in the anti-debate, your other anti-debater. So maybe, Michael, you could start.
Yeah, I would just echo what Destiny just said in his final statement there. I agree. We have to have some rules of evidence and conversation and exchange in order to get to the truth, and that just a total open free market, everybody screaming, that's not the best way to get there. So leaving aside the what do you mean by dangerous or whatever, I mean, in the case of David Irving's court case, what Richard Evans and his graduate students who went through every single thing Irving ever wrote was they showed a pattern of distortion where he said, for example, that all historians make errors, but the errors are random. In the case of Irving, the errors were not errors; they were all in one particular direction: to exonerate Hitler and the Nazis and so forth. And so the rules of exchange in a court room served to show us what the truth is about what we really know about the Holocaust and what Irving knew but distorted intentionally, clearly. And that was it. End of story. And he's washed up. He spent $6 million on that case of his own money. He's broke. He's out of it. No one will publish him anymore because of that. So I think that's a good example.
Great. And Destiny, just what are you leaving with? What has Michael sparked in you?
I mean, I imagine me and Michael, I think by virtue of doing especially atheist versus religious debates and then anything related to skeptical stuff, I mean, if you have a magazine and the topic is race, then certainly you've dove into a ton of incredibly touchy subject matter material. So I'm sure both of us have probably thought about, I would hope, both sides of this argument a great deal. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm already kind of like, this is a very straddly position I have. I'm like 55-45 on we need some kind of like more regulation. I think that the thing that just bothers me the most right now is the outcome right now of where we're at is just so bad. I feel like scientific literacy and trust in our institutions and like the selective skepticism that people are having, I think is like at an all-time low. And I feel like right now, and I know now I'm old enough to have seen this. I'm sure people older than me have seen this even more and more. And maybe I'm falling into the trap that everybody falls into where it's like, it's worse than it's ever been. I do feel like there is a unique thing that exists right now called the internet that has the ability to take so much information and feed us things that make us feel good in a way that has never quite existed before. It is such a frictionless environment that I worry that our minds are not adapted for that, much the same that we don't have natural defenses against becoming obese because, wow, you're never going to have an abundance of food. And here we are now with an abundance of TikTok shorts and Instagram reels. And I feel like our minds are just as susceptible to that fattening as our bodies are.
Yes. Thank you very much, both. And, just to add my 2 cents to that last point, in my book, The Bigger Picture, I make, I spend a chapter on the way in which the internet is like a psychedelic drug. And I think that also could be a topic of a whole other debate. Do the same rules apply around truth seeking when everyone is effectively in an altered state on this, where the truth seeking is happening? But I don't want to open a whole new piece. Thank you very much. And I think what I'm leaving with is a sense that the German poet Rilke said, if you want to find the answers, you have to live the question. And I think that's my sense at the end here is a kind of a 90 minutes of living the question in a sense. And it's been a pleasure. Thank you. And thank you, Steph. I'm going to hand over back to you.
Yes, yeah. Well, thank you both, Michael and Stephen. Congratulations on an anti-debate in which I think we all won. Thank you, Alexander and KINOS, for hosting. I also want to thank Common Era for supporting the creation of the anti-debate. If you'd like to learn more about it or use it or remix it for yourself, you can go to anti-debate.org. And I guess just as a parting invitation, I just invite all of us to use our different perspectives on our most important issues, not to further divide us, but to see those issues with greater complexity. Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for having us.
Woo! Hold on, let me fix my camera 1 second. Oh. Whoa, what? Did I miss a KINO press briefing?
Stop this. If any, I've said this a million times.
What is this?
Like, if anything was even remotely connected between the Democrats, if anything was even remotely connected.
Streamed 5 months ago, July 29th.
Hold on.
Was this an Ask Me in 6 months thing?
Sorry, ask me in 6 months.
What happened on July 29th? What was going on July 29th? Well, it must not have been very exciting. It was probably something related to the court stuff, which is all out now, so.
We have to hard push this. Help me here. Help me, help me, help me.
Sorry, I tried to agree for the kill.
You okay? Maybe you can kill him.
Wait, what? Hold on.
We have to hard push this. Help me here. Help me, help me, help me.
Sorry, I tried to agree for the kill.
You okay? Maybe you can kill him.
It's no flash. Fuck.
At base.
What rank is this? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Jesus. Governor Newsom at Davos rips into world leaders who think they can appease Trump. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. This is pathetic. I mean, what do you expect them to do? Fight the United States? Wow, Toilet, thanks for the $25. I get it, though.
That's what I hear.
So I'm banned from everything?
That's what I hear.
From who? Who said that?
You're banned from virtually on my on stream. I don't want my face on stream.
Oh, okay, yeah, just put your voice.
Is that light in frame on purpose? No, I don't know why it's in frame now. I moved my camera out a bit, but it's in frame. It probably shouldn't be. I don't know why, but now it is. So now I can really look like I'm in a studio.
You're virtually banned from every single hospitality group in the United States.
Like what?
Tau Group, Groot Hospitality, H-Root Group, virtually every restaurant, every venue, every nightclub. You're pretty much banned for your anti-Semitic remarks and your absolute racism and your hatred towards Jews. I thought we were friends.
We are friends. You don't want to be friends anymore?
No, I haven't been your friend over a year, man. Your anti-Semitism is it's blatantly disgusting. It's very, very offensive.
Uh-oh.
You know, I've hosted you thousands of times, taken care of you. I've been a true friend, and all I've ever received from you is hatred, racism, and just anti-Semitism.
When have I been racist or hateful towards you?
You always say smirky remarks. It's always been against Jews.
What's with your? I never talk about politics. Whenever we talk, we hang out. You bring it up. I don't talk
You're an
about it.
activist, but you never bring up any other world problems other than Jews. And you know what?
That's also not true. That's I got pushback for talking about Haiti, for talking about what's happening in America. I just spoke about what's happening in Iran. I talk about the whole world.
Yeah, only when it's trending, honestly.
Well, that's when it's relevant to talk about, and I speak about injustice.
Okay. Majority of Republicans supported military action in all 5 locations, and at least 7 in 10 supported it in every place except Greenland. Here are the percentages of Republicans who supported military action in each. Venezuela, 83%. Iran, 75%. Mexico, 74%. Cuba, 71%. Greenland, 57%. What is the question? What is the question? What is the question? Excuse me? How much do you support or oppose United States military action in each of the following countries? Greenland. Republican is 57%. How the fuck is that possible? What the fuck? There it is. My low genetics, my inferior genetic stock conservatives. I see you guys. I see you guys. White, not college graduate. 36% support. Nice. Men, white, not college graduate. 38% support. Nice. And our uncollege educated women too, right? Wait, am I fucking my brain up here? If 57% of Republicans support it, do some of these numbers need to be above 50%, or am I not thinking about this correctly? It's the breakdown of the 57%. No, it's not. Republicans are half. 57%. 38%. Oh, I understand. So like 38% of men, so this could be added to other types of categories of support. Never mind, okay, I think. No. Yes. That 38% of men could be 100% Republican. Oh, because the categories might not be equal. Like the men, white, not college graduates of this group of people, 70% of them might be Republican, in which case that 38% would be of 70%, which could, or something like that. Okay, never mind. That could be it. Okay. Wait, what's the difference between these two questions? How much do you support or oppose the United States military action in each of the following countries? Greenland. How much do you support or oppose the United States military action in each of the following countries? Greenland. Oh, this breaks it out more. Strongly support, oppose, strongly support. I see. Okay. Just combine some. Gotcha. Jesus Christ. 57%. Ah. Absolute perfect pitch test. Destiny, take that as well. I don't have perfect pitch, so I'd probably do quite poorly. Because Americans are so obsessed with like yoga or whatever. Good one. A palpable shift in opinions towards Americans as a whole is happening in European social media, and it ain't good. Isn't this a homeless drug addict meme? Do you think homeless drug addicts do yoga? The war against whole milk is over, Lib. You lose. What? Yeah, I still don't know when we switched from the raw milk to the whole milk. What were people who was fighting against whole milk? When did this happen? Who cares? What? I'm beginning to hate America. Excuse me.
4 years in, the European
Drama slop reactivated. How long is it? What is their name? Dream something? He who saves his country does not violate any law. Remember that, guys. Dead domain. Funny enough, it was for fitness bros to get lean. They said drink skim milk or just oat milk. I don't think the difference between like 2% or whole milk matters that much, unless you're on like a crazy cut. How many calories are you saving here for an 8-ounce glass of milk? 20 calories?
in these moments.
Oh God, hours. This is gonna be hours and hours long. Jesus. Okay. Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent. Everyone take a deep breath. Do not escalate. Do not escalate. President Trump has a strategy here. Hear him out, and then everything will be fine. Okay. I guess 2% or whole is not great for kids because high fat. Why does it matter? I don't think it matters that much. That's like a really old meme that like eating cholesterol gives you cholesterol or eating fat makes you fat or whatever. It's just different macronutrients, right? Had you talked to the Michael Shermer guy before? What do you think of the format? I think the format is interesting, but I think that we really need a deep dive on some issues. Yeah. Don't you want whole milk for kids? What is the major difference between whole milk versus, this is 3% of your daily fat content versus 2% of your daily fat content? Is this really that substantial of a difference? Like I think most people gravitate towards 2% because you probably don't need more fat in your diet generally, but I don't think it's like a huge difference. This is not like make or breaking anything. Whole milk has 8 grams of fat. 2% milk has 5 grams of fat. But everything else is basically the same. We have 4% milk in EU. Really? I feel like in Germany I saw 3.5 on the cartons. Or 2% by weight, not 2% your daily intake, whatever. Destiny, EU resident, I was told the skim milk was not to give milk drinkers a diet milk, but to get non-milk drinkers to drink more milk. Bone health worries, because some people chose water instead of milk due to perceived effect on weight. I think that's a lot. I think our culture around milk is a lot different in America than it is versus Europe. Like, I think in Europe, am I over-indexing on my middle class? I don't think so. In Europe, I think it's very common that, like, you have a meal and you drink water with the meal. I think in American households, at least when I was growing up, I think it's very rare. When you're growing up, you're almost always served milk with a meal, or you're drinking a soda. I don't think in America, I don't know. I think our culture was like very, very, very different there. I wonder if there's a way to look that up. Maybe that's a Midwest thing. Chad is coping. I had milk all the time with dinner as a kid. Well, I don't know how many people are Europeans or whatever, but like I think in Europe, milk is like a thing that you have to ask for, and it's like kind of special-ish. Like even for breakfast, you could drink like a glass of water or some kind of like orange juice or apple juice. And like in America, it's like for breakfast it's milk, 100%, and then for lunch and dinner is like maybe milk. It's like a very Oh yeah, true. Our school lunches in America were always milk. You got the little cartons of milk. Yeah. Doesn't everybody use milk for cereal, or do they use water in the EU? No, they would use milk in the EU, but I don't know how common cereal is for breakfast. I think that's also mainly an American thing. Just in my experience, maybe it's different in different parts of Europe. In Europe, you're more likely to find like cold cut like sandwiches or whatever, at least in Poland you would. And I think in Sweden they would have more pastries or some kind of pastry. You'd be more common to find that versus in America we have much, much, much bigger, heavier, danker breakfasts. Milk consumption per capita. This is the United States at 17. Finland is at number 1 with a ton. Holy shit. Okay, Norway and Denmark are up here. Also Sweden and Ireland. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this like all dairy? Because this says consumption of milk excluding butter. What does that mean? Look at the source. Good one. This chart, or the chart is referencing a defunct page of the FAO, of which the archive.org page is dysfunctional, but the information is mostly accurate. Some is being slightly off when compared to the revised statistics. Okay. Chartsbin.com. Only goes back to 2007. Last updated 15 years ago. How'd you feel about Michael bringing up the Twitter files? Listen, I perused that guy's Twitter. A lot of girl cock.
Fuck your dog. Fuck your dog. Keep your dog home. I don't care. It's not cute. I don't want to pet it. I don't want to touch your dog. Dogs are haram for a reason, and this was a sign from Allah. There's shit all over my fucking rug. Dogs are gross. Have a child. God wants us to have kids, not to have a bunch of...
What is the exact basis for the MAGA position on milk? Close your eyes and just like imagine a thing that you have like 60% good feelings towards. So, I'm going to imagine Skittles. Now in your mind, imagine liberals really hate Skittles. And imagine telling all of your friends that liberals really hate Skittles. And then going online and complaining about these liberals that really hate Skittles until you get everybody riled up, and now you want to eat more Skittles than you've ever eaten in your entire fucking life before. And that's basically it. Do liberals hate milk like that? No, I've never heard this in my life. I don't know where this idea of liberals fighting milk came from. For a while, conservatives seem to be on this like raw milk thing, which I fully support. I think you should engage in any type of self-destructive behavior that removes you from the gene pool faster, if it's only destructive to yourself. But for some reason, they switched from raw milk to whole milk, I guess. I don't know. Mm-hmm. $90 deals in 90 days. How many do we have right now? Is it still 0? Jesus Christ. My God. Well, there goes my chat experience.
But we do
3 hour and 15-minute drama slop video. Holy
prefer
shit.
respect to bullies.
Holy fucking sunglasses. Hell yeah.
We do prefer science to plotism. And we do prefer rule of law to brutality. We have a place where rule of law and predictability is still the rule of the game. And my guess is that it is largely underpriced by the market. Having a place like Europe, which sometimes is too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal, and where you know that the rule of the game is just the rule of law, it's a good place. And here in the epicenter of this continent, we do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world. But we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
Wow. New fatwa from Dear Leader. Ryan Macbeth is regarded, and you should really stop linking his Trump dick-sucking slop here. Can you guys chill? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Calm the fuck down. Why is my mouse skipping again? Put OmniSlot. Yeah, I will. I have to fucking redo all my shit. Okay, I'll do it. We'll get there.
I hope he's kept away from young women because that's the...
What's embarrassing is you thinking you know how to handle it better than Trump and his 1,000 lawyers. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that really, like, you're worried about the law. I'm not worried about the law. Who cares about the law? Like, they will invent a new law to arrest Trump under if they get power again. It doesn't matter. You're under the false impression that the rules that exist matter. They don't matter. They will ignore.
What did I say about these people?
For the rules, they'll make up new rules. They will come up with other examples of why it's okay that they do it this way. This is a mistake. You have fallen into the mistake of trying to think that your opponent is playing by the same rules as you are. Your opponents are not doing that. The crazy thing sometimes this part always confuses me. I mean, didn't they charge Trump with 34 felonies of the same thing? Try and put him in jail for like years and years and years over just like a fucking, like an accounting mistake? Or like, even if it wasn't a mistake, like this is like basically a very small amount of money to try and put him in.
It wasn't an accounting mistake. He lied. He was lying. He was obscuring how he was received campaign funds in order to pay his lawyer to pay off somebody to kill a story. He had the right to do it. He just didn't have the right to lie about the funds for it. What, do you think that's not a crime?
In jail for this.
And he was convicted, and he didn't even go to jail. The judge didn't even put him in jail. We're so biased and so evil and so terrible that the judge was like, well, I don't want to put Trump in jail. I don't want to put 34. I don't want to put. Give me a fucking break. I want to get 34 felonies and not go to jail. Put that in the next.
Shout out to DGG.
This is all my credibility gone forever.
What's he doing? Oh no. Why? Okay.
Who was the first person into the Capitol building? That's because you don't know what the fuck you're talking.
It wasn't actually that. He broke the window and it was someone else that went. Good thing Owen Schroyer didn't accept my bet there. He would have got me on a very fine technicality. If Trump seizes Greenland from Denmark, does that mean that all Americans will be entitled to free healthcare with no deductibles, a free college education, 52 weeks of paid parental leave, 5 weeks of paid vacation? Because that's what everyone in Denmark and Greenland has. Oh my God, true. For reality, person who sends me stuff. I need the Pearl soundbite. You got this, Pearl. So when Dan is debating Moon, I can play it. You've got this, Pearl. Did you see China ministry say that Trump needs to stop using China as a threat, as an excuse to take Greenland? Hey, did you guys see the numbers? How many soybeans did China buy from the United States for the last half of 2025? Anybody see the number on that? Oof. 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 It was 0. To their shock, Cubans in Florida are being deported in record numbers. Send us back! Yes! Send us home! We need to go back to Cuba. Get him out of here. Thank God. Finally, a fair deportation policy. That's what I like to see. ICE. I know where a few Cubans are living right now. Hello, ICE? Her name is Mary Bonnell. I'm sorry. Marisol. Get her out of here. Just kidding. I love my mom. Okay. Are Trump supporters redeemable? No. Yes. Okay.
A large crowd was following Republican Jesus, and as the days passed, his disciples came and said to him, "Republican Jesus, these people have been following you for 3 days and they've become very hungry, and we only have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. And Republican Jesus said, "Bring the fish and the bread to me." And his disciples did. And Republican Jesus took 99% of the bread and the fish and gave the 1% back for the disciples to spread amongst the followers evenly. And the disciples said, "But how shall we feed all these people with only 1% of the bread and the fish?" And Republican Jesus said, "Why are these people always looking for a handout? They should just go out and get a job." And the disciples were in awe at Republican Jesus' wisdom. When walking down the streets, Republican Jesus was approached by an old blind man. "Have mercy on me, Republican Jesus," said the blind man. And Republican Jesus said, "What is it you want?" And the blind man said, "Republican Jesus, I am blind, and I wish to see. Can you heal me?" And Republican Jesus said, "Oh, Obamacare didn't take care of that for you?" And the blind man said, "Republican Jesus, you're right. I'll just go back to being blind." And all his disciples were in awe of Republican Jesus' wisdom.
The stupid fucking switch that those dumb camera people told me to buy. I think I'm actually going to finally use it. But I have to plug everything in, so we're going to watch... What are we watching? Oh! Not this yet. Well... There was a press conference today. What did Dan mean by this?
How are you? You want to check out my van? You want to check out my van? I got some fucking sick ass candy inside and some puppies. Come on over.
Why?
Talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from
Oh man, wait, this has been going on for a while? Oh man, he's really live streaming today. He's been live longer than me. Almost. Okay, okay. Special Trump conference. What do we got?
Wow, that's a big crowd. It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So these are accomplishments. We have a lot of accomplishments, and as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th, and it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished, but we've done more than any other administration has done by far. In terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people, and these are just some of the more recent ones that we have, and I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder.
Oh, we're doing the posters today. Yes.
They're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us. And
okay. I have an unmanaged switch. I'm going to plug both my computers into the unmanaged switch and then the switch into the router, and all the stuff will figure itself out automatically. I shouldn't have to configure anything. It'll all just work, right? It will all figure itself. Okay, it better. Whoo! Because if it doesn't, I hate networking. Destiny, you missed this heated debate today. I'll let you guess what it was about. Their hairlines? Dan is 40, I think, and Mutin is in his late 20s. Aren't these good hairlines for 8? I don't think there's any Problems here? No?
So they actually put him there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's...
Okay, well, this was different, and I think most of this grew back. The problem was this was 2 years after me and Moot had been duo queuing. Mootin, I'm in. Does that give me a video?
Fucking Leon on me, dog! Hit him! Get her! Go down, foot down, down, down! Don't run away, thank you. Fucking kill her. He's gonna miss the W, and I'm gonna rage.
Wait, where's somebody made a good ARC meme? Where was the ARC Raiders meme for the subreddit? And then we'll go back to the watching my country fall apart.
Talking Shun Guy, baby? This retard, this guy's still up here.
There's no way Destiny Scream got that high pitch. That's fake, right? No, I think I was at my house in Omaha, and I had my laptop with me, and I was just, the goal was to just tilt the ever-living fuck out of him, so I was just screaming the whole night.
Should back off. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I didn't. Thanks for the fucking info! It's alright, we're gonna win this game through the top lane. I'm here now, baby. I got level 6, okay? You have downs. Moot, we're supposed to be on the same team.
No! Oh my god, did I? Oh. I thought I just got banned from Discord. Okay. Where's the Unk? Find me the Unk Raiders one. It was on the subreddit yesterday or the day before.
Go Rift, runs mid. Thank you, Steven. You're a genius, dude! How do you do it? You're a fucking statistician! Give me you!
Oh, I thought this was a decent one.
I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better!
He's just never covering any of the entrances. He's just watching me die every time. Okay.
Been caused by a previous administrator. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords.
Drug lords? I'm curious, who even are these people? Are these like criminal, illegal alien arrested, convicted of sexual assault and sodomy of a girl under the age of 13 and procuring a child for prostitution? What is the name? Is his name criminal, illegal alien arrested? Is that his name? Are they just pictures? I wonder if these are even real people, or if they're just AI generated. Because like this isn't a mugshot, right? It looks like this dude's just like in a room. Oh wait, true. It's like the fuck, hold on. Is it this one? Fuck. What's the spooky brain rot song? It should be easy to find this. What? Okay, hold on. Spooky brain rot meme song. How is it hard to find this? It's this song. Wait. But it's got another song. Whatever, I don't care. He's doing the brain rhyming thing. I don't care.
Drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. In California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists.
Any proof for that, retard? Any proof for that they're paid? Who's paying them? We've said this for 10 years. Who's paying them? Hello?
Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country.
Jesus
This is basically no country.
Christ.
Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country.
Are you okay, Chief?
And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job.
This is the song you were thinking of? Yes, it was this one. Thank you. But too late. You missed the meme.
I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman.
You were told? Like, did you do any research on that, or are you literally just repeating shit you saw on your own social media platform? You retarded fuck!
Here's another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing.
Also, I ordered the package I picked up yesterday. I don't know why I was putting this in my room. I'm a fucking retard. 3 feet is a very short distance. I ordered 3 feet cables because I'm like, I don't want extra cable. I don't think these are gonna fucking reach anything. 5 feet, okay. If you're connecting anything in the back of your computer. Fuck! We'll figure it out.
It's a dangerous job. These
I'll
are
figure it
rough. These are rough people.
Yeah?
Weapons.
Weapons?
This one here is very bad.
That one? What did he? Why that one? What?
This one here is very bad.
What did he do? Aggravated assault with a weapon. What? It very bad? Like him especially? What happened?
I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to.
You don't have anything else to do?
This beautiful place in Switzerland, where we'll be. I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for.
Wow.
In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem.
They don't have crime? They don't have crime in Switzerland?
Look.
What switch is this? An overly expensive. It's a Unify XG6 PoE. Now, the problem was some retard in chat recommended this because they're like, oh, this will power your cameras because it's PoE plus. But what he didn't know was I actually needed PoE, or no, I'm sorry. This is PoE plus plus. But what I actually needed for my cameras was PoE plus plus plus. What a fucking retard. So I just have the $600 switch for nothing. But now I'm going to use it because I can use it because I'm using NDI more.
Killed somebody.
Killed somebody?
And these are rough people. These are not. This was all allowed into our.
That's a layer 3 switch, by the way, not unmanaged. Are you sure? Can't you put it in unmanaged mode?
Country through open borders. These dumbest policies. You know, men and women's.
A $50 Cisco switch will do the same shit? First of all, these are 10 gigabit per second ports, or at least some of them are. Secondly, a $50 switch is not giving you PoE plus plus at every port. Not that I need it, but.
Sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice.
After you invaded them and...
Unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved.
Make sure PoE is off for regular devices. You could fry them. It must automatically negotiate that. I don't believe that that's a manual toggle. There's no world where that's the case.
Way I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have oil and even Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah?
There you go. These are real. These are rough. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many.
One out of many?
And these people...
I wonder why these are all from Minnesota. Why are we fixating on Minnesota?
Let's see. Yeah, these are all, so far, people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by
Democrats?
Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden.
All of them were?
You like. You can call them whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones, too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade.
Yeah? How does trade tell us, Trump? How does trade tell us?
You're not getting bored with this, right?
No, we're good. We're good. We love this.
But these are people that you have to see. Strong arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon.
Wow.
And many other crimes.
Strong arm rape. What is...
Many other crimes.
What does strong arm rape mean? Like you're holding them down? Damn.
Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around.
One of the toughest. Known MS-13 gang member.
These are tough people.
Wow, tough.
So this is what the people are trying to protect.
Yeah? That's crazy, man.
All ICE wants to do is get them out of our country.
True.
Bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser.
What a
lightweight.
loser. Don
I saw
Lemon?
him, the way he walked in that church, it was terrible.
Wow.
I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did
was
in that
criminal.
church was horrible.
It was criminal.
Look at this. 24 convictions.
What? 24
times.
24 convictions.
They're not charges. These are convictions.
Wow.
So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right?
He's black.
It doesn't work that way.
And convicted.
He's a man murderer. One of many.
A man murder. 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 What? Nothing else? Just murder. Okay. Days?
One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists,
Oh my God.
troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, and I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it.
Yeah.
But when she was shot,
I clapped.
there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud.
Mm-hmm.
Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt.
Okay. If this switch is managed, then when I plug this into my router, it's going to have to like recognize it and DHCP it and all that bullshit, right? I should plug this into the router, then I should plug both computers into the... I'm just trying to think I'm going to have to turn my stream off all the way. We'll see. We'll figure it out.
Like,
never mind. Don't mind me.
Oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional.
Oh,
These are
professional.
agitators,
Professional.
Professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff.
True.
Look at this.
Hot, hot.
all top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000. 10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. Keeps nodding to me. Do you agree with me, I guess? I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him.
Oh, that's fucking epic, bro. That's epic, bro. Good for you, man.
He's nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So this, we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like, I could go 30 times.
Me too, Trump. Me too.
Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice.
Not good.
Why do we allow them in our country?
True.
Hmm.
Hmm?
I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers. Many murderers.
Many.
People that murdered.
Oh. That's what he means by murderers.
So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible, too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. Unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murder.
Stop fucking doing that. You're making me think I'm unplugging something. What are you talking about? Do you think I need to download some software to configure this via USB? Because nothing's popping up on my computer.
They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way, it was a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing.
It's a terrible.
Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, ooh, I'm glad my
You have to go to its IP retard. I plugged it in via USB retard. If I unplug my Ethernet cable, my stream is going to die.
Wasn't in that socket.
You need to make an account with Unify and then log into the router's IP address. There is no world where that is true. Is that true? Shut up.
I could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So But here is the here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this.
Look at this,
These are
guys.
all- each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's,
What?
it's big stuff too.
Wow. Look at
We
that.
have the hottest country in the world.
Wow. What is he even doing?
I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So, I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation.
Okay.
As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower.
Mm-hmm.
Created super high.
The normal number now.
What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth, and America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than...
Why does your chat always shit on anyone who talks positively about you? How did you cultivate such an audience? It's because we have destiny derangement syndrome, where they try to signal how much they're not circle jerkers, and they do it by being anti-jerkers.
5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country.
I'm going to risk a ban to say you probably can't use USB, but must use a configuration port. Why would that be risking a ban? Why are you acting like I would ban you for something that there is no world where I would ban you for saying that. Why would you? The fact that you preface that message with not to risk a ban, kill your in a video game. I'm just seeing if I can do it via USB. If I can't, I could grab my laptop. Actually, I can just do that.
And we had 5%. Nobody's in
I should ban
ever
that guy.
heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. It shouldn't. In the old
Manager
days, they get good
Unified
numbers,
Network
they'd lower
Server.
interest
Do I
rates.
care about
They
any
wouldn't
of
do
this?
anything.
Do you
They
have
always
to
try
do
and kill
this?
it. They always try and kill success. Over the
I just
last
wanna
20, 25 years.
put the
it's
Ethernet
really-
cable in the
old
port.
Days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting. Maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers, and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon. $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year.
Okay.
In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now all of a sudden she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value.
Damn.
Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country.
Yep, thousands.
And you would have had disinvestment.
Yep.
And you would have had welfare.
Yep.
Going way up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close.
Where that guy said "fuck you"?
2 years ago.
Called you a
And now they
pedophile?
just
That one?
announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars.
That's crazy.
Terrorists did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't.
By the way, how fucking insane. Like, it's one thing to be like, oh, you know, like a judge is corrupt, a judge is what, I mean, you really should never be saying this ever. But, over 1,600 times, judges have unconstitutionally and unlawfully ordered the release of illegal aliens. No democracy can function this way. So are all the judges bad? Is it like, hello? At what point are we like,
Be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back.
Paying it back to who? Is there some crazy fucked up world where Trump loses the tariff case and then it's $200 billion that they would have to pay back? That would go back to the American public. Where Trump says, stimulus time, baby. $200 billion of stimulus.
I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation.
None.
So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. Had a 62% reduction. Next year, we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. And to me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about healthcare. Drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country because we was priced at such
he was
a
gonna
level-
say it, we was kangs.
A country because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place in the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs. Because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did. But it works better for us. Under my leadership, it's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first, we had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like
It doesn't matter where I plug the internet into. I can just plug the internet. I've got ports 1 through 4. I just plug the internet into whatever port, and then the computer's into whatever other ports. It doesn't matter, I'm guessing.
like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers.
Wow.
Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say
that's crazy,
to
chap.
Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border.
He said, I don't give a fuck. I don't need Congress to do anything.
Almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country.
Not even one. Not even
And
a
I find that
single.
hard to believe because you think somebody, because it used to
think at
be
least
millions
one would.
of people just poured into our country.
Not even one.
And the people that do that are Democrat, sort of aligned.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in, and we have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in, so it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember they said, we need legislation.
WAN is meant for your modem connection. I don't think I have a WAN port in this. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. I'm just going to plug shit in. It'll work.
Close the border. They
It'll
had
work.
millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in, and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers,
Yes. Drug dealers,
people from prisons,
rapists,
jails.
thieves.
Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped
And
them
insane
into the
asylums.
United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. They said, you gotta lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working
The farmer
luncheonettes
illegals.
and hotels.
Those in the hotel. Those ones are okay.
We're not looking. We're looking to get the criminals out right now. The
Okay.
Criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory they should be, but we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers.
Now they are.
Mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now.
Wow.
But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. And every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't say, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take them. They say, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country, and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane.
Serious question. Is this real or am I being bamboozled? Usually, for the AI stuff, if you look in the background, that's usually where the details are. So, like, look back here. See how there's like a random thing flying above this guy's head? That's how you can usually tell these are not real videos. See? Like, what is that? It's like weird AI artifacting shit. You can also use context clues sometimes as well. It's like 2 trash cans right next to each other. Why is there an outlet on the wall here in front of the counter? Like, doesn't make sense, you know? Yeah.
So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me. They have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept them back. Cut a record number of
He's still talking to right now?
10 old
This goes on for another hour, 20 minutes. He's still live? What is he talking about?
For every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one edit. Think of that. I went to do 10. My first 4 years I did, when we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year I said you have to cut 10. Huh. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope it can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations.
True.
Regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela.
Wow.
Very quickly. Using tariffs slash the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. Wow. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slashed it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. We did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's a record.
Is this just repeating the same talking points for an hour that we've heard like for 10 years, or is it?
It was 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%.
It's not hard to keep the weave going if he repeats every fucking deranged lie about 10 times. Yeah, seriously, Jesus.
If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing. So we have, we announced our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment, and they were very good, but we could make them great. But we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, I mean, we have jobs where there are 10 people for every job.
Wow.
So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll put
10 people for every one job.
People off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but The good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people, and then they hire another million, and they load it up, and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I want to, when you have good people in the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that. That's 25% of the jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now. Would have I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money by the government.
Yeah.
Good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show, we were at 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they would never cut jobs.
Somebody should make like a movie or just like a video or a skit or whatever, like the world according to conservatives. So you're walking around, there are mansions. All of them are inhabited by single moms because they make so much money in alimony and divorce, and they take all the homes from the hardworking dads. You've got these immigrant communities where everybody's driving an Escalade, everybody's loaded with government welfare. You've got the poor, impoverished people working in the private sector. So you've got your poors working for like Amazon, Google, whatever, and then you've got your incredibly wealthy people working for the government, the people at the DMV that are making bank, that are showing off their flashy watches and their huge mansions and
jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%.
Wait, I thought he said it was 0 people coming through. So wouldn't it be down 100%? Or was he lying about that? Because if we said 99.999%, if there were 10 million people coming through a year, or however much they fucking say, would that still be 1,000 people or 100 people? I don't know. Who knows? Oh.
That means down 100%. 99.999. We want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, 0, and these are government numbers. These are not my numbers.
Oh,
for 8 months in a row,
now?
0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in, unless they came in.
Also, excuse me, these are government numbers, not my numbers. Motherfucker, you are the government. You are the president of the United States. What the fuck does that even mean?
Illegally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration. Because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, in many cases they're criminals in many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people, they're wonderful people, they don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels, they voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America.
Thank you.
These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens.
What does that even mean? Nobody tracks these numbers. And there's no way that number is true. How 100% of the job growth has gone to people born in America? Does anybody even track that? I don't believe that number. Well, obviously. And it's 100%. He doesn't even try to lie.
That's a big thing. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97% down drugs coming in by water. 97%. Nobody ever heard of that before. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97, and we're looking for the 3%. Who the hell are the 3%? They're crazy. But we've taken out
Good meme, sir.
almost
Good meme.
100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Removed tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced.
Who made that argument before? Hold on. Don't mind me. Fuck, I can't link a current time in a live stream.
Removed them from our country. She doesn't in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why would you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they deal with rough people. They're going to make a mistake sometimes. It can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents, and her father in particular, I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, you know, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, another dangerous place. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So in Somalia, the Somalians, you know what they're good at? That's about the only thing.
Can you please turn up the video? No! Everything is too quiet on the internet. I don't know what, or you guys mind-fucked me into thinking that my shit was too quiet. Everything on the internet, here, I don't know, you guys click this video. Is it quiet to you? Because you guys want my mic in the yellows, and it's in the yellows. But now everything on the internet is just quiet. There.
The thing they're good at is they're good at pirating ships.
This is like barely in the, his voice is barely in the acceptable range. What do you want me to say?
Big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil, and if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up. I mean, you talk about a blow up. Bad. We've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance companies, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it, because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat. They don't know what the hell happened. But all of a sudden, there are no pirates at sea. Do you notice? We haven't had a boat taken in a little while. Came out of Somalia, really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Ilan Omar, she comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization on it. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here. And then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand there. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I weren't elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take him out, let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters, one guy's winning by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take this guy out, let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them, but never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully.
Powerfully.
And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage. It talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do that. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever. I said, no, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. They're trying to say that, you know, China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, they're American citizen, they get all the benefits. It has nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what.
Got him. Okay. I'm going to swap all my Ethernet cables, and I'm going to pray that everything... Wait, the audio in the video you linked is way louder than yours. You can hear the background noise, which through your stream is barely noticeable.
They sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard.
Friendships, there's a bunch of different...
Now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to
This is not Destiny.
Right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town. Federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. You notice we took all the fences down?
No, fuck you. It's like the same volume. Fuck you. Stop. You're trolling me.
Almost all the rest are coming down.
Your mic is louder than the video? No, I know my mic is louder than the video. But that's because the video is quiet. And because you're a fucking nerd. Candy Sweet. Candy, spelled incorrectly, C-A-N-D-E-E, in YouTube chat. You are a fucking nerd. I don't have any good nerd soundboard things.
We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know, to me a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, are bad guys. Look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people out, permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals.
Career criminals. Okay. If my stream goes offline, I'm ending it. I'm ending it in a video game. So this shit
Better recognize everything fast, or I'm gonna be hella mad. Hella mad. All right. Good luck. I'll see you on the other side, YouTubers and streamer people. Who, what? No shot. Wait, did that really work that quickly? Am I live? Ha, you're lucky. Wait, my mouse without borders isn't working. Hold on. Refresh. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Criminals. But I feel much better seeing those
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead to the question. Wait, are we on questions? Is he responding to a question or?
people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. But this just began the process.
I'm skipping it because this is fucking boring as fuck. Holy shit.
Pakistan and India, they were entertainment and rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. servicemen. But I was getting, which is the big military base, and deported.
Explain what the fuck is this thing even for that you're installing. So I'm transferring this monitor image from one computer to the other using a web standard for video transfer on the internet called NDI. NDI is a very low CPU footprint, high bandwidth industry standard way of transferring video across local networks. But the problem is it consumes a lot of data. So maybe 300 megabytes per second, maybe, to transfer this image to this computer. If I'm on a switch or a router that has a maximum capacity of 1 gigabit per second. There are times where I'm hitting almost that cap, especially when I'm transferring two images back and forth. And I just, if I have a bigger switch that has a 5 gigabit per second overhead, it just helps with my local network congestion.
Pro-jihad foreign nationals got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they pay the street. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam.
What is this? Like, what is the point of this press conference? Banned for lack of patriotism. Megabits, but yes. Oh, you're right, megabits, my bad. Fuck you. That's a ban. Don't well actually me here.
The insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion, that's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela,
we have so much gasoline.
We have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam, and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy an electric vehicle. I mean, if you think, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. That's having to do with the environment, so ridiculous. Cancel the EPA's absurd, totally absurd, tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands, it made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch.
China is, by the way, is fucking us right now. China, like, at least for the soybean shit that I was reading, China just stopped buying soybeans from us. We sold none, and they're just buying from competitors now. Also, for a pre-paper, I don't know if it's necessarily published yet yesterday, but supposedly, for a variety of reasons, so I believe that long-standing economic thought is that in the long run, consumers and exporters, importers and exporters share about a similar burden for tariffs, which is still bad. So if you get tariff $10, ideally the exporter finds a way to bring costs down $5, and then the consumer will just the importer will just eat a $5 tariff, basically. Apparently, with the most recent round of tariffs and with the tariffs we did in 2019 or whatever that Trump did, apparently the consumer is eating about 100% of the tariffs, that the prices for the exporters are just not changing at all, but the volume is reducing. So they're shipping less to us and just shipping more to other people. The consumer is literally eating 100% of the tariffs. It's just unbelievable. Jesus.
All of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court...
Look at that, 5 gigabit per second current link speed. That's what I'm looking for, baby. Hell yeah.
So sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs.
Sorry, you mean the kill study? 94% are paid by the customer. Good.
And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like this guy named Leonard Leo, bad guy. And people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making more money and building more cars than they are doing so good. All because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. Reopened ANWR for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and put, I say clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. It has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote.
Miners love
We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated, and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left, and they were bad for us. Signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks. Required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home on their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C., or wherever it may be. And we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers, they wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech. Made it the official policy.
Quick break. Software engineers and all work from homers, turn your audio off because you guys are degenerate fucking losers. Fuck you, okay? But the number one reason why they wanted people to come back to work is because managers had to justify all of the bullshit policies they have to keep you on task 24/7, not realizing that the 8 hours a day that they contract you for, you could probably do that work anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours a day, depending on the day. Maybe there are some heavy days where you actually need to work, and the work from home dream shattered that illusion from these fucking retards. There might be some companies where you can make an argument for, you know, like people coming to the office every now and then, especially on more collaborative stuff. But the arbitrary, like, come back to the office. We gotta go back to the office, guys. We gotta go back to the office. What? Because you're too fucking retarded to make your webcam work on Zoom? Old man, get the fuck out of here. This is so fucking stupid.
Of the United States government that there are only two genders. This was not a tough one. Two genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit it.
Epic, bro.
Ban the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because people, it's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case, and I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports. A couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. We banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records. Look at weightlifting records. Look at swimming records. Look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges.
Maybe this is cope, but what are your thoughts on the arguments against work from home having to do with it increasing the likelihood that your work wants you working / available at all hours? Okay, I'm going to be honest. I've been out of the traditional work market in 20 years, but even when I was in the work market, and even in my job was not a job where I could ever work from home, and I was a supervisor, so maybe it was a little different, but I don't know. I feel like my job expected me to be available 24/7 anyway. No? I'm curious. I truly don't know the answer at all to this. If you work on some IT-related or software-related thing, are you kind of sort of always expected to be within phone's reach? And I don't mean like they'll fire you if you aren't, but like it's going to show up on your fucking year-end review as you not being a fucking team player or you not being willing to come in and slurp up some bullshit because somebody missed some. Maybe not. I don't know I don't know how it is or isn't, but at the casino, we started doing this for a while. And then the manager got mad at us, but we would just, as soon as we would clock out, we would always say we started drinking immediately. Even like when day shift would go home, because you text and be like, hey, Sarah didn't show up tonight. Can you come in? And like, oh, sorry, I already started drinking. LOL. And then they can't come in. We would just like text it all. But then the manager started getting fucking mad at us. Fucking Pam. You could be on call. Yeah, but I'm not saying like for a worker that's on call. I'm saying you're like 9 to 5. You're not like paid because if you're an on-call employee, you're supposed to be paid as an on-call employee, right? If you're working 9 to 5 and you clock out at 5, if everything falls apart, fuck you. Hire somebody to do night shift then. What the fuck? But I don't know. On-call engineers are expected to be on 24/7. I'm not talking about on-call people, though. I'm talking about traditional 9 to 5 salary people.
Including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went to grade.
Obviously, if it says on-call as part of your job description, then you probably should be on-call because you're getting paid to be on-call, ideally. So.
Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice. Like deranged Jack Sixsmith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy. And Letitia James is sick. And Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fanny.
Based, my goat Destiny. Talk as if you haven't been a streamer for a decade and therefore out of the working environment.
Shout out to DGG.
Fani. You can't call Fanny. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine? Putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime. Oh, he's wet.
The problem is that some people abuse the fuck out of it and it makes everyone's lives awful. I have this lady who you cannot contact between 7 to 10 a.m. and 2 to 4:30, but can't be fired because she's super senior, forcing people back in filters the abusers. Forcing people back in filters the abusers out as a reset. I mean, if she's scheduled to be working in those hours and she's not available, then fire her. But one thing that management is very good at sometimes, in my opinion, just again, on my old work experience, maybe it's different than what exists now, but like management is very good at like, well, keep in mind also that I was working at a casino during the financial crash. So we were pretty bare bones too, but they will skeleton crew hire a shift. And then if a person calls out or dies, they'll start calling in like swing shift or day shift people. Just kidding. You would ask swing shift to stay late. You would never touch your precious, beautiful day shifters, okay, who can't do fucking anything extra ever, okay? But they'll start asking people to stay late, or they'll try to bring in people for their 6th or 7th day or whatever. And then if you say no, well, management will blame those employees, and employees will take the bait. They'll be like, God, I can't believe Kevin didn't come. I can't believe Kevin didn't stay late yesterday. I can't believe that John wouldn't come in a little bit early and help us. Excuse me. Kevin and John are not fucking slaves. You should be blaming Sarah for not hiring another fucking employee. Hire somebody else, you fucking piece of shit. Hire somebody else. Get another fucking part-time worker or some bullshit. Excuse me. It can't be that your contingency plans are if somebody calls out or dies, then we're about to fucking psychologically rape you for the next 3 weeks until we get another employee on board.
Weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize. I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, no.
When you work in fast food and they call you in on your day off, I don't know if fast food shifts are the way they used to be. Fast food shifts, though, are funny as fuck because it'll be like a 2 hour. Fast food shifts will be like, hey, they'll call you like on a Friday, like, we really need you to come in. And it's like, okay, from when? From 5 to 7. You want me to come in for $11? You want me to fuck my whole night up? Because what the fuck am I doing? 5 to 7? If I wake up at noon, okay, well, I'm not probably going out now because I got to get ready at, 4 o'clock or whatever. 5 to 7? You want me to come in so you can give me a tenner and walk out and fuck my whole evening up? Eat shit.
Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize. I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and BBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember when
There
you
you
go to the
go.
voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times.
And they never schedule you for more than 30 hours per week? True. It's pretty hard working 7 days a week. Wow, 7 days a week? That must be a lot of overtime at least, right? Overtime, motherfucker? I'm scheduled for 27 hours. And I work twice on Sunday.
50% serve 65% more Social Security recipients
fast
by
food.
phone and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the low and I got to cut it out with all these big plants and factories, and that's after 1 year. They have 2 problems: immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back like you.
Oh, he's
That's how
answering questions.
Please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. One, do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And another one,
Wow.
you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you
I did.
expect him to play, especially
big role.
in
I like him.
Venezuela?
Yeah,
And another one, because the Lula...
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world. At the moment, we're talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So 2 questions, Lula.
Well,
and then
look, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever had before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, and we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post?
No, I haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And,
What does that
I like
mean?
both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems, and if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have 2 problems: immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's Prime Minister...
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's Prime Minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And
But why
I
would not
believe
winning that prize
very
affect-
strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask him to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know, think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average, and I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to apply your freedom?
You'll find out.
Mr. President, Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not.
Working from home has the opposite problem when your family expects you to be available when you work. That's your problem. That's called a strategy problem. If you have a work from home job, why the fuck would you ever tell your family you have a work from home job? Just go rent a small office suite or whatever, okay? Get a sick fucking rig, get your Arc Raiders or your Factorio, set the fuck up, and deck it out with a big screen TV and chill. That's your chill place, okay? Your work from home is just going to be your man cave away from home. Your significant other doesn't need to know you have a work from home job, and you just go to the office. Boom, easy. Sorry, I don't know why I just played that. Sorry.
This first thing. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out.
Yo, after listening to this authoritarian ape throw shit at the wall, can you watch this for my god tier prime minister today, the WF? Yes, I will. But I will say, stalking your last messages was pretty funny. Oh, wait, now it's not showing up? Wait. Did I do it backwards? Dan can't stream. Just uninstall, restart PC, install. Just uninstall the game, uninstall the game. Bro. Wait, you're like schizo posting.
The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend. And
Trump used to be more of a normal old person racist, but he seems a lot more racist now since closely associating with Miller. I describe this as like gravity, but I guess you could describe it in other ways. Some people have like very, what would you say, like strong beliefs and personalities, and they tend to kind of like pull people around them more into their belief system. Like I would say, like it's probably true of most, I would imagine, political streamers. Like I have a very strong gravity. If I spend a lot of time around people, I think over time they're probably going to start to migrate towards me. I'm pretty stubborn about my views, and I think about them, right? Because I'm a political streamer. This is probably true for most political streamers, like Nick Fuentes, or these people are going to have high gravity. And then some people are especially not persuadable. What is like the innocent, naive word for like they're very easily influenced? There's a word I'm looking for. Not gullible, not suggestible, impressionable, maybe is the word I was looking for. Some people are very breedable and impressionable, and they very quickly change depending on who's talking to them. And Trump, I think, is a very impressionable, kind of like weak belief person because he doesn't have very many strong beliefs. So yeah, if you hear him getting more racist or like more like white nationalisty, it's probably going to be a reflection of the people that he hangs around. So like Stephen Miller are where these like low IQ talking points and everything are coming from, more so than him genuinely becoming a fucking like Trump could never be a real Nazi. He doesn't have, as crazy as it is, he doesn't have like the depth of character to possess that level of ideological commitment. He just can't. He just doesn't. He's just not that kind of person. He couldn't, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He just can't. He would be like, even if he was a Nazi, he would just do it to follow a trend. He would be too stupid to have any strong commitment to it. Why is there a baby crying in my hallway?
Also pay down debt for the country, but we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. We'd probably set a limit of income limit where it made sense, but we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last night on True Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government...
Wait, who? What is he talking about there?
Essentially just do a lease and sell it. Originally we're going to do it. They were talking...
So you backed that deal. The plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back.
To the people of our
country. On True Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity.
Diego Garcia base in Mauritius? I don't know anything about that. Okay.
Previously talking about doing it's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but...
The Chagos Islands? Don't know anything about it.
should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall
I
of the
did a
regime.
good job. I did a good job.
The Syrian government the last 2 weeks had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
Well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world.
Worst in the
So
world.
they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching it.
President Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028. But what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often. And somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship. They're really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
Thank you, President Trump. You spoke earlier.
Mr. President, you've been here from Alex.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Cashionova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering?
I'm sorry, are you Ryan Gosling? Is this Drive? Why does she have fingerless gloves on? What are we doing here?
With the 2020 election, and would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
We'll have to use something else. I mean, look,
use force?
take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go completely out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that. But we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, Davos. And we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. Because, Emmanuel's not going to be there very long. And, there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron. But he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think, I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thanks so much, Mr. President.
I've never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good structural floor. This used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happen. But we need a good structure here, don't we? Huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government. What will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing for us, but we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds. That's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give
What happened with the Kurds a long time ago, back when Trump was president in his first term?
a review of what we can expect as far as laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months, and I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, and this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. Because a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. You take a look at their energy policy, they're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Let's call it.
I do. I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. One or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During
Go ahead,
second,
please. Go ahead.
One question about Bitcoin.
Yes? The red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows the majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden?
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12
Question for MAGA. Has any other lawmaker repeated the same talking points in an interview? The way that Trump does? No, nobody else does. I don't know. We need to figure out some way to like get like 10 Trump supporters in a room, just ask them questions like that. Like, how do you feel when he reads executive orders? How do you feel when he? But I feel like the answers would be very disappointing. I don't think we would feel good about it. They would just say, "Oh, he's just staying on message," or so. I don't know. I feel like it would just be dumb. It wouldn't be. Yeah.
I mean, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last time. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states.
Wow.
$1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5. In some cases, $6 or $7. We're at $1.99, and energy is so big that with energy,
I might watch this later. I don't know. We'll see. This person spent months working on this video. Source: Destiny YouTube 2025. I know that I suck at timelines, but I feel like this was a little bit longer ago. No, 2025. Wrong year, my bad. I think it was actually 2023. 2022, never mind. Based. Queen.
energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I said, I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with.
Destiny, it's really bad. They say you sexually harassed them because you said you saw a doll getting cummed on in their background. Okay.
Venezuela, and by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. I mean, the Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more. Go ahead, go, yes.
I want to ask you about Iran. Is the military option still on the table? And can you assure us that the killing in Iran has stopped? And when regard to the Peace Council, which members have to pay $1 billion?
So with Iran, are you from Iran?
No, I cover the White House.
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people. And I let them be known that...
That means she's born in America, by the way.
And we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people. And they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table? Go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any. What improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about millions of people. You multiply it times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan, that could have been 10, 15, 20 million people. Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people. So that to me is the big thing. What?
You suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why a positive story about the economy isn't getting through is because of bad communications people. But are average Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they?
So I think a lot of people are listening to the fake news a little bit, and I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability, and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down. Many of the groceries have come way down. It's all happening, and it's happening strong. But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices now.
Trump administration concedes Doge team may have misused Social Security data. Some Doge personnel had more access to data than previously acknowledged, according to a court filing. Notice of corrections to the record. Defendant Social Security Administration has reviewed records of and relating to data access of SSA's former Doge team for audit and litigation purposes based on its review of records obtained during or after October 2025. SSA identified communications, use of data, and other actions by the then SSA Doge team that were potentially outside of SSA policy and or non-compliant with the district court's March 20th, 2025 temporary restraining order. SSA notified the undersigned DOJ attorneys on December 10th, 2025 of its concerns. Following further diligence and review by SSA into these matters, which were necessary for SSA and the undersigned counsel to understand the facts surrounding the SSA Doge team's actions, defendants now respectfully notify the court as follows. For the avoidance of doubt, undersigned counsel clarified that the information contained in this notice was relayed to the undersigned counsel by SSA representatives. Counsel will promptly inform the court if the information within their possession changes. As of Monday, March 24th, 2025, SSA revoked all SSA Doge teams members' access to SSA systems containing personally identifiable information or systems of record. SSA believed that statement to be accurate at the time it was made. SSA has now determined that during the morning of Monday, March 24th, 2025, one member of the then SSA team, Doge team, ran PII searches on SSA's copy of the Numident within the Enterprise Data Warehouse, with the last search occurring on or about 9:30 a.m. ET. Doge team members' access to all PII within SSA systems terminated on or about noon that same day at March 24th, 2025, before the filing of the declaration at ECF 56. I'll get to the Mark Carney thing, and I'll get to the Channel 5 thing, okay? And maybe the SLOP tuber about us. Mark Carney, Channel 5, Destiny SLOP tuber. Okay, I got it on the agenda, all right. Mr. Dudek's March 24th, 2025 declaration also stated that the Doge defendants have never had access to SSA systems of record. SSA believed that statement to be accurate at the time it was made, and SSA believes it to be accurate today. However, SSA has determined that on March 3rd, 2025, 3 weeks prior to entry of the TRO, an SSA Doge team member copied Mr. Steve Davis, who was then a senior advisor to defendant U.S. Doge Temporary Organization, as well as a Doge-affiliated employee at the Department of Labor, on an email to Department of Homeland Security. The email attached an encrypted and password-protected file that SSA believes contained SSA data. Despite ongoing efforts by SSA's Chief Information Office, SSA has been unable to access the file to determine exactly what it contained. From the explanation of the attached file and the email body, and based on what SSA had approved to be released to DHS, SSA believes that the encrypted attachment contained PII derived from SSA systems of record, including names and addresses of approximately 1,000 people. It is unclear if the password to access the file was shared with Mr. Davis or the DOL Doge employee. Therefore, although it was and remains accurate that USDS has never had access to SSA systems of record, the March 3rd communication said that Mr. Davis contained data derived from SSA systems of record. Wait, what is this? No headlines, and nobody will ever carry any of this. But if this was about liberals or Obama or Biden, this 1,000 people thing would have so much conspiratorial nonsense around it. Or I say nonsense, it's not even nonsense. What are the 1,000 people that Doge is requesting PII from the Social Security Administration for? SSA's review identified an instance where SSA granted access to PII profiles to a Doge team member, but the access granted was never utilized. And then it was revoked. The employee never used it. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, hold up. Also in his March 12th declaration, Mr. Rousseau attested that the overall goal of the work performed by SSA's Doge team is to detect fraud, waste, and abuse in SSA programs, and to provide recommendations for action to the acting commissioner of SSA, the SSA Office of the Inspector General, and the Executive Office of the President. Further, in defendants' TRO opposition, defendants argued that the SSA Doge team had a need to access SSA records because the Doge team exists under Executive Order 14,158 to modernize technology and to maximize efficiency and productivity within SSA. SSA believed those statements to be accurate at the time they were made, and they are largely still accurate. However, SSA determined in its recent review that in March 2025, a political advocacy group contacted 2 members of SSA's Doge team with a request to analyze state voter rolls that the advocacy group had acquired from the Social Security Administration, or that they had acquired from some other Doge activity. The advocacy group's stated aim was to find evidence of voter fraud and to overturn election results in certain states. In connection with these communications, one of the Doge team members signed a voter data agreement in his capacity as an SSA employee with the advocacy group. He sent the executed agreement to the advocacy group on March 24th, 2025. At this time, there's no evidence that SSA employees outside of the involved members of the Doge team were aware of the communications with the advocacy group, nor were they aware of the voter data agreement. This agreement was not reviewed or approved through the agency's data exchange procedures. SSA first learned about this agreement during a review unrelated to this case in November 2025. I mean, that's kind of fucking insane, but okay. Blah, 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 blah. This is just summarizing what we read. Whatever. Why is he shooting himself in the hand? Clark Kent threatens a police officer with his powers. He's Superman. Well, he doesn't have powers. What, did he shoot laser eyes and fly?
Next in the global economy, which makes this a fitting moment to introduce a former hockey player, the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. The ability to remain calm in fast-moving, high-pressure moments has defined Mark's career. In 2008, he led the Bank of Canada and helped steer his economy through the worst market turmoil in all our lives, in our generation. In the aftermath of Brexit, he became the first non-Brit to serve as a governor of the Bank of England. And last year, he was elected very deservingly as Prime Minister for Canada, at what may be one of the most pivotal moments in modern Canadian history. Today, Prime Minister Carney is focused on making Canada a place where it's easier to build, simpler to trade, smarter to invest in, and build more unity across its nation. For 41 million Canadians, the world's 10th largest economy, he is a steady and thoughtful leader, and I am proud to call him a friend. Please.
Wait. Look at this shit. KINO memes, you're now a prophet. Wait, has my Has this Twitter fan group been co-opted by actual Taliban or Afghanistan fighters? The Mujahideen. This community is dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters of Afghanistan, not a cult. The migration of Tira. Wait, what?
अगर हमने और आपने हिम्मत की और 8 तारीख को हमने पाकिस्तान
Hello?
किया और पाकिस्तान की सड़क वो एक फलाना इमाम की ताकत से निकलेगा.
Guys? Hello?
सुहेल आफरीदी के कराची दौरे के दौरान कराची की सड़कों पर तो कोई न निकला. अचकजई और मजहबी ढोंगी की लाहौर आमद से क्या हुआ? कुछ भी हासिल न हुआ, बल्कि इन बदनस्लों को इनकी औकात याद दिला दी गई. मगर
Wait, I don't know if they're about to start showing people getting executed or whatever. Do you think they're actual, like, people, or do you think it's just, like, bots?
Now, the battle of the future will not be won by a single arm or even a single service. It will be a national level enterprise.
Wait. Wait a second. A little bit? Like a little bit? Am I face blind to myself? What?
Please join me in welcoming Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney.
Thank you very much, Larry. I'm going to start in French, and then I'll switch back to English. Merci, Larry.
Thank you, Larry. It is both a pleasure and a duty to be with you tonight in this pivotal moment that Canada and the world are going through. Today I will talk about a rupture in the world order, the end of a pleasant fiction and the beginning of a harsh reality, where geopolitics, where the large main power geopolitics is submitted to no limits, no constraints. On the other hand, I would like to tell you that the other countries, especially...
Wait, how do you feel about Mark joining Gaza's Board of Peace? LOL. Think that means he paid the $1 billion to... Who's Mark?
The intermediate powers like Canada are not powerless. They have the capacity to build a new order that encompasses our values.
Oh, Carney. Oh. Rute? Who? I don't even know what you're... Okay.
Such as respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the various states. The power of the less power starts with honesty.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And in it, he asked a simple question: how did the communist system sustain itself? And his answer began with a greengrocer. Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window: "Workers of the world unite." He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places a sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down. For decades. For decades.
I think this is kind of what I was talking about, where I say that, like, it feels like for the past year, nobody really believed that the United States is doing what it's doing, and everybody's living in this collective delusion. Like, Europe doesn't really want to abandon NATO. Countries don't really want to start looking at a post-America trade world. People don't really want to believe that somebody like Trump and that is going to be able to basically do unilaterally 4 years of U.S., I guess, military and trade policy. But like at some point, I don't know if the world can persist for 4 years pretending it's just going to go back to normal, or if there's going to be some reshuffling kind of the world order where people are like, okay, well, we need to start looking at things post-America. And it sounds like, Carney's like, okay, guys, time to wake the fuck up.
Countries like Canada prospered under what we call the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window.
Do you think investing in European defense companies would be a good investment now they have to start building? To be honest, I keep describing this delusion. I still live fully in this delusion, by the way. I don't want to move on from the current world order, and I'm hoping in 4 years we kind of go back to something else. So who knows?
We participated in the rituals, and we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable.
Yep. Like, you can do this. Every country can be an island. Every country can strive for autarky. Every country can try to do everything on its own. It's just unbelievably less efficient. Did you guys ever do the thing in class where there were like 20 of you and the teacher split you into 2 halves, and half of you had to make a sandwich, and then the other half of you were like on an assembly line, and you each made like 5 sandwiches down the line? Did anybody ever do this? Anybody know this? It's to illustrate the idea that like specialization and the sign with the side that has the assembly line can create 20 sandwiches faster than the other side did. Nobody did this experiment or whatever? No, okay. It was to show a point to the class where it's like, oh, look, like if all of you are making it on your own individually, it's not as fast as people working in an assembly line. And specialization in a lot of different ways, it just yields better benefits for comparative advantage. Having every country do their own defense, having every country manage their own trade, having every country do all this stuff might be necessary in the future because the United States is suiciding itself. But it's a shittier future for everybody. It's just worse. You're just worse off in every way.
And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options, in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price.
Yep.
But that cost of strategic autonomy of
I hate listening to this fucking guy talk because it's just like, he just sounds like a guy who, actually, it's him with Hunter Biden when he talks about legal stuff. And I guess it's because he went to Yale or whatever. He sounds like a guy who just knows things. He's just like, he's not a fucking retard. But like, this should be your bare minimum expectation for like a world leader, especially for the strongest country. But he's a smart guy. But I'm saying smart, but like, just like bare minimum smart, right? Like risk management has downsides. That's true. One of the biggest complaints I always have when I listen to anybody talk about anything is like, why don't you ever analyze both sides of this transaction, right? Risk management has downsides. That's why you calculate what your risk is. You know, like you can safeguard against every single risk, but at some point it becomes so prohibitively expensive that you're better off just taking on some risk, right? But I don't even know. I shouldn't even have to explain this.
Sovereignty can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper than everyone building their own fortresses.
Yep.
Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality. We must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid. And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter, and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence, given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home. Since my government took office, we have cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains, and business investment. We have removed all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. We are fast-tracking $1 trillion of investments in energy, AI, critical minerals, new trade corridors, and beyond. We're doubling our defense spending by the end of this decade, and we're doing so in ways that build our domestic industries. And we are rapidly diversifying abroad. We've agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the EU, including joining SAFE, the European Defense Procurement Arrangements. We have signed 12 other trade and security deals on 4 continents in 6 months. The past few days, we've concluded new strategic partnerships with China and Qatar. We're negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur. We're doing something else. To help solve global problems, we're pursuing variable geometry. In other words, different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. So on Ukraine, we're a core member of the Coalition of the Willing and one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense and security. On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future. Our commitment to NATO's Article 5 is unwavering. So we're working with our NATO allies, including the Nordic-Baltic Gate, to further secure the alliance's northern and western flanks, including through Canada's unprecedented investments in over-the-horizon radar, in submarines, in aircraft, and boots on the ground, boots on the ice. Canada strongly opposes tariffs over Greenland and calls for focused talks to achieve our shared objectives of security and prosperity in the Arctic. On plurilateral trade, we're championing efforts to build a bridge between the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the European Union, which would create a new trading bloc of 1.5 billion people. On critical minerals, we're forming buyers clubs anchored in the G7 so that the world can diversify away from concentrated supply. And on AI, we're cooperating with like-minded democracies to ensure that we won't ultimately be forced to choose between hegemons and hyperscalers. This is not naive multilateralism, nor is it relying on their institutions. It's building coalitions that work, issues by issue, with partners who share enough common ground to act together. In some cases, this will be the vast majority of nations. What it's doing is creating a dense web of connections across trade, investment, culture, on which we can draw for future challenges and opportunities. Argue the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. But I'd also say that great powers...
Wait, I don't get that. Wait.
What it's doing is creating a dense web of connections across trade, investment, culture, on which we can draw for future challenges and opportunities. Argue the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
Oh, I get it.
But I'd also say that great powers can afford for now to go it alone. They have the market size, the military capacity, and the leverage to dictate terms.
What do you think MAGA's reaction will be to the speech? They won't. MAGA doesn't engage with or interact with anything on a foreign policy level. Nobody even knows who this guy is.
Middle powers do not. But when we only negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. This is not sovereignty. It's the performance of sovereignty while accepting subordination. In a world of great power rivalry, the countries in between have a choice: compete with each other for favor or to combine to create a third path with impact. We shouldn't allow the rise of hard power to blind us to the fact that the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong if we choose to wield them together. Which brings me back to Havel. What does it mean for middle powers to live the truth? Well, first, it means naming reality. Stop invoking rules-based international order as though it still functions as advertised. Call it what it is, a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. When middle powers criticize economic intimidation from one direction but stay silent when it comes from another, we are keeping the sign in the window. It means building what we claim to believe in. Rather than waiting for the old order to be restored, it means creating institutions and agreements that function as described. And it means reducing the leverage that enables coercion. That's building a strong domestic economy. It should be every government's immediate priority. And diversification internationally is not just economic prudence, it's a material foundation for honest foreign policy, because countries earn the right to principled stands by reducing their vulnerability to retaliation. So Canada. Canada has what the world wants. We are an energy superpower. We hold vast reserves of critical minerals. We have the most educated population in the world.
That's true.
Our pension funds are amongst the world's largest and most sophisticated investors. In other words, we have capital, talent. We also have a government with immense fiscal capacity to act decisively. And
I don't exactly know how they did it because I would have to read into their banking system. It was too, I just didn't understand enough about monetary policy at the time. But somehow with the way they do their banking system, Canada was able to somehow largely weather the 2007, 2008, the financial collapse. Like, I think it impacted them less than like almost any other country on the planet, even though they're literally our neighbor. I don't know exactly how they did it, but it was some, yeah. Mark Carney did that, by the way. Yeah, I don't know how, but it was impressive.
We have the values to which many others aspire. Canada is a pluralistic society that works. Our public square is loud, diverse, and free. Canadians remain committed to sustainability. We are a stable and reliable partner in a world that is anything but. A partner that builds and values relationships for the long term. And we have something else. We have a recognition of what's happening and a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation. It calls for honesty about the world as it is. We are taking the sign out of the window. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers. The countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and the most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power. But we have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together. That is Canada's path. We choose it openly and confidently, and it is a path wide open to any country willing to take it with us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister. I don't think I've seen many standing ovations at Davos, so that was interesting. You said there was a phrase in your speech where you said sovereignty now is the ability to withstand pressure. Isn't Canada almost uniquely vulnerable to pressure because of the extent of your trade dependence on the United States?
Yep.
Well, the proof is that we have been able to withstand the pressure, and there has been considerable pressure. I'll give you a couple of facts. We've actually created more jobs since the tariffs were put on than the United States in absolute number. Economy is growing at the second fastest rate within the G7.
An absolute number with 1/6 of the population.
It's not there. There are pockets of extreme pressure without question in Canada. But headline, we're reacting. The second thing, and it's a fundamental point, is the recognition that we can give ourselves far more than any foreign country can take away. There's lots of efficiencies in having one Canadian market, the $1 trillion of domestic investment, and building these parts.
Destiny, explain. Well, you would expect a per capita number there. They have 1/7 of our population, I think. Is it Canada like? No. Canada has more people than that. 1/6? Canada population, 41 million. No, 1/8, maybe? They have far fewer people, but they created more jobs in an absolute number than us. That's an impressive thing.
Partnerships abroad, all of which are bigger returns than what's been lost. That's not to say we would rather not lose it, but we can withstand the pressure, and we are.
And I was interested that you said basically the old world's not coming back. So you're not seeing this as a period where you just have to get through and normalcy will return.
I think that is our view, and we regret it, but we're not going to sit around and mourn it. We're acting, and we're acting in a way both that's in our interests, but we believe in a way with others that's building imperfectly in steps a new system. I'll give you one example and hand back, which is we are members of trade agreements that comprise already 1.4 billion people around the world. So we have the most extensive network. We are trying with others to bring some of those networks together. The most prominent example is the Trans-Pacific Partnership in the EU, acting as a bridge. It's not a direct benefit for Canada, but it is a benefit for Canada that these groups come together, and Ngozi is here, consistent with the WTO rules, both of which are, and in that way we're building back out amongst willing partners.
And you talked about the need not to put the sign in the window anymore, to pretend that things are still the same. Do you think, to put it directly, that the NATO alliance is still doing that, still pretending it's the old transatlantic partnership, when it's really kind of going?
Well, I think clearly NATO is experiencing a test right now, and the first response to that test has to be to respond in a way that ensures the security of the Arctic in a robust way for all possibilities. This is actually a point that we have been making in recent years. It's a point that I made at the NATO summit back in June, which seemed like a pledging summit, but also was to get NATO policies in the right direction. So I think in the immediate term, one of the imperatives is to reinforce things that Canada is doing, Nordic Baltic 8 are doing, the UK are doing, other NATO partners, France included, in a comprehensive way that provides much greater security in the Arctic. This is the test, and so I wouldn't say the NATO sign stays in the window, but we've got to meet the moment of that.
You also, a big theme of your speech was the need for middle powers to work together. Yeah. But you've just been to the other great power, to China. And I think people are very intrigued by seeing that meeting. And some people say, kind of, that's a mistake, really, because you're going to make yourself more dependent on China. They're not that benign either. The US will be very annoyed. What's the defense of what you're doing, and what do you have to get out of it?
Well, the first thing is to say it's not a defense. It's an. I know the way you frame the question, but it's offense. It's building out. It's something positive as opposed to against. We're for something as opposed to being against. The second is, there are very clear guardrails in that relationship. I spoke of calibration of relationships in my remarks. That's what I mean by it. But within those clear guardrails are huge opportunities in energy, both clean and conventional, obviously in motor vehicles, in agriculture, in financial services, all of which is mutually beneficial. So it's additive, and look, it's the second largest economy and it's our second largest trading partner. We should have a strategic partnership with them within those guardrails, and that's what we've achieved.
And it is an interesting reversal, though, because I think certainly during the Biden administration, there was this sense that the Western world was trying to decouple from China, or de-risk at least, and is now in this new world that really going to go into reverse, and de-risking from China, because there are other risks, is less of a thing.
You need, again, many in this room, this is their livelihood, you need a web of connections. And to miss out in that web some of the largest ones, United States, we already have that, China, India, Mercosur, European Union, that's a mistake. That's not managing your relationships properly. That makes you stronger, makes you more resilient. And then on top of that, I'll give you again, I'll appeal since it's in the headlines to the Nordics. Nordics plus Canada, it's 20% of global GDP. It's not the first thing people would realize, but that relationship, which is deepening for security reasons, because we're like-minded, those are the types of partnerships that I think we'll see more of.
And you got a round of applause when you said something strong about standing on principle on Greenland. Do you think we can find an off-ramp on that? I mean, I'm sure you'll speak of it, but put it this way, if there isn't an off-ramp, where does this go?
I strongly believe that there's a better outcome that come from the discussions that have been catalyzed in an unusual way, admittedly, but and we absolutely stand by the principles that I referenced. That solution starts with security, and security, yes, of Greenland, but more broadly of the Arctic.
None of what he's saying about trade has any fucking meaning. It's all rhetoric, dog slop. Metalloid, yes, I understand. He cannot fix every single problem that the world has in 2 months. I understand. Yes, Metalloid, we get it. Thank you, sir. Jesus.
Canada is foursquare contributing to that. We're at the start of a major ramp up above and beyond, so we'll be a major contributor to that. NATO has to deliver on that. We're working intensively in order to do it. As well, prosperity for the people of Greenland. In the end, it comes back to the people there, and there are opportunities to do that in ways that would strengthen all of the alliance.
And when President Trump says, oh, Greenland's under threat from Russia, even from China, is that for real?
I would say that there are threats. Russia is without question a threat in the Arctic. Without question. Russia does lots of horrible things, and I'll take the opportunity to condemn their unjustified and horrific assault on Ukraine, almost at its fourth year. They are a real threat in the Arctic, one against we need to protect, which is why we have 364 5-day air, sea, and land presence. It's why we're adding to our submarine fleet, adding to our air fighter fleet, why we're building out over-the-horizon radar to protect from Russian missile threats and others, and why we will work with our NATO partners. The threat is more prospective than actual at this stage in terms of actual activity in the Arctic, and we intend to keep it that way.
Another big issue that's going to come up this week is this board of peace that President Trump is keen on. I'm not sure whether it's for Gaza or for the entire world, but apparently Canada's been invited. Are you going to join?
We have been invited, and let me start by, I think we should recognize the progress that has been made in at least getting towards the end of the first phase of this process, and the activation, if I can put it that way, of the process to set up the Board of Peace is the start of phase 2. Our view is, and that's to be welcomed, and this is a positive vehicle. Our view is we need to work on the actual structure of the vehicle. You just referenced, is it for Gaza? Well, the UN resolution, Security Council Resolution 2803, references a board of peace for Gaza. That's where we see it becoming immediately operative, and it needs to be, in our view, it's better to be designed in that way for the immediate needs there. There are many other needs around the world. First point. Second point, it needs to coincide with the immediate full flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. We are still not where we need to be. Conditions still are horrific. So that needs to come alongside. We think there's aspects of the governance and the decision-making process that could be improved, but we will work with others, obviously work with the United States, because we will do anything that we can to improve the situation, the horrific situation there, and to move onto a path to a true two-state solution.
There's a suggestion you can get permanent membership of the Board of Peace by ponying up $1 billion. You going to write a check for that?
We would write checks and deliver in kind to improve the welfare of the people of Palestine. But we want to see it delivered direct to those outcomes promoting peace, and so the mechanics and how it works that way.
Okay, final question. President Trump and a lot of people who agree with him condemn globalism a lot. And I suspect, you would be the kind of epitome of a globalist. You worked for Goldman Sachs, I believe. You were a central banker. You're comfortable and lived in several countries. Is globalism, first of all, is it a thing? And is it over?
I think, well, look.
Banker.
Understanding how the world works, having appreciation for other cultures, understanding the connections, and being able to, or at least appreciating ways that how we connect, whether it's through technology, trade, investment, culture, can enrich our lives, and that's a good thing, and also help solve problems. Being detached from where you live and the broader needs of society, there is an epithet for that. I don't know that the G word is the one. There's certainly what we're finding, to go back to the points I was making, is that there are a number of like-minded countries that want to work through partnership to achieve those goals for their citizens and for the world more broadly. The call is for more to recognize what's really going on right now and to pool their resources to the benefit of citizens. So it won't be global, it won't cover the globe, but it will be more powerful.
Okay, Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed.
Wow. What a guy. I don't know if I'm going to watch. I'm probably not going to watch this original one because fuck this guy. Because he seems fucking retarded. So, Channel 5 released an interview with Nick Shirley that's about an hour long. Apparently, the full interview is a little over 2 hours. And Nick Shirley accuses them of cutting a bunch of stuff out. He accuses Andrew of cutting a bunch of stuff out, basically. And then apparently Andrew released a video today about it. Link me this video that he released today. It's on Patreon right now. Well, I thought there was an X post where he... The original accusation. Andrew Callahan. Okay, good one.
And
Wait. Destiny, why does it say maybe slop tuber later? Where? Oh, that's the Ren tag. I didn't know you were saying that. Okay, sorry. All right.
I also learned a great lesson here. So the other week, I sat down with Andrew Callahan in Channel 5 to do a sit-down podcast-style interview for his channel. And when he goes and posts the video, I see he just posted an hour-long interview. I said, well, that's weird, because we actually spoke for around 2.5 hours. And then I go and watch the interview. I'm saying, well, what is this? This is not what happened. For instance, this clip right here.
What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering?
Yeah.
Nashville's
doing good. Phoenix is doing good.
Prospering right now.
For instance, this clip right here.
What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering?
Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of...
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Denver.
What does he mean by prospering? Are we saying New York City
Are we saying Seattle, San Francisco, LA, San Diego? Are these cities not prospering? Are they? What does he mean by? How is he defining prospering?
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering. All right, so that's the clip Andrew posted, but this is the actual interaction of how it went.
Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering. It's not.
See, you can't answer the question. It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
I agree that Democrat-run states are doing badly.
Kind of weird that Andrew didn't.
He shouldn't have granted that. Yeah, I don't know what that edit makes Andrew look a lot better for sure as well. Yeah,
Put that in, right? Maybe his like base or something would not be happy with that response.
we watched this already, by the way, but I wasn't paying attention, so we're watching it again.
Because he obviously got caught lying. And anyways, let's move over to the next topic when we're talking about Somalians being known for pirating, as 89% of the fraud that has been charged inside of Minnesota is by Somalians. This is the interaction that Andrew posted.
Somali community, or do you see it as both?
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can. I don't know. I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
This is like 89% of the individuals regarding the Feeding Our Future organization. 89% of those people were Somalis. Not 89% of all the fraud in the state is Somalis, but I mean.
You're right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. And when I go, this is what happens when I show him the fact that 89% of the people who have been charged for fraud in Minnesota.
With that one case.
Are Somalians.
With that one case.
This is what Andrew had to say. But remember, he conveniently left this out of the interview.
89% of those charged in connection with major. Wow, identified as Somali Americans. Well, looks like we got to redo it. I'm interested to see what you put in this interview. It looks like there's a problem with fraud.
So there you go. That's just two examples from the interview with Andrew Callahan, where he literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's like very benevolent of him to do by any means. But I promise you guys, if I ever do an interview with anyone, you're gonna get the full product, because I think that's just like the most benevolent thing to do. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed and you guys were able to see through what I just showed you. The full interview is up on my second channel.
Okay. Andrew's been traveling through Greenland, but just filmed a full response to Nick Shirley's claims. We'll be dropping our coverage of a Renee Good vigil we attended in Minnesota tomorrow, and then Andrew's full response to Nick the following day. Supposedly,
this is super important.
Shut up.
Man.
Nick Shirley response vid is up on our Patreon. Will be up on YouTube later today. Well, I can't even watch this right now then, so fuck you guys. If I watch the new... Oh shit, I have not. KRAZAM video? Hold on. Hold up. Have you watched Sam Harris on Scott Galloway's show? Sam says he blames the theft just as much as he blames the right. You mean blames the left just as much as he blames the right for Trumpism. Sam Harris is... He's not as brain broken as the others, but he's brain broken a little bit on some things. Also, I don't know how much I trust the Scott Galloway guy right now. We'll see. Whoa. Whoa, too fast.
Hey, friend. You want to give us the password to this little number over here?
What? Oh my God, that's my hard drive from middle school. How did you get that?
You want to give it up, or should we do this the hard way?
What's going on here? Who the hell are you? Hey, how did you get that? That's my keyboard. Oh, no. Hey, listen. Look, I'm sorry I reacted that way, okay? But you really don't have to...
Oh, calm down. It's just F12. You can still use Vim.
I just had those keycaps replaced. Those are double-shot PBT. Do you know how much those cost? I had to loop the switches by... Oh!
It's a beautiful keyboard you got here. It really breaks my heart to see it being treated like this. It doesn't have to be this way. If you give us the password, or we use the big guns.
Oh, no. Password! Ow! Fine, I'll give you the damn password. It's...
Data. You promised us data, Christina. Yes, the model craves data. We need more.
Our crawlers have mined every bit of data there is.
Our evals are flats. You must take action.
We've recently spun up a new Tiger team. An elite force tasked with the procurement of a rare new data never before ingested.
Rare data? What rare data could possibly still be uncrawled?
I'm talking about cringe. prepubescent millennial cringe. Data hidden from the internet for decades by virtue of its sheer shame to its creator.
Hunting down cringe. We will break those sick freaks.
The password is turn my swag on. 913 exclamation point.
Jackpot.
Jackpot? What do you mean jackpot? What's jackpot about that hard drive? Nothing. What are you jackpotting for?
Hey, boss. Yeah, you're gonna want to see this.
Oh, you're gonna want to see what? My AIM chat logs with my middle school girlfriend? I used to write raps to her. Is that what you want to see?
And if you'll excuse me, it seems our team has just made another breakthrough.
This is the best stash of cringe we've cracked in weeks. The next training run's gonna pop.
You can't train with that, man. Please, I'm begging you.
We're gonna train on all the data we can get our hands on. We're building the greatest model the internet has ever known.
Well, that data was for me. It was never supposed to go on the internet.
But now everyone can enjoy it. Excellent work, gentlemen.
Well, hold on now. He's got more.
If you don't index the data, I can get you something better. Something even more cringe.
I'm listening.
My next door neighbor used to be this notorious bully. He picked on this one kid in the 8th grade, used to steal all of his things and keep them as trophies. Socks, hats, Pokemon cards, you name it, he stole it. One day the bully goes fishing into this kid's backpack. What does he find? A folder full of fan fiction of a cartoon children's show. Dialogue so cringe, it'd make you want to rip your eyes out.
Incredible.
Address? 89 Carroll Street.
I want that data hunted and ingested by morning. Oh, and Scott, I want that hard drive added to the training set straight away.
No, that's not what we discussed! No!
It's here. I can smell it.
Yeah, I can't wait to get my hands on that nerd stuff.
He picked on this one kid in the 8th grade, used to steal all of his things and keep them as trophies. Socks, hats, Pokemon cards, you name it, he stole it. He picked on this one kid in the 8th grade. He picked on this one kid in the 8th grade.
Wait! Yes, I wrote cringe, all right? Nuclear cringe. But you know what? Writing it helped me understand myself. It made me who I am today. And what, we're just gonna sell that all out so some model somewhere can get some more points on some benchmark? It's wrong. We should be free to make cringe without fear. Please. I'm begging you. That story cannot see the light of day.
Some things are better left uncrawled.
This video was sponsored by Cloudflare. You think you know Cloudflare? Yeah, Cloudflare does DNS. Yeah, Cloudflare does DDoS protection. Duh. Guess what, buddy? Cloudflare does a lot more than that, all right? Let me show you this. R2, unlimited egress storage in the cloud. Throw your logs in there. Throw your images in there. Throw your 4K positive affirmation videos for site reliability engineers in there, all right? You can. Unlimited egress.
Wow.
You think I'm making it up? Look it up. That's true. That's real. Stop wasting your time with a bunch of different sign-ins and logins and emails. You go to Cloudflare, you got everything you need out of the box. Am I taking crazy pills? No, it's real. It's fantastic. It's amazing. Everyone these days is so freaking obsessed with AI. And they say, oh, I'm so stressed. I'm so sick and tired of having to host and deploy and manage all of my AI applications. It's eating me alive. It's taking years of my life. Enough! You got Cloudflare. It's the AI cloud. Host those applications.
The
Host
AI
those models,
cloud.
Deploy them, scale them, run your inference jobs. It's easy, it's simple. Cloudflare's got everything you need. Let me show you this. Come here, let me show you this. Ever hear of something called stateful serverless in the cloud, globally available distributed state? It's called durable objects, and it's real, and it's here on this earth, and Cloudflare has it for you. Cloudflare streaming, all right? Media video streaming, except it's at the scale of the freaking global internet, all right?
Wow.
Everything that they've learned from powering 20% of the internet at your fingertips. That's Cloudflare, okay? The cloud that works for developers, not the other way around. Please, I'm sick and tired of working for this cloud. Please, just give me one. Something that works for developers, finally. Oh my God.
Wow. Now that's what I call.
Normally and historically, my policy for whenever somebody is saying
cool
some
story, bro.
factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case, with Mr. Nick Shirley, who's now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview, I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit seriously, and I can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things, including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working Premiere sequence that I used to edit the interview, so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long-form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cutting what's called dead air, which means long pauses between words or sentences, or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Wait, are there going to be cuts in this, or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for say it again, it's just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside Minnesota, and then they're asking.
Wait, hold on. I didn't hear this first part. Wait, what was he trying to say? Hold on.
We were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long.
I must have misunderstood. I didn't hear that well. Hold on.
Other than Mr. Beast. Past 72 hours, my video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Did this have like 1 billion plus views, or how popular was this video? Nick Shirley.
And you kind of stuttered.
Wait.
Yeah.
What just happened? Nick Shirley, Minnesota. Oh, he's talking about X. Oh, that might be true. I don't know. The platform's dark chat.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? And you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Wait, are there going to be cuts in this, or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it's just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video
ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out.
How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses.
So in that...
I actually am a little opposed to this. I don't know of any interview that I've ever been on that's this aggressively edited. I don't know why Andrew would cut it down so much, because you're making him sound way better, at least in these instances, than he actually is. That's a little strange to me. I don't know why you wouldn't let the answers stand on their own, but...
interview, we probably did that same thing as far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll. No joke. Probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline, and it was never to take him out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5-cast we've conducted so far. From Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 3:24, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Janet DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I mean, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
We aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value. So that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were conversational beats that I personally found either boring, repetitive, or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 25 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin.
I heard you also made a coin of some kind?
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content, and so yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population. 89% of the fraud happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud. So 89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somalian population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about that stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture all of you guys with 5 other versions of that conversation.
89% of the population, or 89% of the fraud being committed in Minnesota is by Somalians.
And just so we can put that on screen to verify, do you know where that data is from?
Yes, you can put it up on screen. It's public.
And if you watch that raw cut, 2-hour cut, which I made clear in text with Nick that I was willing to share with him in 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Avi Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him in post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated. So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upscale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family. He goes on to say, fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out. Wish you the best in all you do, bro. To which I replied kindly. But then the clippers started doing the thing that they do counter Biden, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and memeing it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse of the mainstream media.
I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah, like it's like, I mean,
like I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
If you guys saw, the clip that did the most rounds was when Nick tried and failed to pronounce the word benevolent.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, you know, net positive societal progress.
Trump? Our president?
Because he never said it right and said malevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer, so we left it in. And personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word. I mean, he is wearing a hoodie that is making fun of immigrants for their spelling errors, but benevolent has more syllables than learning, so I get it. But the comments on this clip were brutal, like actually genuinely mean, and it couldn't have felt good from his perspective to read these things. We're talking tens of thousands of people declaring this guy is retarded, which he's not. But there are some moments in the interview that even with dead air trimmed for speed, Nick does not give his best performance, particularly when blaming immigrants for rising rent prices.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Suggesting that Muslim Americans keep multiple wives in private while dismissing the association with his own religion, Mormonism, and polygamy as just a harmful stereotype.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah.
It's not a thing in Utah.
He's a fucking Mormon too? No shot, bro.
It's a negative stereotype.
Negative stereotype.
And also confronting me about staying silent on the death of Charlie Kirk while admitting that he consciously chose to not watch the video that I made in the immediate aftermath of it.
And so I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Your people got him.
You should watch it.
I don't want to.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
None of these moments were a very good look for Nick, but I did not engineer them that way. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that much of the hostility displayed towards him in the comments is because his reporting, which was signal boosted by Trump and his cronies, has been a driving factor in ISIS's decision to escalate their presence in Minneapolis. You know, kidnapping kids from local high schools, terrorizing U.S. citizens in their own communities, shooting people on the streets, and hiding behind masks like the goddamn cowards they are. However, that's just my personal opinion. I don't like ICE. I don't like Trump, which is something that I made clear to Nick in the interview.
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him.
There was no deception anywhere, but sometimes, and I'm not sure what the word is for this in the journalism field, the person that you interview views your fans as an extension of you. So if your fans are dicks to them, they kind of feel like that's you shading them. And that's definitely what happened. Right after the benevolent clip went micro-viral, Nick began to send texts to me that alluded to the footage being manipulated, writing, "Greenland will be epic and cold. Let me know if you need any locals. I still have some contacts there. Just curious though, why didn't you post a full 2+ hour interview instead of the selected 1 hour of the interview?" Notice the word selected. Nick suggests that I cherry-picked his worst moments, which is concerning because we consciously did the opposite. But as you can see from these texts, I explained our entire editing process to him, as I did to all of you, and as I mentioned, even offered to send him all of the raw video files when I get home from Greenland, which I'm doing now, and gave him full permission to clip any and all moments of the piece for his own socials. Fast forward to 2 days later. I wake up in Nuke, Greenland to see that Nick has posted a video filmed on a side camera, captioned something like, "In case you guys want to know how the interview really went, here's this." Nick's bullshit crybaby video here points to 2 pieces of damning evidence. Exhibit A, Nick grills me here about Democrat cities being catastrophic failures after failing to understand that I am not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I am from Seattle, a failed blue city, and then asks me to name thriving blue cities. So I named Austin, Nashville, El Paso, and then while smirking, I mentioned Denver because as shown in Nick's angle, I didn't actually know if Denver was doing well because I don't spend much time in Colorado.
Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering?
Yeah. I think.
Why you think?
It's doing better. New bars and restaurants have opened. But I can probably think of some better examples.
Like
Nashville's doing good. Austin's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
A city inside of a blue state that is prospering. Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering.
It's not. See, you can't even answer the question, dude. It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
But in post-production, I did some research and found out that my intuition was correct. Denver is currently experiencing a decline in violence and property crime, a large influx in population, job growth in the aerospace, tech, and healthcare sectors, and a number of other great things. So I chose to trim a brief section after I mentioned Denver that indicates a bit of self-doubt, given that I ended up being correct. I also trimmed a soundbite where I said that many Democrat cities will run poorly because it was redundant. After our conversation about Denver, I then launched into a tirade about how I am not a Democrat, don't believe in the capacity of the two-party system to enact meaningful change, believe that Gavin Newsom has misappropriated California's tax revenue through NGOs, reinforce my belief in voting on a local level, and then give Nick the benefit of the doubt and say that I hope he's right.
Remember, this guy's like kind of a weirdo lefty type figure. That's where these opinions come from. But
about Trump and the GOP's ability to mitigate the affordability crisis that's made many places like my hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there.
So I support voting on a local level for sure.
I also suggest if you're watching this and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities, watch San Francisco streets, Albuquerque streets, Las Vegas tunnels, and Philly streets. So the second clip that Nick posted really makes my blood boil because it is so disingenuous. As I mentioned, 6 or 7 times in this interview, Nick references the stat that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. We aired the version where we asked him to show us the data on his phone, which he found using Google search results powered by ChatGPT. So in the video he posted, we can see me look in the camera after he shows it to me and saying something like, all right, damn, I guess he's right then. Let's put that on screen.
Here, right here, the figure 89% does not represent the total percentage of all fraud in Minnesota. Instead, it refers to the percentage of individuals charged in connection with specific high-profile federal fraud cases. Volumes.
89% of those charged in connection with major... Wow.
Identified as Somalian Americans.
Well, looks like it looks like
I'm interested to see what you put in this interview, because
looks like there is a problem with fraud.
He is kind of right. However, the stat refers specifically to the already litigated Feeding Our Future case, which resulted in over 60 fraud convictions in Minnesota. The ringleader of the nonprofit behind the scam, Amy Bach, is white, but it is true that 89% of convicted defendants in that case were Somali. And that's what makes me so pissed about this particular piece of evidence that Nick presents. The exact thing that he is showing me on his phone in the video is what I put on screen on the final cut. I did exactly what I said I would. He frames my decision to put that on screen as some kind of like liberal ball-busting fact check, but it's actually supplemental context for something he's literally fucking showing me, which is why it pisses me off. So that's all I have to say. I'm just in a phase in my life where I've been doing this for so long, and I care about this so much that I don't want to play these kind of games, especially with people who can't take an L. I want to put my credibility on the line by spinning things in a way that benefits their reputation.
He literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's like very benevolent.
I think my policy moving forward, especially when working with people who are filming their own versions of things and lack the integrity to be honest with their fan base, is to either go live during every interview or upload the full raw files on Patreon the moment a final cut hits YouTube, so there's no room for these kinds of shenanigans, because it's exhausting, and I've got real investigations and real documentaries in the field, in the works, that I need to prioritize over these Miletta's antics. 2026, keep my fucking name out your mouth at 5.
Channel 5 Live,
Damn.
Worldwide, Hollywood Live. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55, we don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Our new patient.
Whoa! Well. Okay, let me chew through our drama slop, or our links before you get to our drama slop. Hold on.
Sometimes it's too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal. Sometimes it's...
I do this solution all the time. I recognize there are more optimal ones, but it works. You know what I mean? When I do all my coding interviews, when I'm on my level, my 4th one to get all my jobs at Amazon. I totally get that. Sick reference, bro. Fast forward to March 25th. Wait, what? Marathon launches March 5th. First details on limited edition Marathon Dual Sounds. Wait, what is this? Fast forward to March 25th. Concord is officially shutting down on September 6th, offering full refunds to all players. I'm so confused. I don't understand this at all. Can somebody make this make sense? They're saying the game is going to be dead on arrival. Why? Do they hate Concord? And why would Proton VPN have a position on a game or whatever? This is retarded. Everyone hates Marathon because it's woke slop, according to Asmongold. New game there. Is it possible it's just a shitty game? Marathon is the Destiny successor? Ugh, that's not good then. We need a new Destiny successor so that they stop using my branding.
Okay, guys. Taste and point proven right now. Do you understand?
No, it's well, you've been making
Get
me play shit. Of
in!
course I'm gonna
How
play
do you not see the
First-
problem right now?
Wait, first of all, it's that ass Kingsman, like, shut the fuck up.
Okay, bro.
You're doing too much.
Lucy's not even on Invis. Second of all, you're getting value because
No, she shouldn't be dead.
Yes,
I'm
you're
getting
only
value
able to
because I'm
rekill them because
1v6ing.
Hulk isn't peeling for you, bro. Yes, Zaza
Because I'm 1v6.
Okay, who? The streamer guy is the one talking who's 18 and 2? Am I reading these stats right? Who's the other girl talking? The Widow is 050. Oh, this right here? As Widow. That's the sniper, right? This is the game. Oh wait, Marvel Rivals. I don't know anything about this fucking game. Not Widowmaker. And they're a one trick.
Oh, I'm thinking of Black Widow. Sorry. Widow is sniper like Widow Maker. Sniper from TF2, basically. Why is it always Widow for the snipers?
Because Hulk isn't peeling for you, bro. Yes, Zaza is 0-5, but we won the point, bro. Why? Because they were hard. Like, 4 people are dying here. That means 4 of their util, 4 of their resources are all spent on Zaza.
So you just wave those
and the support. And we win because they don't care about anything else. Like,
that's not why it's happening. Lucy's letting strap pull and going on into this, and then they kind of split, but we still.
Are these guys winning? The blue people, or are they losing? I don't know anything about this game, so I don't know if what they're saying is true. So this is scrims. They just won the point. They are winning. Like, if it is the case that she's a one trick and the enemy team is blowing all of their shit to kill her and she's getting killed every time, but then this team is like converting all of the dives or whatever to like match points. I mean, technically that's good, right? Obviously her score is going to suck, but I don't know if that's what's happening. Maybe she's coping. I have no idea. I don't know the game. No, they lost. She was on 200 ping and playing a sniper. Why would anybody be on 200 ping? This was a scrim. They were arguing about comps going into the tournament. She finally swaps off her one trick in the scrim. They win. He says case in point. They kick him out of the team. They go on to the tournament. The team loses. This clip is from one of their scrims of the Deadpool Content Creator Cup. Streamer Kingsman, Magic player, was kicked from his team in the Marvel Rivals tournament for asking Zaza Stack, Diamond Black Widow, one trick pony playing with 200 ping, to switch to a different character for a better team comp. Kingsman kept telling them that they would get rolled in the tourney because everyone will be going triple support, and that Black Widow will keep getting dived and killed. These girls kept roasting Kingsman because he was very insistent on a team comp not involving Widow. He even offered to play Mantis support for the Widow, but they declined it. CC, the team captain, complained to the host of the tournament. Also, the Widow's BF made a Google Doc on Kingsman being toxic and posted it on Twitter, which ultimately led to him being kicked out of the tourney. The tournament was yesterday and they got rolled. What Kingsman predicted happened. Every team played triple support and the Widow had 0 impact. They ended up last place in the tourney with a score of 1 win and 8 losses. How are these teams determined or put together? It's like asking to the bot Draven to switch off and you're getting kicked off a team for that. I mean, they might be all shit or whatever. But I mean, like, if nobody wants to switch and you're telling somebody to switch over and over again and the whole team is against you, I mean, they're probably going to kick you off, right? Even if he's right. I mean, it sucks, but I mean... What is the Google Doc? He offered to switch to... Yeah, I mean, he might have. I mean, it might be shitty from the team, but like if 4 people want to do something and you're the one voice against it, you keep saying it over and over, I mean, you're probably just going to... Wouldn't that happen? You're going to get kicked off the team? Like, he might have been right in what he's saying, but I mean, like, what are you going to do, no? Creator attorneys always have bad balancing for the teams. They would have lost either way for sure. I think you have to find, like, certain types of people to play these things. I wouldn't be able to play a thing like this because I'm too like competitive-y. Like I would just get ass pained and ass mad and then I would quit or get banned. But I think some people are like well suited for this type of stuff. Maybe this guy wasn't. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. But when you're making it a $40,000 tournament too, though, that's pretty rough as well. So I don't know. They're all rich streamers. He was the best player while also being a college kid who could use the 40K money. They were legit trolling. I know, but I mean, like, what are you going to do? Like, you can't solo dictate the team. Even if you're right. I mean, right? What are you going to... It was a 40K prize pool, but the tournament was sold as a silly content creators tournament. Isn't that kind of crazy to have a decent-sized prize pool for a silly tournament? Like, aren't you just asking for people to get super butt pained? Was he supposed to just eat the loss? Basically, yeah, I guess, right? What are you going to do? If there's 4 teammates against you and it's just you, I mean, what are you going to do? Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, no? I mean,
What happened with Kingsman getting kicked?
Is so like Boston pulled me aside and it was just like, a lot of people were coming to him, like chatters and stuff, were showing him clips of him like saying disrespectful things about the tournament, like us as a team, and like saying we were gonna lose and all that stuff, and like Boston was just not having it, and so he asked me, and I was just like, it's kind of just like, if you think so. But apparently he was like muting in like while we were in Discord and then saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna lose, and these guys, my team sucks, and then he was talking about like how some other tournament he's in was like way better, and I think Boston was just not taking that disrespect, and low-key like I didn't want that disrespect either. Like I didn't want someone on the team that was just constantly gonna like shit talk us to his chat, so I was just like, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
but
that was like mad disrespectful.
You're right, but he can't dictate the entire team's plan, but he wasn't really being toxic, no. I feel like it's reasonable to push hard to a comp change if he's right and the best player. I mean, it's kind of like doing, it's kind of like playing Dungeons and Dragons and having like a session 0 where you try to figure out like what kind of campaign do you want to have. Like if you have 4 players in a campaign and 3 of them are insanely fucking try hard and one of them just wants to like role play and have fun, and this guy is like taking a long time in all the combat and he's talking way too much to the NPCs, and the other 3 players want to like min-max combat, you have like a huge misalignment of incentives, and the 3 are always going to hate the one. Like if there are 4 or 5 people on a team who are here for like the creator clash, whatever bullshit this is, to have fun and goof off, and then there's one guy like super wants to try it for money, like I feel like I mean it sucks for the guy, but I mean if this is the format, what are you gonna do? This is the doc. I don't care that much about this. Should you not perform competitively in a competitive environment? Well, it doesn't sound like the tournament was supposed to be like an ultra competitive thing. It sounded like it was like a creator fun draft, whatever bullshit tournament. I personally just don't think you should have, I don't know why you would have a big prize pool money thing for this. It sounds to me like you're setting up for these types of situations to happen. Like it's like playing, when you play like home poker games, usually you'll have like everybody throw in 10 or 20 bucks to make it interesting so people aren't retarded. But like if one guy gets like really attached or really ass mad, like everybody kind of shits on that dude. But if you had like a home poker game and everybody threw in like 500 bucks, well, people are going to probably take it a lot more seriously, and you're going to have some people having fun and some people being super serious and then people hating the super serious. Yeah, I don't know.
Everyone thinks this guy's a loser.
Like a bug. That's just what happens.
That's such a good point. You're so right about that, and we're still gonna play Widow.
I need this for my college. I need this for my college. I have about 6.
Whoa! 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 That what? She said what? Wait, what? Hold on.
We're still gonna.
That's what happens.
That's such a good point. You're so right about that, and we're still gonna play Widow.
I need this for my college. I need this for my college. I have about 6 or.
Am I hearing an auditory hallucination? Is she not saying it? Wait, what? Am I crazy right now?
College. I have about 6 or 7. This for my college. I have about 6 or.
Hold on.
I need this for my college.
I need this for my college. Oh, is that what I need this for my college? I
need this for my college.
Wait, is she? Okay.
I need this for my college.
What are you hearing? Well, it sounds like you're saying that nigga's for my college. Is that what? That's what I'm hearing. Am I getting mind fucked? Is chat trolling me?
I need this for my college. I have about.
No, is nobody else hearing this?
I need this for my college.
No one hears that? I need this for my college?
I need this for my college.
Nobody here. Wait, hold on. Nobody here. Wait. Oh. Oh, in Rinluck's troll poll. Troll polls.
I have about 6 or...
Hold on. She says, I need this for my college at first, and then it sounds like something different, but maybe she doesn't.
I need this for my college.
Yeah? And then...
I need this for my college. I have about 6...
Okay. Whatever. All right. She survives. No skin check today. Dave Rubin claims that in private, Candace hated Kirk before his death. In response, Candace says Dave groomed a kid and implies he banged Peter Thiel. Okay. I haven't said it publicly before, but it's finally worth mentioning. The last time I saw Candace at my house in 2022, all she talked about for an hour was how much she hated Charlie. I remember it vividly because the other two people she was ranting against that night were Ivanka and Jared, whom we had just met and had dinner with a few days before and who couldn't have been kinder, more decent people. Yes, that is 100% true. And when she claims this didn't happen or it's a Zionist lie, ask her if she enjoyed the chicken parm. I need bum 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 whatever that song is, the X-Files one. I need that one. This is completely and utterly made up. LOL! Sheer fiction. You guys are so positively desperate to rewrite Charlie's history that we're moving to fantasy. But since the internet is now interested, if it's cool, I'd like to now share the story about why I decided to stop being friends with you after you bizarrely opened up to me about how you hired a young Christian male who used to work on my show at PragerU. You told me his parents were overbearing Christians who were concerned about him moving to Miami to work for a gay couple. Sure enough, the next time we saw you, you told us a story about how you and your husband just knew that he wasn't shy, but he was more likely secretly gay, and how you were encouraging him to experiment with guys and explore his sex life. You told me and George that you then encouraged him to go on a date and then to have his first kiss with a man. Shortly thereafter, he quit your show and moved from Miami. I was positively sickened by this story because I knew this kid, and yes, he was shy. And the fact that you questioned him about his virginity and dating life and encouraged him to kiss a boy makes you a groomer in my book. What is young Christian male? How old are we talking? Like 16, 17 or like 25? Should we get into what you told me about your night in Hawaii with Peter Thiel? Or is the above enough perversion for one morning? That is complete and utter bullshit, and you know it. You are seriously sick. He asked me for a job after he left. Please don't make me drop receipts. You won't survive it. Everything you said there is a lie, other than you know a person who worked for me. Everyone can see through you. Also, our conversation about Jared and Ivanka that you describe as ranting, you mean me saying that they were always nice to me, but they were like almost too perfect, and that it seemed a bit like an act that they were somehow friends with everyone on both sides of the political, and that I don't think we really know what they are motivated by? This is just normal conversation between friends over dinner that you're trying to scandalize. Wait, this is a normal conversation? These two people are suspiciously nice, and they're too friendly with everybody, but we know what really motivates these people. That's a normal, ordinary conversation. What? Again, should we talk about Hawaii with Peter Thiel, or should I save it for my show? Say whatever you want right now, you absolute psychopath. We had a great 3-day vacation with a few couples who watched an episode of Black Mirror one night. Why would you say that? Okay.
ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government, and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Sicksmith. He's a sick son of a bitch.
True.
They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy, and Letitia James is sick, and Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fanny. You can't call her Fanny. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fanny. And
Veteran goes off on Pete Hegseth and Trump.
To have swastikas and fucking nooses.
Let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Well.
I'm here representing the fucking wrath of my ancestors. And look where the fucking country is at. How far has America fallen? Fucking pedophiles in office. Boys who took a shit in the halls of Congress. And the most racist fucking president in history. Talking shit about black liberation. Motherfucking fake ass patriots on Facebook. Calling me a motherfucking nigger.
Whoa, just because you're black doesn't mean you can just hard R like that, okay? Chill. Jesus.
2 years, 11 months, and 4 days. 5 operational deployments. Cuba, 95. Bosnia, 96. Kosovo, 99. Hey, Pete.
Some guy emailed me. Just a fucking... Hi, Destiny. I'm maintaining the Trump second term timeline. We are now officially 1 year in, 1/4 done with Trump's second term. The scale of what has happened is hard to wrap your mind around, and by recording things can help us remember. A troubling thought is that among everything noted below, this list may not include his most consequential actions. What will the next 3 years hold? The taking of Greenland, failure of NATO, suspending elections, martial law, widespread rioting or civil unrest, a health event, another Renee Good-like event, ? Or something external we are unable to predict, like COVID. Anyway, happy 1 year. Stay hopeful and keep fighting. Hope this can be of your use, hope this can be to your use. He has pardoned 1,500 Jan 6ers, Trump coin crypto rug pull, executive order ending birthright, ending all remote work for federal employees, tariff on Colombia but backed off after, continual jokes that he'll get a third term, pauses federal financial assistance loans, settled $25 million lawsuit against Meta for blocking his account after J6, revoking visas of Palestine supporters, sending migrants to Guantanamo Bay. He blamed DEI for the helicopter plane crash. I remember that. That was crazy. Planning 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Back off for 1 month after empty concession. Musk Doge is getting access to Treasury data despite not being in the government. Mexico and Canada retaliate against tariffs. Musk shuts down U.S. aid, a disaster relief agency for other countries. Asking Israel to clear out Palestine and move them out. Taking down the Department of Education. Revoking Biden's security clearance. 25% tariff on steel. Plans on downsizing the government. Has Elon Musk behind the desk in the Oval Office. Talks with Putin that will end the war soon in Ukraine. Threatening Egypt with sanctions over not accepting all Gazans. Inflation increases under Trump by 3%, buying $400 million of armored cyber trucks, ? Firing 200,000 new government employees, bans Associated Press from entering into the White House after they refuse to call it the Gulf of America, forest workers being pushed out of jobs, Trump tweets, he who saves his country does not violate any laws, the Mayor Adam quid pro quo scandal, oh shit, that was this term, I forgot that, true, Musk moving into the IRS, Trump blames Ukraine for starting the war, Europe scrambles to step up if the U.S. backs out of supporting Ukraine. Executive order to gain control over independent agencies. Allegedly pressuring Romania for the Tates to be freed. Executive order for executive being the interpreter of the law. Post photo of him wearing a crown on the White House Twitter account. That's the end of month 1. Elon says, I am living the meme. Doge was a meme. Brings chainsaw to CPAC. Steve Bannon hails during CPAC. Planning mass layoffs at the Pentagon. Enrique Tarrio arrested again, LOL. Musk sends out mass email to have government agents respond to what they're working on or be fired. Trump plans to lay off all 2,000 USAID workers. US backs Russia in the United Nations. Vote to condemn Russia for invading Ukraine. LOL, what the fuck? 21 Doge staffers resign, threatening Canada, Mexico tariffs again, and China too. Tate getting freed to Florida, easing the travel ban, banning trans people from the military. DeSantis says Tate's not welcome in Florida. Backing off on supporting Ukraine, meeting Zelensky on February 28th, utter disaster. EU leaders say the world needs a new leader. Former Russia Prime Minister applauds Trump. Epstein files release is a Rickroll. MAGA pissed off. Hegseth orders halt to cyber attacks on Russia. Trump coin trading at $1, completely collapsed now. Trump to continue with tariffs on Canada, Mexico, March 2nd, 2025. Pauses all aid to Ukraine. Speaker Johnson cancels all Republican town halls. Gives campaign rally. Dems don't fight. Oh, the campaign rally thing, that weirdo thing where the Dems held up the signs. Threatens college protesters, pausing intelligence sharing with Ukraine. Planning to do an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. The VA laying off 88,000 people. Says it's what anyone would do when Russia launches missiles into Ukraine after the intelligence canceling. Revokes green cards for Hamas supporters. March 10th stocks in free fall, losing 6 months of growth after Trump declines to rule out a recession. Trump doing purchases of Tesla cars on the White House lawn. I remember that picture. Oh my God. Lift cutoff of aid to Ukraine to discuss a ceasefire. Ukraine ceasefire. Department of Education downsizes 50% of staff. Threatens EU with counter tariffs after raising ours 25%. Did 50% aluminum tariffs, then down to 25% after negotiations with Canada. Targeting Hillary Clinton's law firm with an executive order. EPA drops regulations. Reconsiders if greenhouse gases cause climate change. Another Ukraine ceasefire in talks with Putin. Trump fighting trade war alcohol with the European Union. Judge orders a reinstatement of federal workers fired by Doge. Trump saying in a meeting he wants to annex Greenland. Asking the Supreme Court to end birthright citizenship. March 14th budget bill passed. Schumer decides not to shut down. Internal division. AOC pissed. Saying that Biden pardons of J6 committee null and void due to not using an actual pen. Weird interaction where Trump deporting people to Venezuela when court order said they can't, but it had already happened basically. Ruling happened mid-air, LOL, but they still went. Removal of Secret Service people for Hunter and Ashley Biden. Having to reinstate thousands of federal workers post-mass firings. Chief Justice Roberts rebukes Trump publicly for calling for a judge to be impeached. Has a phone call with Putin. 30-day energy target ceasefire. Judge rules ending U.S. aid was unconstitutional. Mahmoud Khalil, pro-Palestine resident arrested by ICE, asking Zelensky for control over a nuclear plant, LOL. Jesus. This list is like 1,000 things long. Okay. Well. Can you post this list somewhere? Imagine there's a ton of websites for this now. Where I can paste pin it, I guess. Wait, did it not post? Hello? Paste and post? Wait, nothing's happening. Is something supposed to happen? Oh, wait, I have to click create new paste at the bottom, I think. Hold on. Heh. Pastebin's smart filters have detected potentially offensive or questionable content in your paste. The content you're trying to publish has been deemed potentially offensive or questionable by our filters. Because of this, you're receiving this warning. The paste can only be published with the visibility set to private. What does private mean? Will you be able to see it with a link? I'm too loud. Okay. Okay. Trump leaks Macron texts and trashes Starmer. I thought he was happy with Starmer because he got an invite to the fucking palace or some bullshit. I don't even remember what for. Donald Trump has published private messages from European leaders after threatening to impose new tariffs on several EU countries over his demand to purchase Greenland. In one, Emmanuel Macron pleaded with the US president to scale back his threats against the Danish territory and offered him a dinner in Paris. In another, Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, said he wanted to find a way forward on Greenland while offering to highlight Mr. Trump's other achievements at the Davos World Economic Forum this week. From President Macron to President Trump, my friend, we are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland. Let us try to build great things. Why would he leak these? What a fucking loser. Jesus Christ. Wait. Mike Lee is the retard in Congress that posts all the stupid tweets and shit, right? Well, this goes hard. Share if you agree. Limited government Republicans after winning their election, but if we use the government for good, He understands this is like bad, right? Or is he's not anti-Trump ever, right? I don't... He's just pro-ring? I don't even know. He might actually... He could just be a small government Republican who just never says anything about it. Or I don't know. I don't know anything. Deleted. Moderator. On another note, I don't understand why people post paywall articles on here. Deleted. What do they normally delete on r/conservative? There's something behind this whole Greenland thing. Like, it's just a huge bluff, but for what? I have no idea. He could easily push towards adding more bases on a lease, or push towards leasing land to find minerals, but this I just cannot figure out. Oh, okay. You'll get there eventually, guys.
But have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace? Yeah, he's been invited.
Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months. Have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace? Yeah, he's been invited.
Like an actual fucking retard. Did you clip him, or did he really say that?
Thank you very much. First of all, last year you told me that you believe that the reason you won election is because God put you in this place so that you could save the world. Looking back 1 year, do you feel like God is proud of the effort that you've put in?
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done.
Wait, what is this guy's name in the middle again? Every time I see this guy open his mouth, he's just always unfathomably fucking based. What's his name with the hat? Tim is pretty based too, and she's based. I should know all their names. That's JVL? We just call him JVL? Like he's a brand? Okay, I'm here for it.
And that includes the religion. I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes the religion. You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed. Christians, Jewish people, and lots of people are being protected by me that wouldn't be protected by another type of person.
Okay. I just watched the Daniel Dushy interview, and I was losing my mind over how he frames his questions to you. Is your tactic not to confront interviewers on how they phrase their questions? Was that the Israeli guy when I was in New York City? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was supposed to be a super confrontational interview.
Jarvis, move his balls to the left a little bit. Bakira, activate cock and ball torture.
Okay. I don't. Okay.
One of the poorest countries in the world, and South Korea is one of the richest countries in the world. Why? The people are the same. Well, the idea behind it is actually quite simple. The North Koreans had an absolute self-sufficiency, and they didn't want to rely on any other country for anything, which sounds quite smart, but it turns out to be a massive hindrance. And the South decided to trade and open up and deal with all other countries. When you trade, means that you spend all of your time focusing on the one thing you are good at. So South Korea became very good at microchips. They didn't need to be good at making clothes. And if they needed clothes, they'd give microchips, the thing they were good at, for the things they were bad at in return. Imagine you wanted to be completely self-sufficient and you had to make your own clothes and grow your own food.
Wow, true. Globalism. What is this?
Imagine your child not having a decent pair of shoes, socks, or a warm coat. Subaru and its retailers have provided critical items like these to over 1 million people in urgent need.
Cool.
Subaru, more than a car company.
Thank you so much, Subaru.
With Popeye's new $5 faith menu.
Okay, this is what they really need, though. Hell yeah.
Or this. Or this. And no one's stopping you from getting them all. Now there's an idea. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Shit,
No way.
I was joking, I promise you.
Ich kann das wirklich nicht verstehen.
He's dying right now.
Another peanut.
They were dying in ZF. Nein.
Right now?
Yeah, I'm watching him run out.
Es ist 100% mein Schuld.
Es war seine
Oh, it's a potato. My bad.
Ich will nicht mehr.
Oh nein. It really fucks your mental. It really...
Wait, what?
Ja, ich will nicht mehr.
Oh nein. It really fucks your mental. It really fucks your mental when you feel like you killed somebody. Nein. It fucks you up mentally. It's shitty.
Failure und
He's
du
saying,
verdienst das nicht. Du hast das alles so gut
he's saying he wasn't taking it seriously enough.
aber
Quit because
Imagine wiping on ZF when this raid was solved 20 years ago. Can we be real right now, guys? Maybe you deserve to die.
Reagieren, du standest daneben, es war halt Chaos, hat dann die Kontrolle leider verloren in dem Moment.
Ja, ich habe das
und das ist populiert.
Ja.
That's actually
I'm just reading messages from chat. I don't know what any of these things are. I'm sorry.
sad.
Er hat sich sicher gefühlt, das ist halt der Problem.
Juni, grab outside.
That's good. Camaraderie.
I think he.
Okay, du einfach durch. Und wir gucken.
Ooh, I remember. Look, I was in here with Leon and Grubby, and you can as a mage. And Grubby AoE farmed a lot, so maybe he got overly confident or something. Are you watching right now, Slip?
Ja.
My stream?
Geh zu.
Ja,
der Switch. Du hast Bock, ich sehe das.
Und nicht helfen, okay?
Nicht heilen.
He's saying don't help me.
Gemacht
He's saying don't heal me.
Wenn dann frühestens heilen. No way, so this is how she dies? No way. Er hat halt die volle Agro. Bisschen zurückgehen, dass wir ihn nicht abstören.
Why are we watching
Den einen
this?
kann man machen, hier den einen da vielleicht. No way.
Ich helfe nicht. Ich helfe auf keinen Fall.
Ich guck mal.
Okay, er braucht Hilfe.
Helfer.
He's asking for help.
Aufpassen.
Aber
Loch.
nein.
Ich hab Finish, ich hab Finish.
Nein. Ah, nein, 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 nein.
Was?
Was ist jetzt passiert? Oh,
Ach
wow.
du Scheiße. Nein, ich wollte einfach nur helfen. Ich hab nicht mitgekriegt, dass ich so viel Schaden kriege. Oh, and then he goes and kills himself.
Apparently he quit OnlyFans after. I don't even know what. I don't know. Have any idea what's going on here. Okay. Justin, U.S. military seizes another ship linked to Venezuelan oil in the Caribbean. January 20th. This was 2.5 hours ago? Why? I thought we were friends with them now. Okay. We are the Somali pirates. We should just take all the Somalis that are doing the fraud and make them the pirates down here. Hello? What the fuck is this cringe fucking shit? SB 1090, Indoctrination in Public Schools by Senator Aaron Grawl and Representative Dana Trabulsi. This education bill would effectively mandate the inclusion of anti-abortion content, such as the Baby Olivia and Baby Oliver videos in school curriculums. The House version has an opt-out provision. It would also have a chilling effect on free speech and campus advocacy and requires opting in for any reproductive health instruction and HIV/AIDS instruction. What is this, some bill somebody's trying to pass? What is this thumbnail? No, fuck, I don't think it'll... Is there a way to see the thumbnail? He looked like a lizard man. Wait. Oh, fuck, whatever.
Before a new human being comes into existence, there is just one egg from the mother.
Wow. Baby Oliver!
And there are tens of millions of sperm cells from the father.
If it's your mom, it's hundreds of millions, by the way.
Although only one will bond with the egg. This moment is called conception or fertilization. Each parent provides chromosomes, 23 from the father and 23 from the mother. These chromosomes contain DNA, the coding that determines male or female, the color of the eyes, the texture of the hair, and countless other traits.
This is the thumbnail.
This is a boy named Oliver.
Oh no!
Oliver travels down his
He's gonna be a lizard man!
Towards the uterus. His outer layer will dissolve, and he will implant in the nutrient-rich lining of the mother's womb.
Ew.
Implantation begins about 6 days after fertilization, and is complete by about 12 days.
Okay, I'm good. We don't need to watch this. Hold on! CSGO clip.
Pressure on bit. He's done
One!
well.
This is me playing Arc Raiders. Wait, this guy is. Nope, not that guy. Never mind. Not that guy. Not that guy. Never mind.
Morale up for debate. Okay, it's Zuma staying solid as a rock. Quick adjustment, last burst. Finds the header, Broky. Too much for Twist to handle.
Or is it?
Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe there's magic in the face jersey once more. Just needs Makaze. Missed shot, whistles past as the rookie versus the veteran. Oh! He's done it again. He's at home in that face jersey. Now shot on the
Who cares? No one cares. Cringe. Loser. Bro, conservatives always do this shit, okay? Who linked this old-ass clip? Oh, this is last month. The X algorithm was just posted, open sourced, and mass blocks are a strong deboost on accounts. This could explain why many conservative accounts are suppressed. Liberals over the years have used mass block lists to silo themselves. These lists were widely distributed. The right never used block lists on the same scale. Therefore, left-leaning accounts are not at the same risk of deboosting. The block list practice is rare now because of restricted and costly API access, but it used to be everywhere. The algo must let older blocks fade over time, so these older block lists are no longer used in a weaponized fashion. Wow. Yep, she's cooked.
I have a genuine question. Like, seriously, answer this. Even if you support Kingsman, whatever.
Uh-oh.
Support Kingsman like it's fucking Israel.
Oh.
Anyways.
Oh, no, not Israel. No.
Whatever you have in your head, I have a genuine question.
Okay.
Ready? I'm saying, I have a genuine question. Like,
Wait,
seriously.
Okay. Sorry, that was a clip I found. Well, that clip sucked, so thanks for wasting all of our fucking time. 1 year ago today, one of the last posts on the POTUS46 account.
One at a time. Come on over here. Sit in this chair. President of the United States of America. Madam President. All right, slide you up. Welcome to the Oval Office.
Good to see you again.
I'm
meeting you. Oh, great.
I can't believe I'm meeting you. Your son. Oh my, what a thrill.
What a thrill.
Oh, we love it. Thank you.
Whether it rains or pours, I'm
How you doing, man?
How are you? Well, how are you?
Better for seeing you. If you look around of all the busts and all the pictures, what we've done is to set a sense of what we want to do with administration. Two political heroes, Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King. Cesar Chavez.
I don't know if this is acceptable, but I'm gonna hug you anyway. Oh.
There's no greater job I have than protecting Americans and bringing Americans wrongfully held home. That folder right there, that's my schedule for the day.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I know. I brought some friends they wanted to see you.
Aw.
You've got all my love. Whether it rains.
He kills that kid.
I'll tell you what, closest I came to the moon was my moon rock here.
Okay, strong ending. This was it's an older clip, but Lindsey Graham talking about Biden. I always thought this was cute.
The bottom line is, if you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, then it's probably you got a problem. You need to do some self-evaluation, because what's not to like? Here's what I can tell you, that life can change just like that. Don't take it for granted. Don't take relationships for granted. I called him after Bo died, and he basically said, well, Bo was my soul. We've talked for a long time. He came to my ceremony and said some of the most incredibly heartfelt things that anybody could ever say to me. And he's the nicest person I think I've ever met in politics.
Is that right?
He is as good a man as God ever created. And we don't agree on much, but I think he's been dealt a really gut blow. I think he focuses on what he's got to do, not what he lost. His heart's been ripped out, but he's gonna make sure that the other members of his family is well taken care of. And he started talking about his grandkids. More worried about them than anything. We just talked about the future.
Yeah.
He started talking about the future of his family.
I don't think anybody besides Donald Trump had anything bad interpersonally ever to say about
How do you live to your
Biden generally. I think even McConnell might have had good things. I'm trying to remember. Ooh. House clips. Okay. Couple more clips. Hold on. And then drama slop. What is this? New trailer for Charlie, starring Chris Pratt as Charlie Kirk. Is this just like a AI slop meme or whatever?
I got this. We're 1196 on that possible hit and run SUV.
Officer down! Stay with me, Ray! LAPD, stay where you are! We got a runner! Go, 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 go!
My name is Detective Christopher Raven. We live in a world where murderers walk free, in a justice system bogged down by red tape and human error. That all ends with mercy. A judicial system powered by artificial intelligence with access to every camera, cell phone, and database. If you commit a capital crime, you have 90 minutes to prove your innocence to an AI judge, or you will be executed.
Oh, it's a real movie. It's just not about Charlie Kirk. Oh.
Detective Raven, I'm Judge Maddox.
Uh-oh.
And this is the Mercy Capital Court.
Hold on, just wait a second.
You're before this court today charged with the murder of your wife.
I loved my wife. I didn't hurt her.
If you are innocent, prove it.
I need us to walk the scene. No, I have something here. We gotta go old school. That's a bomb.
Get me out of here!
You're running out of time.
Wow, thank you for that. Bring that back. Pause. Play it again. Can you find out who that is?
Do you want to uncover the truth? Even if the truth is dark.
Whoa. No, I'd rather just be executed.
Do you honestly think that I killed my wife?
I think there's more that you're not revealing.
Oh. Wow. January 23rd. Oh my god, this in 3 days. You know what? Whatever it is, it's going to be better than Another Battle, Another Day, or whatever the fuck. Ugh. Ugh.
I found
one thing about Naomi Wolf that I'll never forget is her learning live on air that she completely misunderstood the legal term she based her entire dissertation around. She didn't bother to do proper research, and this is very much a pattern for her. Oh, fuck, I feel like we looked into this a long time ago.
you get sentences, as I mentioned, of penal servitude for 10 or 15 years, and I found like several dozen executions, but that was again only looking at the Old Bailey records and the crime tables.
Several
regionally.
dozen executions.
Correct. And this corrects a misapprehension that is in every website that the last man was executed for sodomy in Britain in 1835.
I don't think you're right about this.
Uh-oh. Was it like executing like a warrant or something? And she thought it was like executing like kill?
One of the cases that you look at that's salient in your report is that of Thomas Silver. It says teenagers were now convicted more often. Indeed, that year, which is 1859, 14-year-old Thomas Silver was actually executed for committing sodomy. The boy was indicted for an unnatural offence, guilty, death recorded. This is the first time the phrase unnatural offence entered the Old Bailey records. Thomas Silver wasn't executed. Death recorded. I was really surprised by this, and I looked it up. Death recorded is what's in, I think, most of these cases that you've identified as executions. It doesn't mean that he was executed. It was a category that was created in 1823 that allowed judges to abstain from pronouncing a sentence of death on any capital convict whom they considered to be a fit subject for pardon. I don't think any of the executions you've identified here actually happened.
Well, that's a really important thing to investigate. What is your understanding of what death recorded means?
Death recorded, this is also from, I've just read you the definition of it there from the Old Bailey website. But I've got here a newspaper report about Thomas Silver, and also something from the prison records that show the date of his discharge.
The prisoner was found guilty and sentence of death was recorded.
Yeah.
But the jury recommended the prisoner to mercy on account of his youth.
See, I think this is a kind of, when I found this, I didn't really know what to do with it, because I think it's quite a big problem with your argument. Also, it's the nature of the offence here. Thomas Silver committed an indecent assault on a 6-year-old boy.
Yep. What the fuck? Okay, I'll just say it. I've seen enough videos of the faces of liberal white women in conflict with ICE to know what's up. Liberal men, at this point, sorry, are disproportionately estrogenized, physically passive, submissive due to woke gender hectoring, or porn addicted. While liberal women are disproportionately sexually frustrated. Policing others, as in the pandemic, was an outlet for them, but it was not nearly enough. The smiles you see on their faces now say it all. White women long for all-out combat with ICE, who tend to be strong, physically confident, masculine men. Because the conflict is a form of physical release for them. They long for actual kinetic battle, and it will get even uglier. Jesus fucking Christ. What do you think are the chances of her? I'm just curious. Maybe not. Let's just do a little random look-see. Wait, if I search I'm just curious. Ivermectin. I'm just curious. Just maybe nothing. The government cartel paid billions to Walgreens and CVS not to fill ivermectin. The question is why? America Out Loud News. What about mail-in ballots? Maybe? Nah, I feel like the election stuff is a little bit more. Oh. My ballot, barcode at bottom, and cram NYS. No election official could give source code, so my developer could read barcode. I was forbidden to photo my signature, though legal. Dem poll watcher said I could contact Dem boiler room. The code unavailable for privacy. Lawyers, email me. What else? What else do we have? Certainly something about lockdowns being bullshit. Maybe? Britain is now a showcase of collapsing democracy. New initiatives are killing British liberties on all sides, starting with speech. It's clear that the path for the population to accept this was paved by the 2020-2022 lockdowns. Okay, hold on. We're on a roll. All right, what else? Oh! How about social contagion? Be a little bit more. For trans people, maybe? Fuck. No contagion. Did I spell contagion right? What about trans? What about bathroom? Bathroom, maybe? Why not just compete with men? Seriously, I don't get this issue at all. Wear a dress, whatever, and compete with men. Based. Just as a note, there are no such things as trans girls. There are boys who are dressed as girls, cross-dressing boys. Okay. What else? Let's see. Do we have any... Raw milk? I feel like, I don't know how many people actually gave a fuck about this. I feel like this was like a... Well, in the face of hysteria of all kinds, Brian of Shia SBI and I are delighted to enjoy a gift of fresh raw milk from the Happy Cows at Churchtown Dairy. What else? What else can we get up in here? What's some stuff that Huberman dude talks about? Oh, microplastics, but that's cheating. That's like that's a freebie, right? What? No microplastics in our balls? Oh, well, can a surprising condiment clear microplastics?
It's Naomi Wolf with a special guest, a new guest.
Okay. Seed oils? Do people really care about this shit? Seed oils. I am so grateful for this natural healing education. I started to develop a raging eye infection. Too gross to describe and uncomfortable. Dreading a doctor visit and pharma treatment, I used a chamomile tea bag as a compress and this chlorine dioxide wash and... Oh, no seed oil things. You guys struck out. Oh, huh. Let's go ahead and throw a myocarditis up there. What? What about just vaccine injury? The numbers don't lie. This graph from theirs shows a significant rise in adverse events reported after receiving the COVID-19 vaccine, with cardiovascular being number one. That's kind of like myocarditis, right? Well, I mean, it is myocarditis. Okay. Couple more. What do we got? Oh, something about Fauci, of course. Something about Fauci. At 11:49, he delivers the red meat, charging Dr. Fauci and others with a conspiracy to create a coronavirus chimera in league with China in 2015. Obviously, that lab leak was true. Has just found this. Our War Room / Daily Clout. Pfizer documents. Research team volunteer. Lawyer. Blah, blah, blah. This is all vaccine stuff. Does she not talk about it? Who the fuck is this and why do we care? Well, it's just funny how, like, predictable. You can predict, like, every single belief that a retard has based on one retarded mega belief. You can find, like, they all have, like, 50 million different things that they all have to buy into. Because it's a fucking cult. So it's kind of... Ooh, Ukraine biolabs. Okay. I'm an American Jew. Billions to Ukraine, and yet on YouTube now there are dozens of videos showing American people how to survive and feed their families 5 meals for $25 or emergency budgets. Isn't the same true for people who hate Trump, though? No. The same is true for people who, well, yes and no. Depends on how you phrase that question. The people who dislike Trump are also probably going to have a constellation of beliefs that they all believe in. The difference is that most of those aren't retarded. But the people that you see that hate Trump are just the people that conservatives are screaming about all day long, who like aren't representative of the average Democrat at all. Like, the average Democrat doesn't know who any crazy, wokey, insane person is, except for the fact that people on the right love talking about them constantly. Oh yeah, what are her feelings on Greenland? Oh my God. Justin Trudeau's abrupt resignation sends shockwaves. Could this be the start of a bold new chapter for Canada and Greenland? The left is really melting down over Greenland, Canada, and the Panama Canal. Why are Democrats outraged over Trump's plans for Greenland, Canada, and the Panama Canal? Should we give back the 13 colonies too? Drew dives into the history and explains why. You know what? I'm good on that, actually. That's 1 year ago? Oh, true. January 16, 2025. That is 1 year ago. Okay. If the president, in his private capacity, can bring a civil suit against the DOJ, then the DOJ, in their criminal capacity, should be able to bring criminal charges against the president. Is this actually happening? This seems ridiculous. It's strange for the President of the United States to be litigating in his personal capacity against the Justice Department that he runs, but he's seeking an order barring current, former, and future DOJ officials from releasing Jack Smith's second volume. The United States of America is the plaintiff versus Donald J. Trump, Waltine Nauta, and Carlos de Oliveira. These are the people who are part of the Mar-a-Lago case. To be litigating in his personal capacity. But the DOJ is suing him for some reason, or the United States is suing him. As of when? Wait, is this a civil case or criminal case? Oh, wait. No. Why don't we just look it up, I guess? This is the original indictment for the Mar-a-Lago case. This is that original case. So they filed a motion, President Donald J. Trump's unopposed expedited motion for an order prohibiting the release of Volume 2 of the final report unlawfully prepared by Jack Smith and his office. What, are court cases ever, like, completely over and you can't file new motions? Like, once a court case, like, reaches a verdict and everything, can you just, like, 3 years later, like, file a motion as part of that case? How does that work? What report does he not want released? Maybe something related to the Mar-a-Lago stuff? It'll still ultimately be up to a judge to decide. However, the fact that the motion is unopposed, I mean, probably increases the likelihood of a judge traditionally approving it. Fucking loser.
As president in Greenland, there was no coup, but as President Trump said, this territory is simply important for the security of the US. Crimea is equally important for the security of Russia.
Brooklyn Park. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Bruely, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you. What you won't hear from many of us today is rhetoric of abolish ICE or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement. The truth is, immigration enforcement is necessary for our national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents, and we have seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from US citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a US citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction. And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day. It has to stop.
All right. Wait. Quick meme check. Asmongold falls for fake news about Ireland and then gets debunked by his own subreddit. Uh-oh. It's because I still have the admins, the mods in my pocket on LSF. Thank God. Destiny, fuckers don't fuck the Middle East. What? What was this even about? Miami Beach Mayor. Oh. I hate Jews right now. 900 comments. What? Why? Oh, what the fuck? Who's this guy? He speaks my language. Every time he does one of these base statements, I wonder if someone will clip and post it. And Destinies, this is him saying, I'm not inclined to examine and talk about Israel and the Middle East on stream right now. True. Force an insane game-changing play in full pro lobby.
Precious. Help me here. Help me, help me, help me, help me.
Sorry, I tried to greet for the kill.
Oh, we saw this from the other perspective. Oh, I didn't even know that was Forsen we were watching before. Oh, now I understand why that clip was shown. Oh.
The website owed him some money. And I'll never forget, we talked about what year it was, 2017-ish, somewhere around there. And you called me and you were like, hey, the website's trying to pay me the last money they owe me. I said, how much are you? About $40,000. I said, okay, well, what's the problem? He said, well, they don't want to pay me in USD. I said, oh, God. Because they're based in the Bahamas. I said, they're trying to pay you in like
Costa Rica.
pesos or Costa Rica or whatever. What are they trying to pay you? And he said, no, it's not that. I said, what is it? He,
Okay.
But your wife must have really needed those papers. You definitely didn't age well when
God.
Columbus chose his wife.
Oh my God.
Whose idea was it to have you stand on a box? Colonialism 2018 colored?
Forsen actually smurfing on League Pros effortlessly.
TF has ult, TF has ult, you can ult the side.
Oh my God.
You got it, you got it, you got it. One more.
God.
That thread on Asmongold's subreddit was deleted. Really?
Dude, I came home from the Patriots game.
Say hello, say hello, say hello, say hello.
Ah, the perfect morning in Gellinor.
Oh, RuneScape!
This is what's going on.
Had to check the post and it has been removed by the mod, citing, your content has been removed for discussing politics, religion, or identity-related topics. These discussions are not permitted here, as they detract from the focus of the subreddit, which is centered around Asmongold and his content. What? Okay. Pothole.
Who screamed like that? That wasn't me, was it? Who was screaming? Oh, what the fuck was that?
Wait, who is this guy? I've been seeing all of his clips. Does he just drive around all the time, or?
The fuck did I just run over? Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh, hell no. Oh, that guy's still there dancing. That guy's still there.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom and then we're doing our drama slot. Oh boy, what was their name? Dream something? No, Dead Domain. I keep thinking they're Dream something. Oh, 3 hours. I'll 2x and watch like 30 minutes, okay? Because this sounds like agony. Hold on one sec. Also, warning going into this, apparently this person is a big Hassan fan. If anyone has any clips of Hassan mentioning me on stream, I'd appreciate seeing it. Heart. Why do people like Hassan so much? I don't know. Maybe because he's a fucking Chad meme come to life and can meet the chuds on the ground they claim is theirs. You wouldn't want to fight him. He's intimidating. That makes him a great conduit for inspiring others. Based. Okay. I just realized I had mouse acceleration on for months. Whoa, not good. Mouse. Settings. If you have a good mouse, always make sure that pointer precision is turned off. Always turn that off. Sociopath, predator, troll. Why Destiny is alone, and it's all his fault. How am I alone? What does that mean? Excuse me. I have my chat with me right now. I have thousands of loyal Dalibanians.
It's a long-time flaw of the American left, as nebulous a phrase as there's ever been, that we can't really seem to get along or agree much on anything. Who's a tanky? Who's a liberal? Who's a sock damn plant for the DSA? Or who's doing good praxis or whatever? Yet, as the right wing continues to create coalition after coalition of divergent yet similarly aligned ideologies, conglomerating everyone from incels to backwoods boogaloos to college Republicans, libertarians, neckbeard metrosexuals, and more, like the most unfuckable Katamari of all time. The left of America has had a really hard time putting aside what are ultimately, in the face of concentrated power of an authoritarian movement that has wormed its way into every aspect of American life, very small differences. And a lot of that comes down to personal taste. Some people don't like streamer A because he's icky or interviewed some people they don't like. Some don't like YouTuber B because she said something they took in bad faith and therefore cut all ties with her. Some people don't like this politician because he tweeted something years ago, etc. There's a lot I could say here about the parasociality of relationships with political figures, and because most concentrated power is interested in maintaining the current social hierarchies, most actual leftist content creators who advocate for...
Just as a quick thing, I hate this word parasocial, and I hate that the word parasocial ever became a thing. It is common for people to somewhat identify with the people that they like, whether you're talking political content creators, politicians, actors, musicians. Like, you follow people, you follow their journey, and you identify to some extent with those people because you've got things in common. There's nothing parasocial or wrong or weird about if a person you're following does a bad thing and you feel bad. That's normal. Or if a person you're following gets married or has a baby and you feel glad, that's a normal thing. There's a term, it's an old like psych literature term. Nowadays we use terms like parasocial, obsessive, whatever this, but there used to be a word for this. It was called empathy. Empathy is when we feel things that other people feel. It's not abnormal or strange or pathological at all. It's pretty fucking normal, okay? Jesus.
Leftist economic and social policy are disorganized, left to scattered...
Also, hold on. This is driving me crazy now. Wait. What do you think I can low pass or low cut without it fucking my voice up? Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Nope, that's way too high. 100? Here? Testing 1 2. Okay, hold on. Test. Okay, yep, nice. Get that tinny hollow fuck voice. A little bit. We'll cut it 80. I don't know how much I'll help. Fuck it. Don't care. Suck my dick.
Random assortments across Twitch and YouTube are ultimately doing their best with a Patreon or Twitch income to stem the tide of misinformation that's propped up by literally billions of dollars in astroturfed right-wing funding. For example, Hassan isn't funded by George Soros, but Turning Point USA was started with fund money from a conservative philanthropist, and the Daily Wire was started with seed money from oil billionaires. All of this is to say that leftist infighting, while a time-honored tradition, is stupid. With little institutional power to achieve our goals, every effort to achieve anything that might prevent some suffering is seemingly undercut just as much from our own side as it is any conservative effort. Meanwhile, as the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk has shown, the comfortable liberal and intelligentsia classes would rather close ranks with conservatives that actively target them because when it
There's AI programs now that can like make it look like your eyes are looking at the camera, but like you could at least get a iPad or something or some kind of prompter above your camera. If you're doing a YouTube video, I don't know why you would make it so obvious that you're reading a script. Like, it's a YouTube video, just memorize it line by line and then, cut or whatever. I don't know.
It comes down to it, they have class consciousness, even at the expense of their own safety. Leopards eating people's faces and so on and so forth. Barry Weiss's recent turn from being a reasonable lib to a useful cog in state-run media is a perfect example of this. But for all our infighting, there are a few things we probably should agree on. For any smaller battles and quibbles we are willing to set aside, we must be vigilant in defending the communities we seek to help, and so we cannot accept any predators, abusers, or people who are so self-interested they really only seem to care about themselves to the exclusion and detriment of others. You saw the title of the video. Let's talk about Destiny.
That's me! The Spectacle.
Stephen Bennell II, commonly known by his online monikers, the Omni-Liberal and Destiny, is a sex pest, socially inept loser, deadbeat father, and all-around pedantic dipshit. Okay, I got that out of my system, and I'm just joking. If you're a Destiny fan and you're already triggered, well then you're probably just a lot like him, in that, like Destiny, you probably have no problem lobbing similar insults at people, denigrating others based on perceived feelings, yet once that same standard is turned on him, suddenly it's a low blow. You might even designate the things I just said as straw men, or...
All right, start off strong. I get very, very, very mad when people call me bad words, by the way.
Some other pedantic debate tactic, if you couldn't tell.
I don't know how... Oh, man. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm glad I'm only doing 30 minutes of this. None of that was pedantic. These would just be tactics that you would agree or disagree with. I don't know what is pedantic about saying you don't want somebody to insult you. I don't understand. And also...
Blow. You might even designate the things I just said as straw men.
I don't know how any of those things could be straw men either, but okay, let's go.
Or some other pedantic debate tactic. If you couldn't tell, yeah, we're going to be using the word pedantic a lot to describe Stephen. Somehow, this picture you'd see if you looked up the definition of the word man-child has managed to become something of a mainstream touchstone for representing the online left. In the last few months, for example, he was featured on CNN for a piece on how the left is meeting right-wing...
I mean, it really depends on who you're talking about, because like leftists fucking hate me, but okay.
Lords on their own turf.
Somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online, maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's kind of hijacked from people, by people who won't vote for your candidates.
One that is often characterized by un-PC language, insults, and crude humor, like this tweet Destiny sent poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God doesn't exist.
Do you regret sending those tweets? I think I have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right.
Yes, mainstream media, always right on time. 10 years too late. There's also this video recently. Like...
Okay.
Come on, guys.
And I saw so much involvement from different gaming people, and I thought the conversations were so horrible. I was like, oh, I could improve this, and I can join this, and make this part of my content. Generally, the phrase "don't make this political" is actually people don't realize it. I'm not accusing people of bad faith, but that's coded language for I want to maintain the status quo. Yeah. So generally, if the environment is a certain lane, so maybe we should change this aspect of the environment. People say, well, let's not get political here, and what that means is I like the current environment. Let's not change it.
Shout out to this Wired article from 2020.
Would they disagree with me? That was a very progressive, left-leaning take. What was the point of that? What?
Which serves as a fairly complete and often revealing profile of Stephen's various neuroses. I highly recommend you go and read the article in its entirety because it's only grown better and more relevant with time, as the several quotes I've pulled throughout the video will attest. Quote, Bonnell first waded into the online political discourse a few years ago, driven by a kind of intellectual fury. As he sees it, many of the web's most influential gurus and luminaries are bewilderingly incapable of critical thought. End quote. Yes, Destiny is primarily known for his debate skills, which I will get to at some point, but before that, I need to go back. Way back, because like every other deep dive I've done on an internet personality in the past, with Destiny joining the unenviable ranks of people like Matt Walsh and Brianna Wu, when you go back to the very beginning, you can much better piece together who this person has always been.
Oh, God. The psychoanalysis. It's always the psychoanalysis. I think that excessive pathologizing is a pathology. There has to be some name for this where like Kiwi Farms does it, Hassan's community does it, Ethan from H3H3, I think these guys do it, Gisticle's community. Like, you can never grapple ever with the things that a person says. You have to invent some grand conspiratorial way to wire it all together, or like to make it some kind of like illness or disease. Like why not just like, the only reason why, in my mind, you would ever have to try to like piece things together is if there's like a unexplainable or inexplicable massive change of opinion or something that's like difficult to account for. Otherwise, I don't know why. Like, a good example of this would be for like Tim Pool. How is it that 10 years ago, Tim Pool seemed to know the ins and outs of everything happening on the ground with Euromaidan in Ukraine, but now he labels it as something completely different, and we know that he got $5 million of Russian money, right? So you have like a dramatic shift in opinion. You've got, a literal conspiracy to funnel money to his channel via Russia. Like, this is like a thing that I think this is like you have like all the pieces here to make this argument. Nobody's ever demonstrated to me, because I got all these weird accusations of being a grifter or a debate lord or a debate pedophile or like disingenuous, or I don't believe, what is a thing I've said where it's like, well, you're so contradictory here. How can you believe this but then also believe this, or say like, why not just like take me at my word for things? I don't know. Okay.
And for Stephen, he's always kind of been a immature, self-serving edgelord.
You literally told him to end his life over Twitter, didn't you?
I might have. I tell a lot of people to kill themselves, but
wow. I will be entirely honest. After reading countless forum posts, watching exposés, and countless hours of Stephen's own live streams, I will admit this deep dive has been much harder to do than ones I've done previously, at least as far as remaining empathetic to the primary subject. Usually, even with people I find personally reprehensible, like Matt Walsh or Brianna Wu, I still try to understand them through an empathetic lens, to get at what makes them tick as people and relate that to my own experiences, even if I don't agree with their opinions, their manipulative tactics, or their method. Destiny, however, defies this principle. At every turn, he has remained a unsympathetic and detached egotist, and the more I've learned, the more I have a hard time empathizing with him because, as I'll show, there's so little to empathize with on a personal, human level.
Good! I don't like it when people sympathize at me or are having some weird engagement. Just engage with the things that I'm saying. I don't try to be a sympathetic figure. I think if you dramatically disagree with me on a lot of different issues, I think you would find me pretty fucking insufferable. But that's kind of part of my brand, right? That's just the personality I have. I'm okay with that.
I think his detachment and
although it's very strange to say that you can find ways to humanize or understand Matt Walsh, but you can't do the same for me. That's kind of strange, but okay.
Has served him professionally to expand his base and profile, but now it has led to a series of controversies that he just can't ignore anymore. This is a deeply unwell, manipulative, cold, and self-interested person. That is an assessment, by the way, entirely free of whether or not I agree with any of his politics.
Okay, all right, let's go.
Because as we will speak about at length, much of his political outlook seems to come from a place of convenience and confrontation rather than genuine conviction. Like, say what you want about Matt Walsh, but I at least believe that he believes the bullshit he says. The same can't be said, in my opinion, for Stephen.
Okay, God, I hope we get into some of these beliefs. I would just love for some of these to be pointed out. Because when Matt Walsh, after doing a whole documentary on trans people, was brought into Joe Rogan, and when asked how many kids were getting trans surgeries, was it trans surgeries or hormone therapy? His guess was like millions. He said millions. Or did he say 3 million? And the actual number was like, it was like 1,000 or something over 5 years or something like that. He was off by several orders of magnitude. It was like, what?
So, fairly recently, for example, what kind of liberal would attempt to dox someone and publicly report their spouse to ICE all because they were being sued for being a sex pest? Destiny is that kind of liberal.
What? we're cutting through a lot of material there. We're working our way through a lot of material there to get that point at the end, but okay, I see we did our homework on that. Okay.
But like those previous deep dives, this isn't going to be a hit piece solely attacking somebody I don't like, but I aim for it to function more as a guide to who he is through his content. And hopefully that will answer the question of, as we try to find a way forward and build coalitions, what is the line for who we reject solidarity with? And that line is Stephen, a abusive, narcissistic weirdo who will always try and make a bigger issue about himself.
How? I feel like they've done this thing where they've like summarized me like 6 times with just like a string of like insults, but okay, based.
Most recently, at time of writing, that took the form of him trying to do the whole Charlie Kirk debate me thing. Why? For what? For why? Probably
yes, because nobody debated until Charlie Kirk was here.
the same reason he immediately went on TV as a talking head and started saying the dumbest shit imaginable as right-wingers were looking for anything they could to justify cracking down on the free speech of the left in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing.
In response to Alina Hadder's tweet ordering people to fly their flags, a half-mast in memory of Charlie, you posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday ending every conservative debate call out I do in 2026 with don't dodge bro. That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side.
You have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience. And because of the fact that you have a huge audience.
Or also probably why, in the middle of a public lawsuit, he is openly harassing people in.
I love that I love that this person is hand-wringing left-leaning talking points for the right, but I'm pretty sure what we saw. This person openly supports Hassan, who is like an anti-U.S. pro, fucking Muslim imperialist pro, anything that is contrary to the U.S. interests or whatever will quote-unquote Fed post, but in the most, I guess, like leftist-friendly ways. Okay, good one. All right.
Involved in the lawsuit, recording it, and also probably why, in the middle of a public lawsuit, he is openly harassing people involved in the lawsuit, recording it and laughing.
And while I was out with my good Nazi friend, I'll say LS for an abbreviation to keep it anonymous.
Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience?
By the way, I think I've already said this. I don't know. I imagine at some point this will be public. She admitted in her deposition that she was FaceTiming Pixie when she ran across the street, so excited to see me because she's fucking obsessed with me. She was the one who ran us down in Austin, by the way. She does admit that in her deposition.
You're freak. You're fucking weird.
Okay, cool.
That's why I need to be host.
Wait, really? Are we recording each other now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you around.
Why are you following me?
Because I'm bored. I gang stalk in real life.
You're fucking freak. You're a pedophile.
Yeah.
Since you deposed or subpoenaed her, you must have known that she lives in Texas. I don't think she ever got subpoenaed in Texas. I'm pretty sure she got subpoenaed in Florida.
You're freak. You're a pedophile.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
We're going to see that clip a few more times. All of this is because...
Why? Wait, what the fuck does this... Wait, are they about to do the thing where they summarize me with like 3 more insulting words again? Hold on.
Yeah. True.
We're going to see that clip a few more times. All of this is because he wants attention, and he doesn't care who his grandstanding and short-sightedness affects as long as he gets that.
Yes, I wanted her to run up to me on the street and record me and to be on her phone. I wanted that. I was so excited when I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know you lived here. And oh, yes.
The thing about being an internet streamer for so long is that there's a lot of time for you to talk about your own past, something that has led Stephen into hot water several times, which is to say that most of what we know about his past is from Stephen himself. He is his own favorite subject. He was raised conservative Catholic. In 2010, he dropped out of school and was later fired from a job, citing, quote, an inability to understand others' emotional experiences, which would lead to him starting to stream full-time on Twitch.
Is this from the Wired article? Bunnell attributes this to his own failure to navigate workplace politics. I think it's something that comes naturally to me. It's very hard for me to understand other people's emotional experiences. Was that in connection to the firing? I feel like usually when I talk about this, I usually say I just didn't understand the corporate politics stuff as much. The thing that I've said before, but I understand the corporate stuff better now. I didn't realize that you're marking yourself for deletion. I had the abbreviated version of this is that I was a grave shift supervisor. I didn't have the employees to do what we needed to do on shift. And for a day shift, a VP was walking by, complained about the state of my restaurant. My manager came to me and complained to me. And she said, hey, you need to make sure that this stuff is like bussed and cleaned or whatever. And I'm like I have no employees from 4 to 7, right? I'm doing everything in front of house and I'm cooking for back of house and you want like all this other shit done. You need to give me another employee. And I think that after this happened a second time or something, I emailed the VP of food and beverage and then I CC'd my manager saying like, this is the state of the restaurant. Like I need another employee. And I was just autistic. I didn't realize like I'm basically throwing my manager under the bus, which she should have been, by the way. Fuck that cunt. But that was after that point I started to get written up for random shit. And then eventually I got fired. I was like, oh shit. But at the time I didn't realize I was fucking retarded. Well, I was a kid. I shouldn't say I was retarded. I was like 20 years old.
Focusing primarily on StarCraft.
But I don't know if this was like a difficult time navigating emotional experience. I just didn't understand the whole culture around, because Pam had told me, if you're not getting what you need to email and CC the upper person, because it was me having a conflict with a swing shift supervisor over fruit flies on the fucking soda machine or whatever. And so she wanted me to email her and then CC the swing supervisor, but I guess she didn't expect me to apply that logic to her, emailing the VP and then CCing her. But
Paragraph 2. From the aforementioned Wired article, quote, forced to choose between a paycheck or an education, he dropped out of school in 2010. Within a year, he was fired from his job. Bonnell attributes this to his own failure to navigate workplace politics. Quote, empathy isn't something that comes naturally to me. It's very hard for me to understand other people's emotional experiences. End quote. This knowledge of empathy, or lack of it by Stephen, is a key part of who he is. And I don't want to speculate on whether he's neurodivergent or on the spectrum or how much that plays into his behavior, but at a certain point, neurodivergent or not, if you're aware of how much of a dick you're being in your behavior and you do nothing to curb that behavior, you are simply willfully choosing to be a dick, which will go on to be the defining aspect of his personality once he gets a platform, a dickish, holier-than-thou superiority that I suspect is also part of why his audience is drawn to him.
I am a dick. I've said that. Holier than thou? These people always project. It must be what they do. These people always project their own, I guess, like their assumptions that they're perfect or that their moral character is unimpeachable. I've never said this about myself ever. I've never made these claims. But like other people claim that I do. I don't know why. And then they attack the straw man. But
And I want to return to that Wired article one last time for a particularly telling paragraph that is, in hindsight, so much more revealing than I think anyone knew it would become. Quote, eventually he quit his job and made streaming a full-time gig, earning more than $100,000 his first year. But even as his financial prospects improved, Bonnell was painfully withdrawing from a relationship with the mother of his son. The two are now on friendly terms, and Bonnell sees his son often. He describes his political identity at the time as anti-SJW, against social justice warriors. These were days when words like cunt and retard would reflexively exit Bonnell's mouth, along with what has become a debased salutation on the internet, kill yourself. The comic value of the gag is measured in its repugnance. Bonnell once quarreled on Twitter with a woman who claimed she'd been sexually assaulted. At the end of their exchange, she told him to go fuck himself. Quote, I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel, he replied.
Jesus Christ.
End quote. Now, it's very odd to preface that tweet by essentially calling it a gag. We will talk more about that incident and many more having to do with Stephen's opinions and lack of care or empathy to victims of sexual assault. But to me, this paragraph was fascinating when I came across it for two reasons. One,
wait, when you say I can't interpret this as a gag, now you can talk about the offensiveness or whatever of a tweet, which, by the way, that tweet was wild, okay? But this is like a 2016 tweet. I said it was wild. I shouldn't, obviously I'm a fucking crazy person, okay? It was bad. I shouldn't have tweeted it. But are we evaluating this as though like Stephen Bonnell at the time genuinely and sincerely hoped that somebody would find this woman and rape them with a shovel? Like, is that the analysis? Like, I feel like that's just such a stupid... I mean, I like, you can do it from that perspective, I guess. But then it's like, why analyze anything? Like, in that case, I'm literally like a sociopathic fucking murderer person, I guess, you know?
We now know that Destiny has been a primarily absent father. Which is probably at least partially why his son has now descended into white supremacist circles.
Being Destiny's son, right? You're gonna have like a lot of more like, you'd imagine you'd have a lot more like liberal ideologies being raised by somebody like Destiny. So like, what point was it where you kind of like came into your own and formed like your own separate belief system?
It was kind of around a few months ago. I started talking to a lot more creators.
Thoughts on Hitler? Don't get me banned, bro.
Ooh, a great guy. Great guy.
This despite the fact that Destiny said many times throughout the years how active he was.
Despite Destiny saying Hitler is not a great guy.
His kid's life.
Correct?
Yeah.
Are you involved or is...
Yeah, I lived there until he was around 9. Then I moved to California, then Florida, and then anytime I travel, I try to visit him afterwards. So
Gotcha.
I heading up to Nebraska tomorrow to hang out.
You said he's 9?
Yeah. No, until he was 9. He's 12 now.
Okay, gotcha.
Before we move on from this topic, I want to draw a parallel here between some of the things that Nathan, Destiny's son, says about his personal struggles.
If we think that I'm a Nazi, though, wouldn't that just be further evidence that I am influencing his political beliefs? Isn't that kind of how that works? No?
Yeah, I like being mean to people online. It's fun. I like being responsive to other people. I like the attention.
Do you think that your dad is like proud of your social media stuff? Like, would you say that your dad is proud of you right now and everything that you're doing?
No.
No?
No, because I tell Nathan all the time to fuck off with this crazy social media shit, which he should, by the way, if you're listening.
No.
Why not?
Kind of just going. I'm kind of self-destructing. I'm destroying my life basically, but and I don't do anything to stop it, and I know that I am.
And some of the ways that Destiny has spoken about his own struggles in the past and how they manifested.
Well, I was left pretty much to my own devices growing up. My parents didn't come to my concerts or, come to school plays.
Holy,
pathologizing or pathologizing. Yes. Were very edgy, shonen-esque figures where people like Solid Snake or whatever in JRPGs and shit. Where's my Cloud Strife quote? A pretty individual person. This has its ups, it has its downs. For me personally, in this business, it's been a major. So apparently shit-talking you is okay and mentioning your son, but apparently you're the monster, very don't like behavior. I mean, like, I think there's a world where you can deep dive on a person's history because you might be interested in figuring out I guess like where their belief system comes from, or again, like I said, if there's something that's hard to explain. The annoying thing, I guess, for me is I'm so transparent about my lifestyle, for better or for worse, about like the research I do on stream, about my thought process on stream. Like I'm pretty transparent about everything. So it's just annoying when I'll say like 5 or 6 different things, and then like, you know, losers like this will be like, we have to figure out what he really meant, like what's actually going on here. It's like, why not just like, you can just like listen to what I'm saying. There's not a mystery here to be solved. Major benefit to me, like an insurmountable benefit.
And I want to draw these two parallels because this is just one of many examples we will see of Stephen not really understanding how his actions affect others. So for example, how his son is seemingly dealing with many of the same things that he dealt with because of his absence and short-sightedness. The other thing I find interesting is the way this profile of Destiny, written in 2020, goes out of its way to give him credit for personal growth while calling out the horrible things he said in the past. But the way the profile is written gives the impression that while he came up in transgressive and awful internet circles, it was around 2012 that he reflected and began to grow as a person, moving into liberal politics and away from reactionary edginess. The problem with that narrative established is that the tweet mentioned in the context of Destiny starting streaming in 2011 is actually from an incident in 2015. This might seem like a minor nitpick, but it cuts at an undercurrent of much of Destiny's coverage in the...
Bro, I grew up as an insanely online, like crazy internet person saying insanely unhinged shit. And in 2012 or 2013, I think is when I stopped using faggot as an insult because of an experience I had in Poland. That was like the start. Do people think that this like change happens in a month? Or like what? Like, oh shit, my whole idea. Actually, you know what? Unironically, I will tell you this as a life advice thing for a red flag. If somebody has a massive political change or shift that happens in the course of a month or two, especially if they go from one radical ideology or belief system to another, that's always a huge red flag. It means that the person doesn't have any kind of like consistent, coherent way to generate beliefs or thoughts or feelings. They're not doing any kind of like actual genuine reflection or change. And they just like to adopt extremist radical belief systems, usually because they're looking for a friend group or a community that they belong, or that they want to belong to, basically.
In the mainstream, and that is giving him way too much credit and goodwill. Because this trend of Destiny getting goodwill that erases the things he's done is...
Legit questioning at Destiny, but have you ever discussed what happened and why you stayed with your ex, etc.? Obviously, if that's all private, it's one thing, but maybe that would help discredit their claims. But when people are attacking your personal life, there's nothing to discredit. Like anything you release or talk about is always going to be used, you know, more against you. Like me and Nathan's mom staying together, well, maybe not together, but being closer, obviously is going to be more beneficial for being a parent. In terms of where he should live, like his mom and the family system that he has around there would be way better than anything that I have out of state. I mean, like, what do you want me to say? Like, but I'm also not going to sit here and say like, oh, I'm a perfect parent, or there aren't things that I could have done better, or there aren't times where I definitely like optimized for career over potentially sacrificing career stuff and staying in Nebraska. Like these are all things that you could make the argument for, but it's just to like to weaponize these things to pathologize my political beliefs is, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. But hey, listen, go off, Queen.
Is important because he just continues to do them. He continues to say shit like this to this day. For example, this article also mentions that he was inspired to start reflecting on his politics when he saw a friend call a gay person a slur, but the article fails to mention that in 2018, he was suspended on Twitch for spouting that same word. These outbursts, by the way, he doesn't really ever take any kind of responsibility for. And
first of all, I was the first person on Twitch to get banned for that, number one. Number two, I don't understand, I do understand. Oh God, this is such slop. Like, there's a ideological difference, but there's an ideological difference between doing a thing versus like having it as part of your belief system and defending a thing. So for instance, if you were, let's say that you're a person who's like, I think that smoking is fine and good, and then you do or don't smoke, like that can be a thing that you a belief system you have and a belief system you support. Maybe 10 years after that, maybe you no longer support smoking, you don't think it's good for you, you don't smoke yourself, you tell other people not to smoke, but then let's say you have a bad habit and you kind of get caught smoking a couple cigarettes. That doesn't mean that your prior statements were hypocritical. It doesn't mean you don't believe in the thing. Like, it is possible to fuck up. Like, that can happen, you know? Also, fuck that Graves player. I remember that guy. And you know what? I should have brought the shovel tweet out against him. No. But I mean, like, yeah, sure, I shouldn't call the guy a faggot. That's not good. And I got a 30-day ban for it. But it's also like, I feel like it misses the point a lot of the conversation of 2012 or 2013. But hey, you know what? Listen, I don't know what you mean. Like when people also drop this word a lot too, where they're like, no accountability. Like I got banned for 30 days. What do you want me to say? What am I supposed to kill myself? Like what the fuck? What am I supposed to say or do?
Ended on Twitch for spouting that same word. These outbursts, by the way, he doesn't really ever take any kind of responsibility for, and will instead continually chalk up his Twitch bans to being targeted by crazy radical leftists or whatever.
But that's not every single Twitch ban. A lot of them were crazy and ridiculous, but that was probably a fair ban. Now, it was the first time anybody got banned on Twitch for saying that word, but I mean, it was a fair ban. It was part of their slur hate speech policy or whatever. But like, I mean, like, what else am I supposed to do? Do I need to go on like an apology tour and find every gay person and tell them I'm sorry?
While he's tried to reshape his image over the years and even claims to have phased words out of his vocabulary, at his heart, he is still the same person who said these things. He never...
Like, what? That's such an insanely deranged take. But okay.
Never really lost his edgelord side. He just found a way to monetize it and get attention from it, which is what I aim to illustrate by laying out a timeline like this. So let's go back to the beginning of Steven's streaming career. It was 2011, so being an abrasive, dickish tryhard was in vogue, and Destiny...
This is not 2011, but okay.
...got plenty of notoriety for his place in the trend. And it's in this origin story that we see the saplings that will become the shrubly man that Destiny is now. Much like Matt Walsh got his start as a sadistic shock jock, which was an early insight into his personal cruelty to others, Destiny's start as a transgressive, immature, rage-fueled gamer feels like a guide to everything he did next. Over the years, it's become clear, for example, that Destiny still loves some offensive humor, and by offensive humor, I mean he almost certainly just says racial slurs in private to his friends. I'm not aghast by this behavior, by the way. Don't mistake me clutching my progressive identity politics pearls.
Yeah?
I just think it's cringe to have the same go-to playground insults as a middle schooler. He still calls people the arslur like he's playing...
But like, bro, I don't know if there's been more like embarrassing / humiliating / revenge porn shit of me leaked everywhere on the internet, including Ethan, the pedophile, fucking H3H3. Like everybody on the internet has posted so many of my DMs and everything. Notice how there's never, ever, ever, ever been a DM leak of me being like, yeah, that guy's an N-word. Oh yeah, blah, blah, oh yeah. Notice how like that's just never, ever happened. And it's not even because I'm too good for it. It's just not even like really part of my vocabulary. I'm just not like a very big racial slur utilizer. It's just not a thing I do. I like, just because I defend the principle of the thing doesn't mean that this is the only humor that I have or the only go-to stuff I have. Like it's such a shallow engagement with everything, I guess. I don't know.
Xbox Live in a 2009 Modern Warfare 2 lobby. In leaked messages from his own server, for example, as recent as the last few months, he still says shit like this. And I'm sure if there are any loyal members of his audience left after his various controversies.
Like, are we, this is also a thing that I fucking hate these people for, including this fucking person, because I know they defend Hassan. All of these people are subhuman fucks, okay? The idea that, and even if you want to be critical of a white person saying nigga or whatever, that's fine. Listen, I don't say it a lot, okay? You don't like a white person typing whatever, that's fine. But to equate this to calling somebody like a racial slur, you should have your internet privileges revoked from you. Like, it's so fucking retarded. And it drives me so crazy. People like this need to go to a camp. Clip me and put me in the next stupid slot video you're making me. When somebody will sit here and say, well, Hassan and his entire community is spamming and calling you Gusano as a slur against you because your family has a half Cuban background, that's actually based in okay. But you using a word that can be used as a racial slur, but not necessarily as a racial slur, that's actually the worst thing ever. It's such a mind-numbingly stupid fucking critique. Like, it's so retarded. It's so stupid. I don't know if I'm trying to think if I've ever been my single time in my life. And again, it's not like I call people fags a lot because listen, that's an RTS word. We said that. I don't know if I've ever called somebody like a racial slur as an insult, but I do know, I don't think I have. Well, besides the Goog incident in StarCraft. That was different, though. I didn't know he was Korean. But I shouldn't have said that either. But regardless of anything I've said or done, I've never defended the concept of calling people slurs, which is one thing that I noticed that a lot of these, a lot of people that will bring up my N-word debate with Hassan, we'll talk about this, like my defenses of edgy humor or edgy jokes, but that doesn't mean just calling people slurs. Like, that's not a joke. Like, I've never said, like, oh, yeah, you should call black people the N-word. Oh, yeah, you should call this person whatever. Like, it's just not, I don't think I've ever defended that, ever. It's just not a good thing to do, right? Like, what? Yeah, but okay.
They're typing angry messages in my comments, already calling me. Maybe some of these words are trying to debate me, bro. Laying out some long-winded diatribe about how using slurs is actually totally okay, and you should focus on his actual arguments instead of how he delivers them. But I'm not interested in that criticism because...
Like, it's just such a low IQ. It's a low IQ thing. Like, again, it goes back to the thing of like the shovel tweet or whatever, right? This is a tweet that was way too fucking edgy, insanely inappropriate. Like, I shouldn't have tweeted it. But to analyze the tweet as though, like, I can't believe that you really genuinely wanted that woman to get raked by a shovel. I was like, well, hold on, Jesus Christ. Like, I might have been inappropriately edgy or using, bad language or whatever, but you think I really want a person to get raped by a shovel? That's kind of insane. Same thing with the slur thing, right? You can say that, like, well, there are some words that for problematic reasons, community reasons, blah, 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 whatever, like, you shouldn't say these words. Fine, sure. But to say, like, you're using slurs at people or whatever, to give it the same level of analysis, I don't know. I feel like I feel like that's kind of cringe, but.
As like so much Destiny does, it's just a smokescreen to distract from the glaring issue that Steven is just a incredibly immature person who's never attempted to grow up or take responsibility for what he does. And because of his massive platform, amount of connections, and sphere of influence, that consistent recklessness and unaccountability has tangibly hurt people and continues to. And oh boy, will we talk about the things he thinks are okay, as long as you do them in private, like how early in his career he was bragging to friends about getting bikini pictures from 15-year-olds, noting how tempted he was.
You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no. So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's going to get arrested someday.
Imagine receiving a
back in the day, for anybody that was alive or back there in the crazy gaming times, MLG events were literally fucking cesspools of crazy shit. Yeah, I messaged my little team or whatever. Obviously, those DMs were pretty crass, but I mean, the whole point is like, A, like, there are gonna be people that DM you, they'll send you pictures, they look older than they actually are, don't fuck a minor, your life is gonna be over, don't do it. If you want to like sit here and virtue signal about how, oh no, like every single person above or below this age, like the second they turn 18 or 22, they instantly look attractive, or like this, I'm not here for that. If that's what you want to do, then go for it.
So to be clear, his argument here is that not only was this behavior something totally normal, and he just says that passively as if it's not going to get any pushback, but additionally that somebody being concerned about somebody in their 20s sharing and finding a 15-year-old attractive is somehow virtue signaling. This is not how it works, Stephen.
The virtue signal is the people who are like, I would never find a 17-year-old attractive ever, but as soon as a woman turns 18, now I can find them attractive. That's retarded, and I'm not even here to engage with it. And if you want, this person might not find anything attractive for a variety of reasons, but this is a retarded criticism. It's just fucking retarded. If you want to believe it, that's fine. You can also say, if you want to pretend that really old men, not just in their 20s, but in their 30s or 40s, you know, haven't historically creeped on women in their, I'll say mid-teens, but it gets a lot creepier than that. And that wasn't a hyper-normalized part of our culture, even like 20 years ago. I mean, if you, listen, more power to young people if you think that the world was never like that, okay?
He was absolutely well into adulthood by this time. These are things to keep in mind, and I will
well into adulthood as a 23-year-old. True! That's why never mind video games.
Dive into them more fully when the time comes. But for now, just ponder how this start as an elite gamer played into the various controversies he continues to face, and more importantly, how he vitriolically and venomously reacts to anyone who doesn't fall in line with his framing of an issue. One constant since his era of calling himself an anti-SJW libertarian
8 minutes left.
Is Stephen's emphasis on basing his views on empirical data rather than emotional or opinion-based arguments. Is notable how that lofty standard can fly out the window when it's convenient for him, though, which, again, we will see plenty of. This empirical data talking point is just that. It's a talking point. It's marketing for his followers to buy into, and something he can say on public debate stages in the hopes of pulling susceptible people.
Don't you get tired of addressing the same shit over and over again? There's literally nothing new / substance of this video. Well, I said I watched 30 minutes of it because it came out today. But yeah, I mean, it's basically when you want to do like your SLOP hit piece, it's just a retread of all the anything you can find over the last 15, 20 years. But this time, it's going to stick, okay?
People to his side of the argument. This is how a lot of debates go. From the video Turkey Tom did on him, where he followed Destiny around, he definitely uses this not like other girls style of argumentation to distinguish himself, though in practice it isn't so much that he's the lone true centrist, and more that he's a progressive until somebody on the progressive side criticizes him. You'll see what I mean.
One of the things that I like, I think one of my strengths, one of the reasons I like watching my content is because I don't have a particular political slant. Like, I am essentially like a progressive liberal or whatever, but I don't have like any allegiance to the label, which I think is actually really important. Not just because I say like, oh, I'm not partisan or whatever, but because anytime an issue comes up, like I can truly give my opinion on an issue. So when people watch my stream, it's like, oh, well, there's like Destiny's thought on a thing. It's not what's the left. Yeah, exactly.
And I know I am teasing a lot up front here, but try and trust the process. We've got a lot to talk about. I'm trying to establish a through line here so that by the time we get to his most recent controversies, you as a viewer will be able to recognize the patterns of his behavior and the effects they've had.
Okay.
This is going to be a long video by necessity because of this. It's also partially because having seen him react to my deep dive on Brianna Wu among plenty of other videos, I know that he very likely won't actually get even this far without some kind of outburst telling me to get to the point or
hey, we made it,
or making some other bizarre comment.
What did I react to this person's video on Brianna Wu for? Or what did I say about that video? I don't even remember. My opinion of Brianna Wu has fluctuated wildly over the past few years. The lies of Brianna Wu 8 months ago. I don't even remember. Wait, this is 3 hours? Yes. That's why I'm just watching 30 minutes of it.
About one of the figures behind me.
I don't know why, but I just know that anything involving anything having to do with Sonic is always a massive red flag. Also, this thing, I feel like I've seen so many videos or random 4chan thing, or maybe some other time of this figurine getting cummed on. So
true! I don't know what it is, but anytime there's a subreddit or Twitter video of figurines getting cummed on, it's always this, whatever this anime chick is with blue hair.
We got
is that, I don't know if that's a cummed on meme, or if that's a Twitter or a Reddit thing, or a 4chan thing. I don't know what's the name of the person. I don't know why. Morgana? Is that what the blue-haired thing is? Or Morrigan? She's a semen demon. Is that true? I don't know I don't know what the character is. I just feel like I've seen that figure and getting cummed on.
Big red flags. Okay.
This video clip, by the way, was my only real interaction with Steven before I made this piece.
Okay, I don't know if that was I don't know if that counts as an interaction or not, Queen. I don't think we interacted there, but okay. Sounds a little parasocial.
My only real interaction with Steven before I made this piece. I don't know what else to call that but sexual harassment.
Of the figurine? Who am I sexually harassing there? If I say I want to come on your Buster Sword, ooh, and that looks like an Advent Children to your Buster Sword too, which is another big red flag. Am I sexually harassing you? Wait, what?
I honestly don't. Now, when I decide to make this piece, as I do with plenty of my subjects, I attempted to reach out several times. I made no effort to hide my intent or my personal distaste for Destiny, so I couldn't be construed or reframed as an effort to trick him or do some kind of dishonest gotcha. As I've said and proven in pieces where I've interviewed people who would call themselves TERFs or Nazis, I don't have to like somebody to still want to do my full due diligence and get their statement, allowing them to answer for themselves in their own words. Now, being in the middle of a lawsuit, I do understand why somebody wouldn't want to sign up for an interview for a video that is very likely not going to give them a positive outlook. I'm not too bothered about that. Yet.
What? Why would you phrase it that way? I understand if you're in a lawsuit, you don't want to do a video. That's not going to put you in a positive outlook. How about you don't want to say anything to jeopardize like the early parts of your court case? Maybe? Possibly? Maybe? You don't want to say something that could be construed in some way that there might show up in a filing? Maybe? I don't know. Who knows?
Yet, Steven went above and beyond. His response as an almost 40-year-old man was to make a joke about fucking my...
Almost 40-year-old man? What? How old was I when this tweet was made? I was 35. I'm almost 40 at 35?
Mother. And when I simply said, yeah, dude, sure, you can talk about fucking my mom in an interview because I'm an adult, he walked it back. He said, actually, no, I won't actually do this thing.
What? I said dick all the way in or no video. Is this sexual harassment too?
So I guess you can't say I didn't try. Well, if he is still watching, hi, Steven. Maybe this will get you to actually watch and pay attention to this video all the way through since it's about your favorite subject.
Probably not, but I'm going to make it. Four more minutes.
You. And not taking responsibility, but those might as well be one and the same at this point. Anyway, back to where his story starts picking up, and more people will be familiar with everything from here on out. Now, as he moved into this debate space, his first big debate was with Carl Benjamin, aka...
That's the summary of the first 6 years of streaming is liking 15-year-old girls, abandoning my kid, doing the whatever podcast that comes way later, and the Wired piece, which was also after my... What is the timeline on this? What is the timeline on these video clips and everything? The Wired piece was when I was in... Also, this clip is right on here. So this must have been in the past 3 years. Okay, based.
A Sargon of Akkad, an embarrassing stain on Britain that just blends in with all the rest, so I'm not surprised if anyone doesn't recognize him.
Well, I've tweeted it out, but yeah, I will be able to.
Stephen Bonnell, I don't know, whatever you know me as. I'm known in gaming community as Destiny. I started in StarCraft and then...
Hey, that's me, 2017.
I'm on Twitch. I don't consider myself an SJW, but compared to the gaming community, I guess I'm pretty left-leaning.
You're obviously not an SJW. The fact that you're willing to come and talk and you haven't just called me a racist for disagreeing with you means that you're not an SJW.
Well, I mean, you haven't started talking yet. You might be a racist. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I think it's here that Steven started realizing he had stumbled upon a niche nobody else had really capitalized on, debating far-right kooks in exchange for attention. And you can't deny the results. Here's a video of him talking with Nosbol Eric Stryker, and it's currently sitting at 1.5 million views.
So this is a total...
So I can only debate the people that don't give me any views? It can't, why can't you take me at my word for any of this? Maybe I debated them because I felt passionately about the topics, because I feel like nobody on the left was debating them, because I feel like they were easy wins. Yeah, they were some of these were high-profile debates for sure. I did a lot of low-profile debates too. Some of these were with other left-leaning people, like Vosh. Me and Vosh debated, I think, Stryker and someone else. All of it was just... It's also so stupid because, especially as a YouTuber, theoretically you can frame every single thing I do as for attention, because it's kind of my job, right? But I mean, I could do the same for this person. Wow, notice how all of your videos are about popular online people. Why don't you do a YouTube video about your neighbor across the street? Well, obviously, it wouldn't make any sense to do this, right? Oh yeah, I collab with smaller creators like Hassan too. True.
This is a loser.
That is not high culture.
You have to go to another subject besides music, because it's the worst example you could have picked. Jazz is one of the most important contributions that America's made on the world stage.
Jazz is a bastardization of the waltz.
That's what jazz music.
Wait, would you say that every single form of art is a bastardization of the art that it was derived from? You realize that every single, like, would you say that Romanticism was a bastardization of classical music, or that classicalism was a bastardization of Baroque music, or that Baroque was a bastardization of the
So you're saying
this is ridiculous.
So you're saying rap music is
as of March 2017, his debate with JonTron was one of the first big incidents in his road to relevance, where he showed JonTron to be a racist asshole, and in the process, Destiny got a shit ton of goodwill.
You can't make the argument that whites should be okay with them being...
I shit ton of goodwill. I also got a shit ton of harassment and hate as well. That was probably the most hate I'd ever gotten on the internet up to that point. I think I stayed awake all night that night just because my phone kept going off, because basically every single account I had was getting hacked or pen tested or whatever. I don't know if you call it pen tested. I mean, I don't know, just people trying to hack my accounts. I guess like
becoming a minority in the countries that their ancestors built. If it doesn't apply to other countries,
wait, we're gonna way different. Hold on, white minority versus other countries. Okay, here, I'll write this down. We're not quite on that topic yet. I'm just saying that if you're not acknowledging that there are problems that exist in these communities, you'll never be able to fix it, right? And one of the big problems I had when I talked with Sargon was this idea that like black people just need to fix themselves. Like, I mean, sure, you can say that, but this is going to take a lot longer to get these communities on board when they were aggravated by white communities for so long. You can't just tell a group of people that have been oppressed historically in the United States for hundreds of years, you know, over the course of a generation to just fix their shit.
Now, these debates would get Destiny an instant reputation as a left-leaning debater, yet even that position Destiny is himself attempted to distance from. He would rather assign himself the label of a rational liberal, someone who purports to be above the left-right paradigm so he can distance himself from the radical left, which...
Above the left? Yes, that's me. Lay radical centrist. Lay both sides are the same. True.
He definitely has opinions on. We'll get to those too.
I've always had kind of like a center-left political position, which like 5 years ago in the gaming space was pretty far left.
Yeah.
But the scene has changed a lot over time.
Yes, it has.
And yeah, stuff has gotten way, way, way farther left. So I think the ban was because I had a position that I didn't believe that trans women should be competing in the same leagues as cisgender women.
Real women. How dare you? Oh, you bigot?
Yeah, basically. And I think I got banned for that. Maybe, but all they do is they tell you that they ban you for hate speech, and they don't actually tell you what it was for. But I don't see like any hateful slurs or anything on my stream, so that's my guess. But
this framing of himself as the reasonable center-left liberal allows him to critique what he calls progressives or crazy campus lefties, but rarely does he actually give reasons why he sees them as crazy or unable to be reasoned with, aside from what usually come back to basic conservative talking points of them.
Because why am I going to sit there and shit on or trash lefties in front of conservatives? I just have to separate myself from them, because I'm not going to sit here and go on a show where they're going to accuse me of supporting, you know, trans people in sports, you know, up through college and professional shit or whatever else. Like I'll just separate myself and then have my arguments. But what is he? I mean, I've debated people on the far left. Like I'll do that. Now most of them are incredibly evasive. Now everybody's evasive, but I don't. Okay.
Them being crazy campus commies and champagne socialists with no real experience or cogent beliefs. He essentially says this stuff so that he doesn't have to deal with debates.
You think protests would be best if they were organized by the DNC with known speakers, or more of a grassroots vibe? I mean, grassroots is the best, but the problem is there are no grassroots Democratic people now. It's all leftists and conservatives. All the grassroots people on the conservative side are trying to like, you know, cash out into some kind of Trump support, and the grassroots people on the left are all fucking commies and losers. Also, remember when you read
holy shit, fucking true.
Just like this, Destiny's for the status quo. He's a poor boy at heart who's benefiting from the system now, so of course he wants to support it. This is exclusively said by white people who grew up rich in this country and are just repeating shit they heard from other radicalized classmates at whatever private university that their parents are paying for. Every single time. It is always these people. It is never anybody with an ounce of actual political experience anywhere, ever. It's always people who have zero political goals in mind, and they just want to make as much noise as possible because they farm epic likes on their Instagram feeds and everything.
It's also probably because his emphasis on empirical data isn't useful to argue as much against leftists as it is against fact-averse MAGA and red pill dude bros. When he does debate people on the left, it comes across more like a child trying to act tough at a table full of adults. But even for people paying attention, it became apparent he wasn't some...
How does someone like this get so poisoned against someone that they end up watching hours of content of them being pretty good faith? That's kind of insane to watch how bad faith is read into every single thing. It's got to be mental illness to be this cynical. Well, if you're captured by a community of people like Hassan or whatever, like he builds up these myths of people. This is part of the intentional thing that happens. Conservatives have gotten so good at this with all of their media over the past few decades. But you build up this like myth of a person who is so crazy and pedophilic and manipulative and evil and blah, 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 that once you've got this like myth in mind, as long as the myth is like grand enough and the plot is like transcendent enough, then you're in a position where you can actually start to collect new information, but make it fit with like the crazy weird story that you've got of this person already. So if you see me say something that sounds really based and awesome and you agree with it, you can fit it into your prior model of going, okay, well, he's probably just saying this because he's grifting and he's trying to get some goodwill. Or if you see me being nice to like a girl, well, he's not really nice. He's just trying to manipulate that person and catch him under his evil sex cult manipulator wing. But if you see me being mean to a girl, that makes sense because he's actually misogynistic and hateful and hates this person. Or if you see me saying something that's slightly right wing, that's the true him showing through that he actually believes in this like super right wing. Like you always have like a way to kind of fit it into your new kind of conspiratorial mold. And then the biggest benefit of this is it allows you to never actually have to substantially or substantively disagree with or argue with anything I say ever. You never, ever, ever, ever have to argue with any points that I make ever, which I don't even know if this loser has argued with a single thing I've said yet, but I guess it's probably just like a 3-hour hit piece, so you wouldn't. But yeah. Do you ever get sad watching these things? Yeah, not because it's about me, but because this is like what our entire political scene has become. Like what this person is doing to me here has also been like the conservative assignment. Again, like think about Joe Biden's presidency. This guy was a senator for decades, vice president, was nice to everybody, constantly talked about the soul of America. His son was being investigated by a special prosecutor. He had a special prosecutor when he was president for the document stuff, the whole her shit. So his family was under attack, constant congressional shit, he got more bipartisan legislation than literally anybody on the planet thought he could. Even Sam Cedar, the Majority Report, people like that, made this concession like, damn, he got a lot of shit done. Despite all of that, if you ask a conservative about Joe Biden, what do they say? Oh, he cracked down on free speech in 2020 and did all the lockdowns. It's like, okay, well, he wasn't president then. Oh, he was trying to control the social media companies, read the Twitter files. I did. That's not what they say. Oh, they try to do like this and this and this. And it's like, okay, he's literally a demon to you. Like Joe Biden is like the joke was always, Gemzar had a really good piece of art about this. Like how many people are out here committing acts of terrorism or violence on behalf of Joe Biden? On behalf of Joe Biden. What? And then on the left, you've got subhuman loser fucks like this, calling him Genocide Joe. And it's like, Jesus Christ. But like, that's how detached we are from any kind of actual substantive analysis on anything. But again, I would say the conservatives have been pretty intentional about destroying the media environment to get to this point. And then obviously the far left people who don't care about actual political power getting elected anything, they're glad to throw their hat in with it as well. So Destiny, they support Hamas? Yeah, of course they do. All these people's beliefs can be predicted. My updated view of Hamas is that they are a justified form of militant Palestinian resistance against the state of Israel. Based. Good job.
Some kind of progressive stalwart. Like in 2018, where, like I mentioned, he was suspended for 30 days on Twitch for saying the F slur. This was one of many times he would be suspended, leading to his indefinite banning from...
Like, what? Why not go over any of my other suspensions? Is like we're just going to pretend that I've gotten suspended over and over and over again for slurs on Twitch? Is that what the impression is that we're giving? It is. Is that the actual fact of what happened? It's not, but okay.
Twitch in 2022. Quote, Benel was indefinitely banned from Twitch due to hateful conduct in March 2022. Esports speculates this may have been due to Benel streaming with white nationalist Nick Fuentes, who had previously been banned on the platform, while Benel speculated it was due to him expressing the view that trans women shouldn't compete with cis women in women's athletics. Oh, I jumped the gun on that reveal, didn't I? Yeah, if you need another hint that he's not exactly the most progressive person, or at the very least doesn't have any genuine convictions about what he believes, he has palled around a lot with people like Nick Fuentes. This despite, in debates, calling him a Nazi.
For how you can start watching a Joe Rogan video and then go to Jordan Peterson and then wind up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes.
That feel when I have one dinner and it defines my entire life of loving Nick Fuentes. True.
Or maybe Lauren Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road. But establishing that chain is a very complicated, very difficult thing to do.
But you think it's possible, though, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course.
And also, I think at the beginning of your statement, you did kind of give a little bit of credence to Nick and also Sargon's point that maybe he acted out in this way because he didn't feel like he was able to discuss these issues without...
Yeah, why don't I ever get any credit for being radicalized? Like, I spent way more time with Hassan than every other right-winger I've ever spent time with. No? So why doesn't that count at all? Does it doesn't balance out, or it doesn't... doesn't cancel out at all?
Being, isolated or, hated for it.
Oh, yeah, sure. But that doesn't mean that I think that those views are legitimate or need to be platformed. I think that's a bad dichotomy, right? If somebody says, like, I want to kill all black people, like, well, I'm going to fire you if you say that on Twitter, and then they go out and actually kill black people because they got banned from Twitter, you wouldn't say, well, hold on, like, should we be suppressing this man's views? He felt like he had no way to express them, and now he actually went, well, no. I mean, the idea is we need to not have people have these horrendously anti-immigrant views in society.
I do feel like it's kind of like a...
Also, why I hate it when people do this jump around thing, because my opinions on, especially related to free speech and platforming, have changed quite a bit over the years. But like, you can track the changes in my opinion. It's not like they just change because I hate a guy or like a guy or whatever else. Like I think I even said in my debate today, it's like a 55-45 opinion. It's it's a difficult terrain to navigate in terms of like how much bad shit should be platform versus not. Also, the Michael Shermer guy didn't admit it, but I think my question earlier, I think was a really good one. Would you say there's more or less free speech today on Twitter than there was 3 years ago? There was probably more. But would you say Twitter is better or worse now than it was 3 years ago? It's definitely worse. It is absolutely a worse platform. So, but okay. Anyway, so here's a video from 7 years ago. Let's go.
Assumption to assume that whenever people tell you to stop talking about something or they stop you from talking about something, you automatically assume that that's because what you're...
True, actually. I probably have debated Nick Fuentes more than any other person on the internet. That's probably true. Yeah.
Actually saying is true. I don't know if that's always accurate, but basically what Nick and Sargon are saying is that these extremist opinions are bred in isolation. So Destiny and Hassan, the question I have for you guys is, do you feel like it would be helpful to the society to bring these extreme opinions of the right into the fold and actually have conversations about them rather than ostracizing these people from the community entirely?
In a very careful manner where you can catch bad faith actors. So like Fuentes is somebody that I would consider a bad faith actor. If you have very careful areas where you can catch people out on them lying, yeah, I would say that there's value in it. This was a horribly irresponsible statement. It empowers the fuck out of Nazi scum like fucking Nick. It is not his area of expertise. It is not something he was able to substantiate in any way, shape, or form. And the fact that you continue to appeal to, well, he was really important, only supports my argument.
I suppose liberal...
I feel like I don't know if I've ever changed my view on that over the past 6 or 7 years.
Is a pretty fitting label then, because it seems he'd rather literally ally with open Nazis by his own definitions than ever engage with actual progressive leftists. He would rather constantly chat and collaborate and chill with people who advocate violence and bigotry.
I have no problem debating leftists and progressives. They just started to avoid me once they realized, like, I debated Michael Albert, who authored the book on participatory economics, who's a leftist. I debated the Professor Wolf, who's like one of the larger left-leaning lefties, professor people, I guess. I don't even know what the fuck that guy studied in. I debated Sam Cedar twice, 3 times. Yeah, Ben Burgess a couple times. I had sort of a conversation with Michael Brooks, whatever the fuck that was. Like, what? I debated Norm Finkelstein. Like, what are we talking about? That I'm too scared. I've debated Cenk however many times, although I don't even know what the fuck his political is. What is this idea that I won't debate left-leaning figures? Wait, what?
And racism than people who technically agree with far more of his positions and the platform that Steven says he identifies with.
Something unique that I provide that I think is really important to some of these alternative communities is I'm like the only person that is progressive that like isn't fucking unhinged. And I think it's really good sometimes to show people like, hey, you can be pro-LGBT, you can have like blue hair, be in like weird relationships, whatever, but I can be like a funny, cool, charismatic, like we can have fun and chill, and I can be like understanding of you and not be like super judgmental or try to cancel and be horrible.
I'll give him credit where it is due, as I've watched plenty.
I don't think I'm... In that conversation, I don't think I'm talking about fucking Nazis. No? I'm pretty sure I'm talking about, like, you might say, like, the word retarded, and I'm not going to sit here and chastise you or say you're a horrible, evil person. I think I'm talking about people who are, like, pro-deportation of everybody darker skinned than me, but okay.
Many of his debate streams and interviews for research, Steven is a gifted debater, due in no small part to his abrasiveness.
Oh, true. He talks fast, calls people names, and screams over them constantly, never giving them a chance to put together their ideas.
To trample over others' thoughts and emotions to get to a point. It makes him very engaging to watch, and if you agree with him, it gives a rousing sense of victory, watching him make conservatives scamper back from one point to another when provided with facts and figures that disprove their assertions in front of a discerning audience. As I watched countless hours of him...
Is there a single video about you like this that doesn't claim you're somehow picky about debates? No, because this is part of the myth. In my opinion, and I stand by this more and more, I got a little bit mindfucked by Hassan's community doing this and Hassan doing this, but he's more transparent about it now. The whole idea that like, oh, debates are cringe, guys, we shouldn't do debates. And now I can see that when Hassan was saying that, and I started to echo that, I was like, well, I guess you don't have to be a debater. That's fine. You shouldn't have to debate just because you're a political person. But Hassan is thirsty as fuck for debates when he thinks he can win them. We saw that with Willie Mack. We saw that with Asmongold. We saw that with Ethan when he couldn't avoid it anymore. So everybody likes debates just when they think they're on the upper end of it, or on the when they have the upper hand. I think a thing that I think is really important is a person being willing to discuss their beliefs with anybody. And if you're not willing to discuss your beliefs with anybody, I think that's a huge red flag. And I think that is an unassailable point. I think that always holds true. So you have to have this like weird feeling that I dodge debates with leftists, because if I'm willing to argue with all of them constantly, then it undermines your point that I'm not confident about debating them, or that I'll only debate one side, I guess. I don't know. It's stupid. Like, it's just, this is part of the, or the 15-year-old Israeli that Hassan wanted to fuck or debate or whatever. Sorry. Whoops. This is like it's just part of the myth of me being scared of lefties because they're so smart and intimidating to me.
His debates, I found myself wondering if someone could even get to his level of popularity in the debate space without being so roughshod. If he let his opponents simply uncritically state their opinions each time instead of trampling over them for viewers' vicarious pleasure like a conversational gladiator.
And like this is annoying too, because this person says that they put in months of research, but you're not. You're just like repeating every, I don't know if this is a Kiwi Farms video or if this is like I don't know if Hassan posted or something. Like you're just repeating talking points about me. There are debates where I'm screaming at people, and there are debates where we're just having a calm back and forth. Like I do all of these all the time. I probably have more calm debates than more inflammatory ones, but the inflammatory ones obviously get more views and clicks because people like to see the screaming at each other. But there are plenty of conversations I have where it's just both of us chatting back and forth. But like they're very easy to find. Like you just look at my, I just had one this morning. Yeah.
How interesting would this be to watch? If there's one thing he does understand about the debate space, it's the spectacle. He understands how to draw blood from his subjects and how to get the audience to cheer in response. You can even see this in how he advertises his debates, sharing them via social media like intellectual boxing matches where he will square off against any opponent. Like if Ryu wandered the world looking for the best high...
Well, yeah, these are, first of all, I'm not doing the promo for this, Pangburn is, but that's fine. I mean, you can say that these are advertised as like a battle debate style thing, for sure. But I mean, we're selling tickets to a live event to try to sell these out to get people to go. They are advertised as very adversarial, but like, you can also just go and watch the debate. Like, I wasn't screaming at D'Souza ever. I wasn't cutting him off constantly or interrupting him and calling him names and doing anything crazy like that. Like, those are fairly, I think it was a very contentious debate, but I would say it was a fairly cordial debate. Maybe she'll clip some parts from either of these. Oh, the other one hasn't happened yet. Maybe she'll clip some parts from this debate where I'm being incredibly inflammatory or rude or evil or
high school debate coach to test his skill against. And when you watch him during these debates, you can see him flip a switch for debating versus media, like intellectual boxing matches where he will square off against any opponent. Like if Ryu wandered the world looking for the best high school debate coach to
and then this insult doesn't even make sense, the whole high school debate coach. Wouldn't a debate coach tell you to have like calm conversations? Like, or I didn't take debate in high school. In debate in high school, do they tell you to scream at your opponent and call them names and to emotionally dysregulate that? Like, is that, I don't know, maybe that's what they do in high school debate. I've never heard that before, but I didn't take high school debate, so what the fuck do I know?
to test his skill against. And when you watch him during these debates, you can see him flip a switch for debating versus when he's just in a conversation. He will go onto misogynistic podcasts and politely chat it up with right-wing assholes and even laugh along as they prostrate an OnlyFans girl or a feminist.
Before we do, no, hold on, you can, hold on. What was your intention in coming on tonight?
Be
insufferable.
Have a lovely
discussion with you fine people about dating talk so in the 21st clearly that's a lie. Are you going to continue in bad faith?
I don't know, am I?
Dude,
oh my god. At this point,
you probably just stick her off
I
because
was
honestly, like, you just keep getting lost in these
Look.
loops. She doesn't like you or your show. She came on the show to obstruct constructive
I do like the
conversation.
show.
No, you
I'm
don't.
having a good time.
No, if you like the show, you would actually be good faith.
Play the
sound effect. There's
no.
Does she think that me and Melina and Aaron were on their side for this? There were so many brutal clips that especially Melina farmed against this weirdo fucking Lamborghini renting, one suit owning motherfucker over here. Your takeaway from this debate is that we were palling along with them after Aaron got kicked off?
Aaron, you should go.
Aaron, you should go.
Yeah,
you should just leave. Please leave.
Can you leave? I don't know if your friend wants to come with you.
I will leave you guys to ask the very important questions about Steven and Melina's relationship and diving more.
Thank you.
into
That's
that.
lovely.
Thank you so much. See you next week. Bye bye. We love you.
Peace out.
Quickly.
You too.
Quickly.
Bro, hello.
So,
they're friends with you.
No, we are all friends. We all drove here together. But to be clear, just because I want to be clear, I would never make plans like fuck with the show because it hurts my reputation. I would never do that.
But then when the debate cameras are rolling, he is an absolute bloodhound. One tactic that makes him look so
Aaron was being incredibly obstinate for this show, which I thought was funny, and I thought it was fine. I thought it was funny. But I mean, like, obviously you're gonna get kicked off if you do that. But I mean, if she wants to, I think it was fine. I don't know. I thought it was. This is such a stupid. I don't know. Okay, this is such a stupid critique, but all right.
good is how he has all but
No, it's not all right. This was retarded. There's no reasonable world where you watch me on that show and you think that me and Melina are friendly towards Brian. Like, we're cordial insofar as, I guess friendly insofar as we're not trying to like interrupt and get kicked off the show. But like, I don't know. This is retarded. I watch my debate with Michael Brooks or Professor Wolf or with Norman Finkelstein. Again, I'm not like screaming or shouting at these people constantly, even though Norman Finkelstein was literally calling me names the entire fucking debate.
I would never do. But then when the debate cameras are rolling, he is an absolute bloodhound. One tactic that makes him look so good is how
Wait, the debate cameras were rolling for that. Those were the debate cameras. That's what you were watching that through.
Has all but memorized certain definitions to argue, likely studying up on them and other factoids before the debate. But then during the debate that makes him look so good is how he has all but memorized certain definitions to argue, likely studying up on them and other factoids before the debate. But then during the debate, he can ask a simple question like, what is democracy? Usually as a pressure point when his opponent is faltering. And Steven will whip out Merriam-Webster-ass definitions that utterly bamboozle his unprepared opponent.
We'll see what the example is for this.
It's simple but incredibly effective. It's like watching Jordan in his prime dunk on a toddler.
A democracy is where a bunch of lunatics like you can vote away my rights. A democracy is where 3 wolves and a sheep vote what's for dinner.
Is that Article 5 or Article 6? I don't know what part of the
So you asked what a democracy
So a democracy is when
was.
multiple people vote. A republic is when you have representatives that do things for you. We are a representative democracy.
That was a Merriam-Webster dictionary just to explain between a democracy and a republic, and he's the one that brought the definition up first. How is this a hit on me? Also, is this debate in 2024? Wait, what? How am I getting attacked for this? This guy's arguing with me about saying the whole, like, we live in a representative democracy or a constitutional republic. I don't remember what stupid fucking talking point he brought up.
Democracy. That's why we're a constitutional republic. We are both a republic, which just means you're not a monarchy and a democracy. This idea that we must be a republic because I'm a Republican and we're not a democracy because you're a Democrat is fucking retarded. Come on.
Additionally, when
What? That was a Merriam-Webster okay, dictionary. Okay, base. Okay.
he's in his debate mode, he's all but bulletproof to personal attack. Look at this clip.
Also, yeah, I'm in debate mode. Yeah, we're hardcore debating each other. I think this guy had already thrown a few personal attacks at me, maybe. But this is like a very contentious, hardcore debate. This is like a hardcore debatey platform. For the, fuck, what was it called? Uncensored America, I think? It's probably written on the wallpaper in the back, yeah.
Former InfoWars host Owen Schroyer is floundering in front of a crowd and calls Steven a cuck, referencing a non-controversy involving Steven being polyamorous with his ex-wife. Steven just laughs because he knows Owen is playing into his trap. Destiny thrives best when he can make someone else lose their cool and get desperate. He pokes and prods until they get so spitting angry, they start slinging insults as he smugly stands back, knowing even his smugness will keep making them mad.
Wait, what is this from? Or what is she quoting from for this? Like, how can me out debating you force you to call me a cuckold? That's your problem, not mine. What the fuck? Wait, what?
Want to know what happens when you speak truth to power? Everything this guy just said. I've been censored, I've been imprisoned, I've been assaulted, I've had my businesses shut down. This guy's dealt with nothing except cucking to his wife's boyfriend.
I see those 60 days in federal prison weren't kind to you. I'm sorry that you weren't able to do the podcast.
Damn.
In prison like you want.
That was a good one.
I know that's still upsetting you a lot. Only one of us up here has been arrested for trying to be a part of a coup or an insurrection against the United States. Only one of us up here hates this country, and I think it's pretty obvious it's the guy that doesn't even acknowledge the results of the last election. One of the most important foundational pieces of the United States.
So stop stealing them. So stop stealing them.
Which is no one's stealing it. No one's stealing it.
Damn.
He's rage baiting.
I'm rage baiting there? He did a personal insult against me. I flipped it around. Well, hold on. That was a really good line of attack. He did a personal insult against me. A baseless one also. Even if I was a cuck, first of all, if I am a cuck, every single time you call me a cuck publicly, I'm literally getting off to it because I'm pretty sure part of cuckoldry is humiliation. Okay, so thank you. Okay, but I flipped it around and I did a personal insult against him related to a prison sentence that he served, related to January 6th, which was related to trying to coup the government, which was related to the debate that we were having. How is that me rage baiting? What?
Stop stealing them. So stop stealing them.
Which is
so stop stealing them.
stealing it.
So
No
stop
one's stealing
stealing them.
He's rage baiting. It's trolling. That's it. His primary debate tactics
is trolling. What? Like I don't believe any of the things that I just said? Like I'm grifting? Like I'm just saying things just to get a rise out of him? He hit me first. He went in on me first personally. And my attack was relevant to the debate. His was totally irrelevant and personal. This person is rage baiting me. That's what's happening right now.
Are no different than internet trolling, in the process exposing how infantile and often ill-informed his opponents are. But by the time the battle reaches this point, they've already lost, and every bit of momentum they throw at him, he can just turn back on them like a fucking Aikido master.
True. Thank you. I am. Thank you. True.
To give him the flowers he's due.
Thank you.
This shit is what he's good at. It's kind of an inverse of what Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk do. It did. My issues with Steven honestly aren't in his debating or rhetorical strategies, and for that reason...
Well, but the thing you like about my debating strategies isn't even accurate. I do more research than any of these fucking losers on the internet, including the fucking losers that you look up to. Like, I can have substantive debates or conversations with more educated people. Now they'll all dodge them, as they should. But, okay.
Not going to be arguing against his ideology or arguments too much, because despite differences, I think they're ultimately...
Oh, thank you. What? We should have just said this at the start of the video. I'm not here to actually argue against any of his ideas or any of the substance of anything that he says or believes in. I'm here to pathologize everything. I just want to do the psychoanalysis. This, if you were going to call anything parasocial, this is parasocial. There's this guy. I'm doing this 3-hour video on him. Yeah, what's it about? They're a horrible person. Why? What do they say or do? You gotta, so there's this, the Mr. Girl report, the hours of streams with Anna, these things from 2012. It's like, okay. Why not just like repost every old video on the internet about me? They could have like every single time I walk into one of these videos, a new hit piece on me, it's like, it's like I'm walking into this room and it's like, oh, it's the same 100 clips or whatever, the same, not really, it's more like the same 10 clips that get played over and over and over and over and over again. Oh, look.
Eventuality of...
Oh, that's where he said he wanted to murder the DDoS kid. Oh, that's where he said 15-year-olds where it can be hot. Oh, this is the one about Mia Rose where he raped her. Oh, this is the one where he wanted to mow down dipshit protesters with a car. Oh, it's like, oh, awesome, cool. Every single time, yes. Yes!
Ultimately small potatoes compared to the real issue. How he's used his platform to hurt people, avoid accountability, and target others for harassment. I mentioned earlier how people will likely already be saying I should address his arguments instead of attacking him. But
no. Damn, I look like a serial killer here. Based?
His arguments aren't the problem. He is. I mean, even the worst things he said and argued, like his infamous support for running over peaceful protesters. Or...
What? It was shooting. Kyle Rittenhouse had a gun. It was for shooting. Why? Hassan talking about running him over the car is so dumb.
Supporting the genocide in Gaza, aren't based in actual political belief. They don't.
Oh. So I don't have pages and pages, or dozens or hundreds of pages of stuff that I've written about supporting anything related to Israel, Gaza, or I don't have any principled stance on self-defense or anything that I've been pretty consistent on for my entire life. Oh.
Don't seem to be, but more personal convenience and understanding. And
I'm so personally convenienced by my stance on Israel. Ching. More, where's my Israeli bucks? Yes.
This distinction, because throughout this video, I'll be talking about the things he does believe, but I don't want this to turn into a debate about why he's wrong, but instead a discussion on why the things he's saying often either make him a hypocrite.
Oh my God.
Or serve his ulterior motives, those most often being either business related or hedonism.
Yes.
I've spoken many times about how I don't particularly find debates useful for converting or changing people's minds. I did a whole video on the recent spate of Jubilee controversy, so go watch that video for a more in-depth explanation of my thoughts on the debate space. I'll accept that Destiny's willingness to go toe-to-toe with almost anyone or even fight dirty and rely on insults has probably led a decent amount of people away from alt-right or right-wing leaning online spaces.
Cool.
Or at the very least that it's exposed people in those spaces to more progressive issues. I won't, however, accept Stephen's framing that he gives for this approach, which is to most often depict himself as the lone warrior of truth, the only truly rational person arguing from the left.
I'm like the only person that is progressive that like isn't fucking unhinged.
For someone in these political spaces for so long, he knows this isn't true. He knows that plenty of other people on the left have been controversial. He's fully aware of the dirtbag left contingent. But that's a topic for further into the video.
Yeah, but the dirtbag left people are also people that I would call fucking crazy because they're all tankies and they're dirtbag in a bad way. They're just like racist and homophobic. I'm not racist and homophobic. I just think edgy humor is funny. What? Like these... There's a maybe the distinction doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. This is why I argue about the private and public joke thing. This is why I say there's certain jokes that I make in private. I just don't make them publicly. I just don't think it's worth it because I don't know how my community will take it. I don't know the type of people that hear your jokes. It's just not worth it. I don't like the dirtbag left. I think those people are deplorable, and a lot of them are just straight fucking like bigoted. I'm sorry. All the weird tweets and everything about Pete Buttigieg that came from all of those fucking weirdo, creepy, whatever people on the left, that was weird shit. And it was just homophobic and it was kind of fucking strange. And I don't know. When I say, yeah, I'm not like one of those crazy lunatics or whatever on the left. Well, I guess technically I'm not including those people. I am talking about the crazy progressive people. But I wouldn't throw my hat in to the same ring as the dirtbag left people either. Those people are also like exclusively socialists and tankies and commies as well.
Video. Before that, we have some other matters to attend to. The thing that really led me down the rabbit hole to understanding Stephen better wasn't his beliefs or his platform, but the way he debates, and more importantly, who he associates with for platforming said content. Because while he and many others in the mainstream media might credit him for being a brave debater treading where others dare not, the truth is, when you look at all the facts and data, he might be a convincing debater, but he has very little real consistency aside from using shock tactics and controversy to raise his profile. And part of that shock value has always been platforming and being platformed by the far right.
Who have I spent more time on stream with? I feel like it's probably left-leaning people over right-leaning people. No? I did this one stream with Nick in person. I know I've had a few debates with him in person. I used to talk with Irish Laddie / Vosh quite a bit. I was on stream with Hassan. We would go out and do IRL streams. Maybe not a ton. And then we had a lot of on-stream time together. I feel like in the totality of my streaming time, unless there's a right-winger that I'm not thinking of, you literally created Vosh and Hassan. True. Who the fuck besides, like, is there a right-winger? Lauren Southern? I don't think I was on stream with her much. I feel like we did like 2 or 3 debates on stream. Fresh and Fit, we've done debates before, but I don't think I've done, Sneeko maybe more friendly-ish, although we were trying to save him and we failed. Rip. Dan, true. The amount of times people reuse your Fuentes stream footage now exceeds the actual footage itself. True.
Immediately, the term guilt by association pops to mind. And, of course, knowing Destiny and his followers' penchant for pedantry, I'm sure some are already writing pitchforks in the comments to let me know that just because he hangs out with people he disagrees with doesn't make him a bad person. And I'm not saying that.
Wait, what? That's a non sequitur. Just because he hangs out with people he doesn't agree with doesn't make him a bad person. It has nothing to do with being a bad or good person. It has to do with whether or not you share their beliefs or not. I could hang out with people who have different beliefs than me that I don't share beliefs with and still be a bad person. Like, these two things don't connect at all. But okay.
Because the way Destiny associates
now, you could argue that was me being pedantic, but it's a slop essay that you said you worked on for months, so you should have your points straight, and everything this person said so far has been stupid. So.
People, brands, companies, movements, and groups go so far beyond merely guilt by association because he is genuinely guilty of spreading harmful ideas. by helping to platform them in exchange for attention. To him, this isn't a matter of beliefs or conviction, it's business and the benefits that come with it.
I mean, like, yeah, but I mean, it's YouTube. Everything is going to be about business to some extent if I'm doing anything on YouTube, right? Like, that's kind of how it works. We're broadcasting and streaming all of it. You could argue that I've done a lot of real life political stuff that didn't directly benefit my YouTuber streaming stuff, right? All the canvassing stuff, all the political stuff, all the Unfuck America stuff. Like, in general, this takes away from my stream time. It takes away from my money. It's a big time investment. Sometimes it's a monetary investment. But I mean, none of that counts, I guess. No one cares about that, I guess.
Really the point underlined here.
And then if I bring this up, they say, oh, you only did that so that you could bring it up to use it in a debate. It's like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. True. I'm just evil.
It's business and the benefits that come with it. That's really the point underlined here. He will do just about anything if it benefits.
I should just become a right-winger. You know why? Because I'll fucking say it. Doing content with Nick Fuentes is better than all of these insufferable motherfuckers. And me and Nick, you know what? We're high genetic stock, okay? Because we have the hidden ingredient that all of the master race people in the past were missing. And that is racial mixture, okay? Because diversity is our greatest strength. And me having my Cuban background and Nick having his Hispanic background makes us the strongest form of white nationalists. We're high genetic stock. We're high IQ. We can use big words. We can debate people. We can be funny. I should just become a full fucking Nazi. I have a good background for it and everything. I could just be the best fucking Nazi in the world. I'm already fucking canceled and banned from everything anyway, right? Jesus.
Him, even if it is often to the detriment of somebody else. Real quick, let's go back through Steven's history. Remember when we talked about his little Sargon of Akkad moment, the JonTron interview that sank JonTron's career? Up until this point, JonTron was a massive YouTube personality and almost overnight lost a seismic amount of goodwill. And it seems that Destiny got all of it. And he spent the ensuing decade plus burning it away little by little.
Also, I like how people only see one thing. Yeah, I got goodwill from people on the left. I got a fuck ton of hate from people on the right and the lay epic centrists as well. Like, I don't even know if I don't think the internet even supported me back then, because all of the support that I got from people back, hold on, I'm so sorry. And I will give myself a lot of credit here, okay? Because I'm the only motherfucking person that could have created a space for people like Hassan to even exist. It hasn't always been that left-leaning gaming spaces were friendly, or that gaming spaces were friendly towards left-leaning people. That was a space that I basically solo carved out on my fucking own while getting shit on by every motherfucker, by getting attacked by every motherfucker. When I would go into stream chats, every person on Twitch hated the fact that I was a libcuck, hated the fact that I was a leftist liberal or whatever. All these guys, all of Train's chats, XQC's early chats, all of these streams thought that I was a fucking loser libcuck lefty. And when I debated JonTron, the people that were giving me props were like the people that were in crowds with like the Anita Sarkeesian types. These people weren't even in the gaming industry. So anybody that would have been giving me props already hates me because I say retarded and because I'm a white male. Unironically, back then that was the case. So nobody's giving me props back then that's in my community. Everybody in these communities fucking hated me because this space hadn't been carved out yet. So to say that I'm doing this thing and I'm getting all this goodwill is just not true. I'm pretty sure, I don't know, if somebody can go and check, if you want evidence, like people are hindsighting this so much, trying to say that like, oh, he got so much, why does my thing keep doing this? He got so much goodwill and blah, blah, blah. I think it took this video years, I think, to even get back to a 50-50 like-dislike rate. You guys can check it in chat. But it was like for years, this video had more dislikes than likes. This was not a well-received, popular video. Most of the people on the internet, as evidenced by the next few fights that I had over the ensuing months with fucking Ego Raptor. And I'm getting like the animator to fucking Metalocalypse, like tweeting at me that I'm a fucking asshole loser. Every motherfucker on the internet hated me after this. The only people that liked me were these people that were very far outside the communities I was in. Ugh. I hate it because like I worked so hard to create this space, and then these loser fucks like Hassan, who would never survive for even a microsecond, wander into this space thinking that like somehow they've created. It's like bullshit. You would have died. You would have killed yourself in this space earlier on. Ugh. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, even Total Biscuit. I'm pretty sure Total Biscuit was against me for this. I think Ethan the pedophile, HBH3, I think he was against me for this because they were all friends with each other and buddy-buddy with each other. Ugh, whatever. Dude, fuck me. You can check it on the back end and actually see the like. Oh, wait, can I? Sky Williams. Yeah, nobody remembers some of these people, but edit video. Analytics?
Engagement? Oh. What the fuck is this? In the hold on, okay. Since upload, lifetime. It doesn't tell me the number, but I think I can calculate it. It says likes versus dislikes are 63.2%. So does that mean that if you add up both and divide, what a weird way to show that. That'll give you the likes versus dislikes. My debating John, or fuck it, I'll just screenshot it, I guess. Nobody remembers what these spaces used to be like, and that drives me crazy. I was the only fucking left-leaning gamer guy when the whole stupid Gamergate shit came out. I was literally the only fucking person on the left in these spaces. And I got roasted for it constantly. Channel average, 93.8%. Debating JonTron, 63.2%. And that's after a long time. Like I said, it took a long fucking time. It took a long fucking time for this to even get to the 50-50 mark. Oh yeah, the one, the lolicon drawer guy. I remember when he... This is the one guy, right? Is it Shadbase? You said the guy from Smiling Friends draw you after debating JonTron. Wasn't that Shadbase? Or Shadman? I don't know. But... Jesus.
Little. Seems JonTron's career. Up until this point, JonTron was a massive YouTube personality and almost overnight lost a seismic amount of goodwill. And it seems that Destiny got all of it. And he spent the ensuing decade plus burning it away little by little. And from...
Wait, what the fuck? Okay.
Here, he very quickly made the rounds through these spaces, getting a bigger profile every time he debated somebody like Lawrence Southern.
Do you think that a Palestinian child with a family of a Palestinian child?
Israel care about that.
But dude, they don't. The bombs don't make the little shitty fucking RPGs. Don't even make it over the walls because Israel is one of the most sophisticated anti-missile dome systems in the fucking world. You're really comparing the military power of these two states? Come on, dude.
No. Okay, I'm not. I'm saying the reason they're not just sitting there bombing hospitals and schools. You can't honestly believe they're just sitting there like, you know what? Let's fucking bomb a hospital.
Israel has literally been on record manufacturing reasons in the past to march into the West Bank and fucking exterminate people, dog. What do you mean?
Okay.
But
partially true.
Because you've seen a video, you know.
Too one-sided though. Those Palestinians are up to no good. Be careful.
Every other month or whatever, every few months of people, you know, well, these...
But you know what? I horseshoed back to this position because I'm tired of hearing about Israel's bullshit. Fuck them and fuck their activities, okay?
Islams are committing terrorisms all over the place. They're homogenous people. They all think the same. Like, damn, that's not true. Like, if you go and you talk to people on the ground and you talk to a couple dozen people, you can manufacture any opinion that you want about any person that you want.
This
that's
is true.
The problem.
Okay, fine. Let's look at the peer-reviewed data on that by Pew Research on Muslims. Do you want to do that since you seem to like that a lot?
Do you have the peer-reviewed data on Christians as well?
Bring that up. I don't know. Do you have support that shows that like 70% of Christians believe that there should be arrest and prosecution for anyone who insults their religion? I'd love to see that because that exists in the UK for Muslims.
Do you understand the problem that you just committed fundamentally? Like that already shows like your own biases, right? You just said that you went to Pew Research to find stats on how Muslims think because you're already convinced that they're bad people and you don't even know the numbers on Christians. You don't even know them.
Good point.
You know that not
oh my God, I wasn't even on Vyvanse back then.
To live on welfare, that people have homes and families and memories from certain. These are. I know it's really hard to believe sometimes. Maybe I don't know what it's like in Canada, but these are actually human beings that have like their own dreams and aspirations and goals, and they have things that they like to do. That the goal of every human being isn't to just move somewhere and live off of welfare, right? You know that, right?
I mean, a lot of them want to live on welfare.
I know these clips are a little long, but as I was researching, I was continually surprised to find how much more empathetic Stephen was in his early career. This clip in particular shows off an entirely different side to his opinion on the Israel-Palestine situation.
2017? What? This would have been after... what the fuck was even going on? What the fuck? I don't... My mind is a blank from 2017 to 20... The Great March of Return would have been 2019? 2017 might have been... No, it wouldn't have been. Oh my God, I can't remember the name of that fucking neighborhood. Fuck, I even went there in East Jerusalem with the people who fight over the... Who has the actual documents to the apartments. Somebody will say it in chat. Oh, Sheikh Jarrah or whatever. Was something going on back then for it? But...
During these debates, he often appealed to his opponent's sense of humanity and reason, and I'm not sure how or why or when that changed. But
I mean, like, it depends on the debate, right? Like I've said this a million times. It's person, policy, platform. Who are you debating? What are you debating? Where are you debating them? It's always going to change the way that I approach it.
But I suspect it was partially due over time to his obstinance and defiance when criticized from the left, but also he often appealed to his opponent's sense of humanity and reason, and I'm not sure how or why or when that changed. But I suspect it was partially due over time to his obstinance and defiance when criticized from the left, but also a growing and friendly proximity to the right, where he was often greeted with open arms.
Oh, the historical rewriting. Oh, it's okay. This is what my midget brother Tyrion felt at the end of Lord of the Rings when they didn't put him in the book. I get it.
With progressives cutting out conservatives from every platform they can, is they lose the ability to defend any of their ideas. And then at the end of the day, I think they just end up looking horrible. Like, you'll get questions of like, well, what's one barrier? I think you asked, what's one barrier that you have as a woman in society? And it's like, well, I'm handicapped, I don't have any legs. Or it's like, well, I'm black. Or like, okay, what about the woman part, right? Nobody can answer that question. So you got a panel full of people that probably all have like feminist scholar bullshit in their Twitter bios. Not a single person can answer that question. So yeah, I don't know, things like that like really bother me when people are supposed to be defending these ideas and they can't because they don't talk to conservatives anymore.
Many of these appearances...
What part of that supported the idea that conservatives welcome me with open arms? I feel like they've got like I feel like they've got like 50 random clips and they're like, okay, well, fuck, I got to tie these together somehow. Okay.
Even would engage with on the idea that others in his space, the perceived space, of course, being left-leaning content creators, wouldn't dare go on podcasts like Fresh and Fit or some C-tier internet debate composition because they just can't handle being outside their lefty fun zone. That everyone but Steven is just a vapid idea vampire, and being exposed to the sunlight of reactionary conservatism will do them like Stephen Dorff did that one vampire in the first Blade movie.
Please don't tell me that she's going to pick the only example person who will do the debates, because there is one person who will, but I've said this tons in the past, is Sam Cedar. He's the only guy I know who will show the fuck up like a wrecking ball anywhere. And I give him props for that. He's debated me 2 or 3 times.
Except that is very blatantly not the case. People who ideologically disagree with these troglodytes don't want to go into these spaces because people...
Oh, never mind. She's just going to defend them never doing it. Oh, okay.
Can't handle being outside their lefty fun zone. That everyone but Steven is just a vapid idea vampire, and being exposed to the sunlight of reactionary conservatism will do them like Stephen Dorff did that one vampire in the first Blade movie. Except that is very blatantly not the case. People who ideologically disagree with these troglodytes don't want to go into these spaces because people like this are bad faith, not looking to earnestly engage, and neither are their fan bases. But...
What does that sound like?
Also because, like most podcasts and just content in general, it's a pretty transparent attempt to clout chase. It has very little to do with being ideologically able to defend their viewpoint.
True.
Points, and more to do with not want to ingratiate themselves to the audiences of craven demagogues. And perhaps more embarrassing is when Destiny isn't in his debate me bro mode, he basically blends in completely with the right-wing grifters that he can admit are also taking advantage of their own audience.
All these people have every motivation to expose the other side, but those people are wrong. But you, the guy who's making tens of thousands of dollars selling me a message that the government is corrupt, I'm gonna listen to you for government corruption? You who has no oversight, you who has no accountability, you who's not an elected official, you who can print whatever message or lie you want, which they have.
And I want to show that he does know the function he's playing in this attention ecosystem. See, on the right kind of takes anyone with a platform. More moderate voices in conservatism will interview incredulously platform and outright...
Why not just, instead of like doing your own half-baked retarded take on this, why not just copy what I've said verbatim about this? But like, again, like I've gone back and forth in my career multiple times on how I feel about participating in right-wing platforms. This is not a unique idea that you've had. Like, this is my lived experience. And it's great that you want to come in as a newcomer who's, I don't know, 19, 20 years old and has no concept of any of the history or any of the stuff. Like, I feel like for the JonTron debate for them, this is like a thing they read about in a wiki or something, and they had no idea that any of this stuff even existed or what the actual environments were like back then. Like, I've gone back and forth on this. What does it mean to engage with conservatives at all? Where I've been, there are times where I'm like, let's be a nice reach out to everybody. Then there are times where I'm like, let's be a fucking demon. I'm pretty sure right now I'm on pretty big demon time. And they even played clips of me on Piers Morgan earlier criticizing how much of on demon time I was. It's not like I have much ingratiation with any right-wing communities right now. Like, we're all these right-leaning communities that love me so much.
Anti-Semite Nazi like Nick Fuentes because it's one big propaganda game. And at the end of the day, the only real consistent ideology is growing a platform. It's why there's often no scruples about immediately embracing people who leave the left with very little hesitation or doubt when someone is professed to be a liberal who wants to talk about why they're now conservative or red-pilled or whatever. What good does scrutiny do when being undiscerning gives you so much more attention? Inversely, like I mentioned at the beginning, you can't get progressives or leftists to agree on shit. And that includes purity testing certain people, excluding them based on perceived slights, lack of personal growth, or other arbitrary metrics. When I made a feature-length documentary talking to former white nationalists, people who were in like actual groups like Atomwaffen Division, and I talked about how they wanted to help others leave that kind of hate behind, I got pushback from some parts of my audience. People accuse me of platforming white nationalists and Nazis even as I spent a movie's runtime shit talking about. There are issues that require more nuance, and there is a overeager contingent of people on the left who too often hesitate to engage with that nuance. That much is true, but that's entirely different than what Destiny does. This is all to give an example that beliefs in these online spaces are not so often cut and dry. Most average, everyday people who aren't constantly, terminally politically online are actually probably closer to someone like Destiny or what Destiny says, in their beliefs. They have some things they think are too far on either party line. They mostly just want to live a plentiful and productive life. Fair dues.
Wow. I wonder who else has said that before.
Thing Destiny does correctly assess is that a massive emphasis from leftists on identity politics have likely ostracized and even pushed otherwise well-intentioned people further right because of things like that.
That's the way that I see it. Cringe. Don't misunderstand what this fucking loser means when they say that. Anytime you see a fucking loser fuck like this talk about, oh, the left focuses too much on identity politics, and you're thinking, oh, cool, they've understood this thing and they're going to change it. What they are is it's always some tanky fucking disguise who's like, can we please stop talking about black people? I really want to talk about how evil America is. Can we please stop talking about women and bigotry and all this shit? I really just want to talk about like class-related stuff because that's the only fucking thing I care about. And when I have a one-dimensional view of society, it just makes everything so much easier to criticize. I just want to talk about the billionaires, please. Oh my God, it's so cringe.
On identity politics have likely ostracized and even pushed otherwise well-intentioned people further right because of things like that.
That's the way that I see it, is that you kind of got like this progressive establishment that has basically, through all of these kind of like academic terms, have like built up this idea. You can say like men, white people, the Mayo side, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But like every other racial minority is super protected. Can't make fun of black people, can't make fun of Hispanic people, can't, right? And then if you're white, there's like 50 million things to worry about. When you have that type of attitude and then it becomes pervasive on your side, then I mean, invariably there's going to be other people that will start to speak to the disaffected people.
But then he will make blanket statements about anyone further to the left of himself. In the process, he's often doing it to court favor with whatever dude bro podcast he's filling in on. Because in these moments, he's capitulating to them. He's showing the right-wingers who will take anyone in that he is the reasonable liberal, not the crazy campus lefty. In effect, he's doing the exact same thing that he often accuses the left of doing to conservatives. Lumping them all in because one or two people he doesn't like are there. I'm sure...
No. If you think I've lumped somebody in that's not fair to lump them in on, then point that out. But me saying this is the left-wing contingent of politics that I disagree with, and I don't think I've ever identified somebody as part of that who's not, and I'm not like this for these reasons, it's not me lumping anybody in together with anybody. My issue with the right is that when they talk about the left, they're not usually talking about anything that's representative of center-left Democrats at all. Like this person just said, 5 minutes ago, most people who are Democrats, believe it or not, even though my messaging is kind of extreme and I can be kind of wacky and crazy sometimes, most Democrats are probably closer to my political beliefs, actually are absolutely closer to my political beliefs than fucking Hassan or any of the dirtbag leftists or whatever. Like, that's probably just true.
Many.
So I don't think trying to separate myself from people who are further left than me, I don't think is lumping everybody together. I don't even think those people would disagree with me.
Accuses the left of doing to conservatives. Lumping them all in because one or two people he doesn't like are there. I'm sure many...
Lumping them in because they're people I don't like? What am I wrong about? Can I get like an actual analysis? Like who am I lumping together, or who am I saying is further left than me on some belief that's just not true?
Would argue there's a honey-vinegar dynamic that by going into these spaces and presenting reasonable fact-based arguments to counter the narratives being sold to, often young men, is a good goal, which I might agree with if I thought most of the people Destiny engaged with acted in good faith, but
they don't have to act in good faith. The point is you're always aimed at the audience, not the people who are doing the podcast, obviously, right? They're not going to change their opinion, maybe ever. They're too market captured to actually change their opinion, or they could just be stubborn, right?
Don't. They're merely using Destiny as a tool, in the process normalizing their often incendiary and antisocial beliefs to Destiny's very large and already transgressive audience. And he knows.
My transgressive audience? I hardly have any trans people now. Just kidding, stop. What? I feel like my audience is, for a political streamer of my size, who's not like a wacko crazy lefty, especially given that they tend to be younger, I feel like we do pretty good when it comes to bigotry or anything else. Like, put my audience up against anybody else's, I would feel comfortable that my audience would win that fight.
They're often incendiary and antisocial beliefs to Destiny's very large and already transgressive audience. And he knows this. He knows that these people aren't arguing in good faith and that they're using him for his audience. It's a accepted byproduct of our content ecosystem.
Shout out to DGG.
An almost unspoken quid pro quo system where, for example, I'll be invited onto a podcast and later on I'll hit up one of the podcast hosts to then go and be on my podcast or join me on a charity stream, each of us being able to expose the other's audience to reach each other in a mutual game of growth and therefore profit. Make no mistake about what's happening here. Every time Destiny has gone on a podcast or debate where someone may have been presenting as hostile to him, it was because of the views he thought that encounter would get him. And when you're a content creator...
Again, like, yeah, but I mean, like... It's like, that's kind of the goal, right? Like, if I have a political idea, my goal is to expose as many people to that idea as possible and to convert people to the political ideology that I have. Well, of course. As opposed to what? Going to the most politically ineffective places, or just preaching to the choir, or going to places where I don't feel like I can convert any person to my side? Like, yeah, I mean, what... Obviously, I don't understand what this is even... This isn't a real critique. This is like a truism. You're just trying, like, imagine saying this to, it's not the exact same role, but imagine saying to like a politician, oh, well, actually, I'm sorry. People do say this to politicians. People will say shit like, oh, well, you're just doing this to get more votes. It's like, good, they should try to get more votes. They're a fucking politician. Their goal is to get elected and to do things that more people want so that they get more votes. That's the point. Like, yeah.
As hostile to him, it was because of the views he thought that encounter would get him.
But also, I'm sorry, even while I maintain that and I'll defend that position, I go on more small podcasts and talk to more small creators than any motherfucker on the internet that's my size or people that are even smaller than my size. I brought so many random people on. I've talked to so many random duders. I've talked like, I gave that stupid fuck interview to the guy who ended up clipping the interview and trying to use it as an attack hit piece against me. When this guy, how many views did this guy even have on his YouTube channel? Who am I talking about? Destiny, Dan, YouTube, hit piece. Fuck, I'm not. Damn, look at these thumbnails. Ryan Beard. No, it's some fucking, it was a small. This vid.
So, would you say
40, this guy didn't have 50,000 subs on YouTube, and he's politically different than me, and I agreed to give this guy an interview. Off stream, I didn't even stream or record it. I don't even have the fucking whole interview that I did. Whatever. When was the last small podcast that Hassan went on? Seriously, you want to talk about clout obsessed?
And when you're a content creator, that is one of the most important things possible. I know this as much as Steven.
What's up, Steven Bennell?
I'm only 20 minutes into this 120-minute video. We got a lot of weird things being said here.
Free content for you, my man.
It is indeed.
This discussion of the numbers or the success of a stream or debate and how big and therefore successful it will be is something that lingers in the shadows of many of his discussions and appearances, but it's there if you look for it. They constantly joke about how well a video is going to do and what's going to make good content. Even slightly more recently, in a debate from 2022, he's able to assert that Nick makes tens of thousands shilling conspiracy theories to illustrate how Nick has an established interest in spreading misinformation. This was after collaborating with Nick Fuentes for several years.
Before we jump into this, okay, collaborating with Nick Fuentes for several years? Excuse me, what? Do you think I've done, I'm trying to think. My memory does suck for something. Do you think I've done more or less than 10 stream appearances in my life with Nick Fuentes? Like we did, I'm trying to think, because during the Sneeko time, I might have done a few. I'm trying to think if I've done more or less than 10, maybe more or less than 15? I feel like I've probably been on stream with Nick Fuentes more than, or less than 15 times in my life. Like we did the big Asmongold hosted debate, obviously. I know that I did we did the live stream or whatever, where we did the chicken and waffle stuff. We did there were at least a few with Sneeko. I think, I'm pretty sure. I'll add 3 or 4 to that. We did a Ukraine debate, which would be another one. I feel like it might have literally been Destiny. Guess an exact number. I have the answer. Do you have the answer? I don't know, 9? I don't know. What's the exact answer? It's going to be like 27. There's going to be some time where we did like 7 streams in a row and I forgot about it. Oh, no, you're one of the wiki guys. How many? Oh, fuck. Okay, 17 times. Still, over what time span is that? You did the debate about immigration and the Hart-Celler Act? Oh, true. That's true. Oh, there were 2 debates for that one, right? From 2017 to 2024. Several years of collaboration. We did the immigration debate in 2017. He was on a panel debate. I totally forgot about this one. With Lauren Southern, no bullshit. Lauren Chen, when she was roaming millennial. Another immigration debate. The big Scuffed podcast episode. The Kill Stream episode. Oh, he called into this one, right? I think. This was I don't even remember this one, 2022. Fuentes teams up with Infrared Haas versus Destiny in impromptu debate. Okay. And then me and Rose Wrist debated Fuentes and Baked Alaska. Lauren Manifesto leads to Fuentes shouting match. 2022 was probably this Red Pill era would have been my most active. She should have just said, she should have restricted it to 2022. But even in 2022, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 would have been my most accurate. 9 streams in a year for somebody that streams every day. 17 streams over 7 years is we did content together for several years.
Interest in spreading misinformation. This was after collaborating with Nick Fuentes for several years.
Before we jump into this, okay, I just be clear about who you're talking to and what the goal of the conversation is, okay? Nick has a political movement, a political ideology. His goal is not to sell you truth or to sell you a critical thought process. His goal is to sell you his political ideology.
This is me collaborating with Nick, by the way.
So if he comes across some idea that's contrary to what he believes, or some thought or fact that is contrary to his beliefs, he's not going to tell you that, and he's not going to incorporate it into his world. He's only going to give you the piece of information that he uses to sell his ideology.
He talks about how he knows why Nick has audience and how spreading that misinformation plays into that.
It's good to ask questions.
Yes. Yeah.
But you guys don't just ask questions. You guys believe in literally every single fucking conspiracy in the world. Do you think the government put...
At the end of that clip, which is on Destiny's channel, shows Nick and Sneeko, and they've gotten Destiny to agree to another debate, gleefully exclaiming that they're about to red pill so many people.
Are you being paid by the government?
Give me a time and a date. Bro, you're getting paid to tell people exactly what they want to hear. That's the difference between you and me. You're getting paid to tell your audience exactly what they want to hear. Are you making money doing what you're doing?
Hardly. We have some Turkish payment.
You're about to fly to fucking Florida to have a little vacation. What happened to that 400,000 in crypto? Listen. Obviously, you're getting paid. You're getting money. You're not broke. 9/11 debate on the 22nd.
Let's go!
At 6 p.m., okay?
Dude, Sneeko, we're going to red pill everybody.
It's a fucking 5-hour documentary, though.
It's good content. The controversy he gets by these people simply engaging with him is why he does it. And Nick is a particularly interesting case because they've...
Why just the controversy? It can't be because I genuinely believe in any of the underlying points. Like, yeah, the controversy is part of it, but I mean, like, it's politics. There's always... Like, you can't divorce the two. Like, every single political figure that is of no... Like, AOC... you know, did back and forth controversy with the Democrats and other people a ton. Bernie Sanders had a whole controversial presidential run. Donald Trump is probably the most controversial, divisive figure in U.S. political history. Like, it's politics.
Had such a close proximity to one another for so long. In a 2023 Fresh and Fit podcast, Nick even says he's trying to be...
Wait, what? Had such close proximity?
The controversy he gets by these people simply engaging with him is why he does it. And Nick is a particularly interesting case because they've had such a close proximity to one another for so long. In a 2023 Fresh and Fit podcast, Nick even says he's trying to be Destiny's friend.
I do, you know, and by the way, and I don't hate you. I disagree with you, but I don't hate you. I try to be your friend. That's okay. One day you'll come around.
He also has an obvious respect for the sniveling worm.
But what does that imply, though? One day we're going to be friends. It implies that I'm not. No, isn't that the implication there?
That is Nick Fuentes. In this 2025 clip, he is ceding to a fan of Nick's that he performed poorly in their last debate and chalks it up to Nick being an ideologue, talking about ideology which Destiny admits he's just not good with.
I watched you for years. After watching Nick for a year, I can say leagues above you. Yeah, I think the last debate I had with Nick was fucking pathetic. And then the second one I had with him over immigration stuff was pathetic. He's good at like ideologue. If you like to listen to people monologue their ideology and just do that all day, yeah, I mean, Nick is a good guy to listen to. I'm really bad at that stuff. I just like researching shit and debating people on stuff and a little bit more just...
Wait, was this cut? The first debate I did with him was very bad. Or not very bad. It was not good. The second one, when I say it's pathetic, wouldn't I be referring to his performance? I feel like on the second one, he got destroyed. Because when I did the research and I came back for the second one, he couldn't counter any of the talking points. He was just, that's when I realized, oh, he's just an ideologue. I'm curious if this was cut to make it sound like I feel like I did poorly on both those debates.
Ideology and just do that all day. Yeah, I mean, Nick is a good guy to listen to. I'm really bad at that stuff. I just like researching shit and debating people on stuff and a little bit more discreet versus kind of like narratively driven. But
these brief conversational...
I watched you for years. After watching Nick for a year, I can say leagues above you. Yeah, I think the last debate I had with Nick was fucking pathetic. And then the second one I had with him over immigration stuff was pathetic. He's good at like ideologue. If you like...
Source, Destiny. Somebody leave me this video. They are not sourcing correctly. That's not your channel. That's a fan channel. Link it to me.
Like to listen to people monologue their ideology and just do that all day. Yeah, I mean...
What was the last debate I feel... I'm trying to think of what I would have been talking about here. I feel like I did... I don't remember how I feel like I did on him, or did against him on the Fresh and Fit thing. I don't remember. It was kind of clusterfucky. The one against that wasn't the one that the Ryan guy was on. What's his name? The weird neo-Nazi dude who lives in Japan. That guy got obliterated. But I don't remember if Fuentes was on that or not.
Woo! Leagues above you.
What?
Yeah, I think
that guy got annihilated. Hold on, what was this? I do suck at like narrative style debates though, or I'm just not a very narratively driven person. I have to like think really hard about that stuff.
Because of the nature of what PayPal is, which is a peer-to-peer payment system, so it's deeply in touch with the financial industry and state regulations. The real connection to intelligence is that it comes from Stanford University. That was his origin story. He founded the Stanford.
I watched you for years. After watching Nick for a year, I can say leagues above you. Yeah, I think the last debate I had with Nick was fucking pathetic. And then the second one I had with him over immigration stuff was pathetic. He's good at like ideologue. If you like to listen to people monologue their ideology and just do that all day, yeah, I mean, Nick is a good guy to listen to. I'm really bad at that stuff. I just like researching shit and debating people on stuff and a little bit more discreet versus kind of like narratively driven. But
review at Stanford.
I'm so curious what this is cut from or what I'm talking about. You're saying Nick was pathetic in both debates you are referencing in that clip. Am I? Is that? It doesn't sound like it. Hold on.
Which is a peer-to-peer payment system, so it's deeply in touch with the financial industry and state regulations. The real connection to intelligence is that he comes from Stanford University. That was his origin story. He founded the Stanford.
I watched you for years. After watching Nick for a year, I can say leagues above you. Yeah, I think the last bit I had with Nick was fucking pathetic. And then the second one I had with him over immigration stuff was pathetic. He's good at like ideologue. If you like to listen to people monologue.
Oh, you're right. I understand what I'm saying. It was a pathetic. It was pathetic. But if you like to listen to people just fucking drone on and on, then, or I shouldn't say drone on and on. For people that give you like an ideological, narratively driven story or whatever, you know, those people can be entertaining to listen to. But when I'm saying pathetic, the first, second, or debate were pathetic, I'm saying that his performance was pathetic. Okay. I understand what I meant there. They're trying to make it sound like I thought that my performance was pathetic. Okay.
I watched you for years. After watching Nick for a year, I can say leagues above you. Yeah, I think the last bit I had with Nick was fucking pathetic. And then the second one I had with him over immigration stuff was pathetic. He's good at like ideologue. If you like to listen to people monologue their ideology and just do that all day, yeah, I mean, Nick is a good guy to listen to. I'm really bad at that stuff. I just like research.
Yeah, she's saying the opposite. And then she's, I guess, combining it with this clip. I don't know if this is from the same thing or not. Wait, what's my outfit?
If you like
to this is probably from the same
people monologue their ideology and just do that all day, yeah, I mean, Nick is a good guy to listen to. I'm really bad at that stuff. I just like researching shit and debating people on stuff, and I'm a little bit more discreet versus kind of like narratively driven. But
these brief conversational snippets show a level of proximity to alt-right and far-right figures. Dare I say, a level of friendliness or comfort that seems at odds with anyone who would stand on their business as a progressive or even.
How do these? I don't understand how these people connect. I just need to say one thing, okay, and then I just need to fucking glaze so fucking hard, all right? One thing, I'm very critical of people like this. Like, this person shouldn't be doing videos like this. Or they actually, maybe they could, but they need to approach it with so much less bias. Like, it's very obvious that this person had a story of me in mind, and then they went out seeking stuff to try to make whatever they have fit. And this person is probably worse than most when it comes to putting together these pieces, because so much of the clips and stuff that they're showing don't really support what they're saying. But I will say, not really to this person's credit, it is very hard to make a story out of a whole bunch of discrete clips and things. Like, to find a through line in this and to draw a picture and to decide, you know, this is a square and I'm going to omit this and this and this. This is a very, very, very difficult thing to do. And I know, like, the meme is that, you know, her videos are long and they've got like nice production quality, whatever. But ContraPoints, to take a video and to make a video that is 2.5 hours long, or any of the content that she does on her channel, to make these videos that are this fucking long and tie together so many different things, but to do it in a way that has a very clear and consistent ideological through line, where the videos and everything that you're playing are reinforcing the subpoints that you're making, that are reinforcing the overarching narrative and theme that you're getting at, and to do this in a structured way, this is so unbelievably difficult to do. I cannot imagine how many videos she scrapped, like in what stage. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she will like see everything through to the end. I can't imagine how much more she wanted to include, or like the storyboarding or whatever, or how many times she said to change course and everything. Like, it's just so hard to do this well. And when it's done, the thing that sucks is when it's done really well, you don't really notice it. It's just a really well put together thing. But like, I don't know what the fuck the through line is on this. Apparently I'm doing things for clout, but I also publicly acknowledge that there are some things that I'm not good at, and then I want to be ingratiated by these right-wing audiences, but I'm also like massively canceled by these audiences, and I fight with them. I know that my audience can be poisoned by these audiences or by these content creators, but I say it publicly that they're trying to poison my, like nothing really makes sense here. But it's because this person sat down with the idea that like I'm an evil, manipulative, hedonistic, whatever piece of shit bastard fuck, and I'm gonna make a video showing that. But like for whatever you think about me, I'm just not as evil as people think. Okay, I'm just not that evil. And to try to make a long form video that supports that narrative, you're gonna have to torture your data points, pretty hardcore to do it. And I think that's basically what's happening.
Even hella liberal. Back to his private combos, I found this one illuminating, where during a casual conversation with Fuentes, he talks about giving known white supremacist and racist Lauren Southern tips on getting more views on her videos.
Like, I've argued with fucking Lauren about her videos, where she's like, oh, all of my stuff is deprioritized, I don't think I'm getting views. Like, no, it's not. You just don't fucking upload enough. Make more fucking videos. And she did make a couple, and some of them actually popped up on the algorithm. She did one responding to Matt Walsh, and she got like 500,000 views. And it's like, why do you think that the algorithm's not fucking? You're fucking yourself. Because that...
Two things. This was part of a multi-video visit Nick did, chilling with Destiny and his ex-wife and chatting it up. The second...
Well, she was my current wife. But I've always given props and I will always give props to right-wingers who actually do work on the ground. I'll do that. For Lauren, it was her documentaries. For Nick, it was his AFPAC stuff. I think that leftists have unbelievably failed there. I say fail, but now with a more mature opinion, I realize it's intentional. They just don't care about political power, so they never invest anything. That's why Hassan has those Discord logs of him crying that he couldn't even get a picture of his fans out canvassing or whatever, or phone banking for Mamdani or whatever bullshit. Oh yeah, I gave props to Charlie Kirk, you know, before and after his death. Even Charlie Kirk was a very politically astute person. Yeah, for Lauren, for every right-wing person, we just saw, was it Ian Miles Chong? No, it was the other weird guy, Gromp or whatever. Both these people are in the same spot in my mind or whatever. These people will constantly complain about the algorithm is deprioritizing me and we're being selectively edited from Google and all these things are going after. It's like, no, they're not. Upload more shit. You're a liar. I'm sorry, you're not a liar, but you're so paranoid or stupid. Like, it's just because you're not doing the right things or whatever. Yeah.
Is that there's a lot of speculation as to whether Destiny slept with Lauren Southern. Well, it was speculation. It's been confirmed by leaked DMs in a video presented by President Sunday. Oh, and his ex-wife Melina also confirmed this.
I don't really know what people are speculating. Like, I think people can just put the puzzle pieces together, like, really easily, if they just look at, okay, these things happened. I even mentioned, and then people asked about it, and he said that I got jealous because they streamed so much. That's not really what happened. I feel like it's pretty clear to who is not being honest here of what actually happened. There's so many things.
What the Mel?
And so many people that have said what happened. And if he wants to deny that, fine. But I feel like, you know, not everyone is perfect, and a lot of these people are pretty intense.
Okay.
You know, so maybe it's hard to trust, but you can also see patterns in how people behave and stuff. She did not lie. She did not lie. And I think it's really clear she didn't lie. That's what I'm saying, because it's...
This is one aspect of Destiny's personality I'm saving a bit for later because there's still a lot to get through, but Destiny's rampant horndoggery, or as he would put it, being too much of a gooner, as a quote, has led him, understandably, into some hot water. If you've heard about his various controversies, chances are they have to do with things like exchanging sexts with underage fans, his fantasies about age play, his sharing of unapproved revenge porn and nudes with random friends, recording sex with partners without their permission, and more, all of which we will get to. But the Lauren Southern bit is important to this current topic.
Oh, I cannot wait. It will be the final. Did I say my last manifesto was the final manifesto? This will be the final manifesto. This is going to be a doozy. It's going to be a big one.
Because at the time they were engaging in acts, Southern was well known as an alt-right figure. She had cavorted with anti-Semite and eugenicist Sol Invictus, published anti-Islam manuscripts and extensive anti-feminist drivel, did a speaking tour with white identity lover Stephen Molyneux, defended Richard Spencer, and most famously harassed refugees with a European white identity group. It's not it shouldn't have been surprised that Lauren Southern was racist to anybody. In fact, it was kind of her defining trait for a long time. And look, I get it, you can't always judge someone by one or two friends, but how about the repeated themes of their life's work and the publicity stunts they constantly engage in? So
what is the argument here that I absorbed through fucking osmosis, like Lauren's racism? Like, it's always such a weird, people did the same thing with fucking Empath Trend or whatever. Like, you're never, and again, there's a reason why, despite how many stupid fucking personal DMs of mine that have leaked, personal whatever things that have leaked, nothing has ever come out where I'm talking to a person or it's been revealed. It's like, oh yeah, remember when Destiny was like, oh, Lauren, Nazi mommy, I do hate Indians. I actually am racist. Thank you so much for showing me the way. Like, none of this stuff has ever existed. Like, if you want to be critical of me for my choice of partners or whatever, knock yourself out. But like, the argument that this was somehow, I don't even know what the argument is. Like, pattern of content. Like, I've been pretty consistent on most of my beliefs, especially in terms of like left-leaning, like social stuff, for a long time. I don't think even at the height of any top secret illicit rendezvous or whatever that I'm having with Lauren, it's not like, oh, remember in 2020, whenever the fuck year that was, remember when Destiny started getting radically anti-Islamic? Remember when Destiny started to become radically anti-immigration? Like, none of this was ever happening. So I don't even know what the accusation is. Or I guess maybe if you have friends or if you have romantic relations with people personally that are substantially politically different than you, then that's a bad thing. Like, I don't know.
But how about the repeated themes of their life's work and the publicity stunts they constantly engage in?
Like, what are the repeated themes of my life's work or publicity stunts that lead you to think that I'm right-wing? You can say I'm a gooner, sure, but like right-wing?
So at some point you gotta ask, if Destiny's willing to fuck a Nazi, white identitarian, while still calling her out, then what's his line?
What? First of all, if you saw any of those DMs that leaked, if you thought that was just a sexual relationship, you have severe fucking autism, which this person probably does. But Number two, doesn't that just show, wouldn't that just be my consistency? Just because I like a certain person or have some kind of relationship with a certain person doesn't mean I'm changing my political beliefs to adopt that person's political beliefs. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Or I guess you're supposed to not be friends with or have any kind of relationships with those types of people, I guess.
Nazi, white identitarian, while still calling her out, then what's his line? Who won't he platform or collab with or engage?
What does that have to do with platforming or collabing? I caught you last night. Caught me what? I was just collabing with them.
Now, mind you, these are not just conversations or debates. This is intimacy, friendship.
What is that? That's not my stream content, though. What? We're not having on-stream fucking me and Lauren go to the fucking relationship therapist counselor. What?
Platform or collab with or engage with. Now, mind you, these are not just conversations or debates. This is intimacy, friendship, with people he's willing to publicly call Nazis. Like, here's Nick Fuentes talking.
What do you mean? What am I supposed to do? Yeah, I think some people have dog shit beliefs. Even back then. Even today, I'm sure Lauren still has some dog shit beliefs that I would probably call out. I don't see her post online as much. I think Empath Chat has a fuck ton of horrible, crazy, disgusting things that she's done publicly and in terms of what she says on Twitter. I have no problem calling people. Is it actually, hold on, I'm sorry. Is it like inconceivable that you could have friends that you have like substantial disagreements with on things? Like, is that really that hard to imagine? Like, there are definitely people that I know interpersonally that I have severe disagreements with. Look at how fucking triggered I'm getting from fucking Dan's obsession with fucking Hassan lately and his inability to call out literally anybody on the right on Twitch. Yeah, like, this is shit that drives me crazy. But it's not like, oh, I hate Dan now.
Talking about being in Destiny's Discord and talking about D&D.
I don't have the time. I don't have the time.
You were playing Dungeons and Dragons when I pulled up to your stream. You have plenty of goddamn time to check out potions with more white dudes. Oh, let's go. Where's your potion? Watch a documentary.
If you your fans don't even like that content. They tell me in the group chat they think it's boring when you play D&D.
Now, for a brief out on...
Wait, what? What was the point of this? Hold on.
Or collab with or engage with. Now, mind you, these are not just conversations or debates. This is intimacy, friendship, with people he's willing to publicly call Nazis. Like, here's Nick Fuentes talking about being in Destiny's Discord and talking about D&D.
I don't have the time. I don't have the time.
You were playing Dungeons and Dragons when I pulled up to your stream. You have plenty of goddamn time to check out potions with more white dudes. Oh, let's go. Where's your potion?
Does he think I was playing D&D with Fuentes? Dude, did I ever play I don't think I ever played D&D with Fuentes, did I? I feel like I would remember this. No. Is that what he... Is that what they... that's not what Sneako's saying.
Watch a documentary.
If your fans don't even like that content. They tell me in the group chat they think it's boring when you play D&D.
Now, for a brief out on who Destiny might consider morally equivalent for whatever.
I don't even know what it was her interpretation that that Sneako thought that I was playing D&D with Nick Fuentes. She was saying that Nick was in the DGG Discord. I don't even play D&D in the DGG Discord. This is retarded. Okay.
For a reason. Check out this 2025 Fresh and Fit clip where he says his enemies are the enemies of liberalism, and goes on to accuse Vosh and Hassan of being as bad as Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes, and says fighting them is...
Fuck! Actually, oh my god! I don't even have to be secret about this. Because fucking Lauren fucking wrote in her fucking book, one of the last times I visited her in fucking New York City, where I did have some huge fucking problems with the shit that she believed in and the shit that her friends believed in. We had a huge fucking fight over it. Yeah, it's not like privately I'm like, oh, my Nazi queen, I fucking racial superiority and blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, what do you mean? I feel like I'm pretty consistent on the things that I believe publicly and the things that I say privately to people. Like, there's like a consistent through line. Oh, thank God she has that chapter in her book.
Equally important, and goes on to accuse Vosh and Hassan of being as bad as Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes, and says fighting them is equally important.
Destiny picking more fights with other lefties instead of watching the new Sam Nick show and attacking righties. My enemies are the enemies of liberalism. Lefties, so people like Vosh and Hassan, are 100% aligned with people like Sam Hyde or Nick Fuentes in terms of wanting to destroy the current liberal order. They both just envision something different coming afterwards. So I think attacking either group of those people is totally fair game. I think it's equally important.
Sam Hyde is a rapist and a pedophile Nazi.
Why? I don't know about the rape shit. The pedophile shit, I don't know. I saw those 4chan posts a long time ago. I don't know how true they are. But like, why not? Like, there are so many things to attack Sam Hyde over before going to the pedo rapist shit. But one of the things, and I blame Ethan for this shit, especially because the HOH community loves to play this. They started to finally make posts on their subreddit calling this out. The pedo jacketing of every single person you don't like is so crazy. It's so insane today that every single person is a fucking pedophile. Holy shit.
By the way. And speaking of Nazis, let's get back to Nick Fuentes. Now, while Nick and Destiny used to be more frequent collaborators, Destiny has since stopped seemingly returning Nick's calls, or probably more so that Nick has wormed his way into the mainstream enough he doesn't need Destiny for clout anymore. And I'm sure a slew of heated and personal debates between the two didn't help matters at all.
I'm not going to
Wait, but I thought we were collaborating and loved each other so much. Also, I detail this whole back and forth for what happened on this. That Nick got into the Kanye crowd, that he started to blackball me from shows, especially I think Sosnick was doing a show. I told him that if he starts blackballing me now, that after the Kanye shit falls apart in a few months, I'm going to not do shows with him, and then he asked to do shows afterwards, and I said I didn't want to because he fucking blackballed me. Like, this whole thing is public. I've talked through this like 50 billion times. You don't have to guess.
You didn't take notes to watch a movie? Yes, that's how conspiracy theories work, because there's going to be 7,000 things brought up that I've never fucking heard in my entire life. That's how these things always work.
Also, I like how she keeps playing clips from this fucking video saying of me talking about why I don't want to do this. I did do this. I did spend a whole fucking week watching the new Pearl Harbor, and I did go through a debunking of every single stupid fucking point. I've never been a bigger believer in the official 9/11 story than after the week of research that I did on that fucking video. And you know what? After the week, Fuentes didn't even want to fucking talk about it because he knew I was right on all of it. Yeah, so what are we bringing up here?
Clout anymore. And I'm sure a slew of heated and personal debates between the two didn't help matters at all.
I'm not going to sit here. You didn't take notes to watch a movie? Yes, that's how conspiracy theories work, because there's going to be 7,000 things brought up that I've never fucking heard in my entire life. That's how these things always work.
It's a movie. Let's just watch it.
Take this. Wait, Destiny, I just can't believe that this dude really said, well, you want to debate me on TV.
Nico, give me a time and a date.
I think that's a waste of time.
Give me a time and a date.
I won't debate you on 9/11.
This last video is...
But I did go through that entire fucking dog slop fucking video. The whole fucking thing. And we didn't have that debate on 9/11 because I was able to prove why every single point. I mean, like, other people have done the work. Popular Mechanics was probably one of the most well-known debunkers of, like, loose change, which a lot of that got rolled into this new Pearl Harbor video or whatever. But I did do that.
Interesting, because right after yelling at each other, they schedule a debate on stream, like I talked about earlier, because Destiny needs time to research the JFK assassination, but he's already agreed to debate Nick.
Was it JFK? I thought this was the 9/11 video.
About it.
If you want to do an organized conversation on the JFK assassination, we can do that. Would you like to set one of those up? We can schedule it right now if you want to.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Wait, give me a time and a date.
Why the JFK thing? Was this after? Oh, wait. No, wait, I don't understand if this was him. Because I think after I did the 9/11 thing, and he saw that I did all the research on the 9/11 thing, he decided that he didn't want to debate the 9/11 thing. And then I think after that, I think I'm harassing him and I'm asking what he wants to debate. And then we might have agreed to the JFK thing. Oh, it was the JFK thing because I watched the 9/11 video. But I think after this, I think we had our falling out, so we never actually got to do this debate.
Let's do September.
This is another interesting moment because, as we'll see more in the future, it shows how Destiny seemingly goes into any debate that will have him with a predetermined POV, not out of like sincere belief or knowledge, but just because it gives him a chance to argue.
I mean, I'm a believer of the JFK assassination story. Like, this criticism would only be true if I would have gone into that researching the topic and wouldn't have changed my mind regardless of the evidence I found. Like, it could have been the fact that I did a bunch of research on the JFK assassination and then I don't believe in the official story. No, like, that could happen. I'm pretty sure there are topics that I've gone into researching in the past where after doing some research, I'm like, fuck, I don't know if I... It's harder for that as the lab leak thing was a huge thing recently. Although I don't know if there's been anything that autistic. Yeah, this is the Hassan talking point. That I'm like a debate mercenary who just takes on debate points to just debate people to debate things, I guess.
A predetermined POV, not out of like sincere belief or knowledge, but just because it gives him a chance to argue. And you might say, well, again, just because he doesn't agree with someone doesn't mean he can't have a polite conversation. Let's address that point. You don't need to agree with everything someone says to associate with them. That's true. We all have that one conservative coworker we're polite to and maybe even friendly with. It's not feasible to go through life being a dick to everyone who disagrees with you at every turn. Except Destiny's platforming goes so beyond simply debating people and seems to extend into a willingness to be chummy with anyone he perceives to help with some good old metric growth. We've already discussed Lauren Southern, but Nick Fuentes is, of course, the most notable example. If you watch the early debates and interactions between Destiny and Nick, you might think of them as having something of a principled rivalry.
That what is white is a somewhat arbitrary concept. Now we go forward to today. You're talking to me. I'm half what?
2017. Okay.
Yeah. I'm half European, half Cuban, and people consider me white. Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist. His last name is Fuentes, and he is 25% Hispanic. So it seems like the whole concept of white is just kind of ridiculous.
The problem is that over time, it would be shown that Stephen could easily be called a friend of Nick. I'm not touching the probably fake, alleged, leaked sex tape between them because...
I'm not going to touch it. This is incredibly fucking cringe. I don't want to do this. That fake sex tape was actually my dick getting sucked by this person in a Stephen Bunnell mask. I didn't want to say anything, and it is really cringe, and I feel bad revealing that now, but they had a Stephen Bunnell rubber mask, and then it was my dick being sucked by this person in that video. I'm sorry. I don't want to say that, but, since they don't want to touch it, I don't want to touch it, but that's, I'll just say it. Okay, my bad.
Come on. There's plenty to critique here without reaching so far. It doesn't really matter also if Destiny and Nick hooked up or not because Destiny...
Also, by the way, the I like how it's funny and epic and based because I'm a guy. To reference like my leaked revenge porn material that was leaked by a fucking pedophile child, whatever the fuck crazy thing this guy, the Georgia dude, whatever in the UK was. I like how that's like funny and epic and based for this person. Good one. Absolutely based and epic. Nice.
Has simply courted the controversy to, you guessed it, get more attention.
Obviously, I'm not going to do a whole deep intro or whatever on all this. I will say that I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and you know,
the rose.
Sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay. Sometimes it happens.
Is he memeing? Is he serious? It doesn't matter. It gets people talking about him, and he knows that.
It was. Everybody was talking about the fact that somebody leaked like almost 30 explicit videos plus a whole bunch of logs on Kiwi Farms. Fucking Kiwi Farms server literally went down because of how many people were accessing explicit revenge porn leaked videos of me. Obviously, I have to say something. There's not much I'm going to say because I don't really feel like this is especially not the style of content that I'm doing anymore because it's a year after I basically just converted entirely to political content. Am I memeing? What the fuck do you want me to say? What the fuck am I even supposed to say to this?
Is he memeing? Is he serious? It doesn't matter. It gets people talking about him, and he knows that.
True. That's what I really wanted. Yes.
They talk on Discord. Again, not an altogether weird thing to have other content creators on Discord, but the way they talk about their back and forth, at least in this clip from 2022, sure seems...
Wait, does she even know what she's referring to there? I don't even know.
It's like there were other friendly conversations happening that weren't just scheduling debates.
What was the accusation that I made?
You said that, well, what you texted me on Discord is, it's your community, matey, and basically saying that I'm culpable.
Well, hold on. Did I say that?
You literally said, it's your. I said, you're blaming me for something.
Oh, so this was when I was with Mr. Girl was in the orbit still, and we were doing content. Mr. Girl got into a fight with what's the name of the fat white nationalist dude? They're all fat. Who am I thinking of? Lav used to be friends with him. Big Tech. And I think Big Tech and them decided that they didn't like Mr. Girl for whatever reason. And then from Cozy or from the America First board, I don't forget what it was even, where this board was, they started like spam reporting Big Girl, Mr. Girl shit. And then I told Nick, I was like, hey, like I'm not going to debate anybody on that platform. I'm not going to talk to anybody or whatever. If you guys are spam reporting people's shit and taking it down, like that's it. And then Nick was like, oh, well, I can't control them or whatever. I'm like, bro, it's on Cozy. It's your shit. I know you can control these people.
I
say that?
You literally said.
That's what this is in reference to.
I said, you're blaming me for something someone else said. You said, it's your community, matey.
Yep.
That's what you said.
Yes. So what am I saying there? Am I saying that like this is one? Let's be a little sophisticated and understand it. Am I saying that like you called for him to be reported, or that you led for his mass banning? Because you say that a few times in this video, making it sound like I'm saying that you specifically called for this. I've never levied that accusation though.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're saying that.
That's kind of the implication I've gotten from watching. I can go back and watch clips, but it kind of feels like in the beginning of this video that you're saying that I've accused you of that several times. Because I have to pause and correct. I've never accused Nick directly of doing it. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't.
Okay, that's fair. I don't believe that's what you said in this video, but okay.
No, he knows this is a white supremacist. He knows this is someone who does tangible harm in his ideology. And when the debate lights are up, he attacks. So then ask yourself, if you're a fan of Destiny, would you say this about somebody?
That's black people, even when they disagree with me. Not even when they're useful pawns for my liberal agenda.
Nick, you literally think black people are genetically inferior. You think that black people are genetically, intellectually inferior. End up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe Lawrence Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road.
And then go and hang out with someone like this? In the process of hanging out with Nick in a more casual setting, Destiny seems to be
This stream broke so many people's brains. Oh my God.
Genuinely trying to reach or connect with him and engage with his ideas about conspiracies, as though there's potential for good faith. He's trying to reach them where they're at, a strategy which I'm sure he and his defenders would assert is better for deconstructing people's worldview, getting them to agree to a more rational premise in an effort to push them down a path of de-radicalizing and educating themselves further.
I mean, you say that, but like I said, I'm pretty sure right now, that Minnesota Tribune article was Vance talking about how to throw people like me in jail. Pretty sure I'm demonetized on YouTube because of like a collective hit job from Elon shit fuck Musk, a few people in Congress, and fucking Jesse Waters on Fox News playing a clip of mine. I'm pretty like what this idea, like I'm persona non grata on the right for no, it's not even like I don't know. I'm curious what was that actually 2025? No, this is like 2022. They fucked the dates up because this video is shittily researched. I'm curious what this person's theory of mind would be for me for why did you go so nuclear on conservatives after the Trump assassination thing? Now, if you just listen to the words that I say, I think it's pretty clear. I think I say that I've played nice with conservatives for a long time, but even when I'm playing nice and giving a little bit of ground, they're giving nothing. It feels like playing nice with them while they're giving nothing, and their side is getting even more radical over and over and over again. At some point, you have to say, enough is enough. This is stupid. I would rather just energize my base now or be a stronger voice on the left, because trying to play nice with you guys isn't getting us anywhere, and your side is getting so fucking crazy. You're not willing to give any ground to these companies. Like, I've said all this stuff, and by the way, believe it or not, all of my public behavior and all of my public everything tracks exactly with all the shit that I say about this. They would just accuse you of farming any engagement. Yeah, but that's such a low IQ position. Like, couldn't I be farming engagement? Couldn't I be farming more engagement with the right wing by doing more Daily Wire interviews, right? If I'm on back-to-back-to-back interviews with Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, and Candace Owens, why would I burn those bridges, right? It's so stupid.
The problem is that Nick doesn't and has never wanted that. He's a shameless, conniving, opportunist rat fucker, and always has been. Much of his irony-poisoned audience has been conditioned to behave the same way. Nick and Steven actually probably get along so well because they operate very similar.
Oh my God. Also, if you can't differentiate the political people or the content creators or figureheads from the audience, you're fucking retarded. I don't know why you even would bother trying to pretend to do any kind of analysis. The figureheads of movements, not every MAGA person, very few people possess the same theory of mind as Donald Trump. Like, the people on top at Fox News who are lying about things and deliberately lying about things, that's a special type of evil that a frontline MAGA person isn't even cognizant of. They're not... People like my mom are not out here knowingly lying about shit, or the average MAGA person is not knowingly lying about shit. The average J6 person probably thought the election was stolen. Donald Trump knew that it wasn't. All the people around him knew that it was bullshit, right? There's a huge difference there. And to pretend that just because Nick is never going to come to my perspective, which he won't, by the way, even if I debate Nick in the future, I don't think I'm ever going to change his mind. Of course not. He's got a whole political ideology or movement behind him, and he's invested and incentivized to be the leader of that political movement. But that doesn't mean you don't try to fight for their followers, right?
Audience has been conditioned to behave the same way. Nick and Steven actually probably get along so well because they operate very similarly. They were formed in the same molten internet sludge, trolling transgressive forums and using shock tactics.
Excuse me. No, we weren't. Fuentes is like 10 years younger than me, I think. I'm 37. This guy, my background is in pro gaming. That's where all my toxic, crazy shit behavior comes. We do not have the same background. This person must be, I was being generous earlier when I said their age, but like, I feel like this person must be maybe Nick's age? Is she like 27? Is there like an age for this person anywhere? Is that doxing? I don't give a fuck.
To get their...
Because I don't know how you can think that I guess, in a very shallow way, I guess I can see how you might think that. But.
Platforms. One fun argument from an earlier debate stream we've looked at involved an anecdote Steven called Nick out on, where Nick tried to chicken shit dance his way around the real reason he was kicked out of a young Republican group. He said some racist shit, but thought he was in more trustworthy company.
So it's many things over the course of 5 years.
Was that really all you said?
Well, was that really the only thing you said?
Nick got super triggered about this debate, by the way.
You're bro, you're bullshitting, bro. Just tell us, what did you say?
I feel like I remember there being a leaked phone call and some other stuff that came out too that got you kicked out of school too, no? Was that?
Yeah, that is
something about like if a white girl dates a black person, it's the same as like fucking a dog, something like that, maybe? Am I remembering this? Am I remembering this correctly?
Sure.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Like, notice how slippery he is between how he defines positions. Earlier, we were talking about how like you can't, like, his point earlier was that black people are black.
I just don't understand. I feel like this is like my response video to this person is contained in this video. Like, here I am very clearly calling out Nick's tactics to a bunch of people literally in front of Nick himself on my stream. Like, what the fuck?
People are brown, white people are white. Looking like the difference between black and brown people is really dumb. But now when we're talking about Africa, all of a sudden that place where everybody's just black, well, now it's the most ethnically diverse nation on earth. How the fuck do we go from one to the other? And then secondly, earlier he's talking about like really diverse places, cause crime. The more diversity, more crime. But what do you hear white nationalists always say over and over again? What's the number one killer of black men? Other black people. It's not like we've got like race wars going on in the United States where a lot of ethnic diversity exists. It's usually people that are victimizing themselves.
Yeah,
it's not black people running out killing white people running out killing white people. It's just crime within.
Yeah, this young Gideon guy or whatever. The young Don, not Gideon. This young Don guy, I'm pretty sure it was like a left-winger now. No, I don't know if he's a left-winger now, but I know I got him on the J6 stuff, and I think he started other political things after these conversations too, so.
Communities.
Okay. No.
Now, we will talk about Destiny thinking he's safe to say shit like slurs when he's in trusted company later, but more...
Oh my God. Oh, how is it so fucking one-dimensional? And the thing is, it's not even one-dimensional because everybody knows the difference. Everybody knows the difference between these things, between calling somebody a slur versus having edgy or even some kind of racial humor. Everybody knows the difference between this, and to pretend otherwise is so fucking stupid.
More importantly than that, the primary similarity between Nick and Destiny is that they will each take any opportunity they can for more attention or notoriety. The disconnect is that while Nick is sincere in his beliefs, at least in terms of offending people and sowing chaos, Destiny seemingly can't help but see the debates, positions, and beliefs as these detached, abstract game pieces. Nick has shown this again and again and again. He's navigated around the periphery of conservative politics for over a decade, quietly running his little Nazi stream like a Zoomer George Lincoln Rockwell, complete with a shitty little mustache. Just like Steven, he spends plenty of time going on random misogynistic and otherwise shit-headed podcasts that appeal to a wider and wider demographic, using his guise as a regular guy to lull people who don't know any better into thinking, hey, he's really not that bad. So when you...
Yeah, but we're pushing two complete and total different ideologies. What...
Wonder, how does Nick Fuentes, a actual white supremacist, violent, woman-hating, and very likely gay Nazi, have so many fans? Why is he everywhere? It's because every time someone has debated him or had him on their podcast, they've platformed him and helped in his overall goal to weasel his way to a larger viewer base.
I'm sorry, but again, if this is your view on things, quit. Get the fuck out. You are so fucking hopeless. If you think that just exposing somebody to some other idea is going to radically, completely suck them off of that ideology, whatever that ideology is, I want to join it. I want to be part of that one because that's clearly the winning ideology. If Nazism or Mexican-Nazism, whatever the fuck Fuentes pushes, if that ideology is so pervasive, so powerful that it could be a multicultural, multi-ethnic, pulls in everybody the microsecond they hear it, that probably sounds like the best ideology there is. I want to be part of that one, okay? Like, what? How stupid. But to think that people were listening to me, I was like, oh, that Fuentes guy. Fuck, if anything, I fucking shuffled more people over to fucking Shitman Gold or Vosh or Hassan for sure than fucking Nick Fuentes.
He's not a genuine actor, and anyone who's observed him for any amount of time could probably tell you that.
Why does she keep saying this? Like she's saying something insightful. Fuentes is obviously always going to be pushing his political ideology. They're not going, Fuentes' ideas are not going to change in response to a debate with me. I know this. Why do you pretend like you're revealing something here? Obviously.
Destiny could probably tell you that. I would just speculate that he probably doesn't care, because every time he's had somebody so controversial on, it did numbers, and that's what matters to him. So in the end, if someone is authentic about their beliefs, doesn't seem to enter into Steven's calculus. At least it didn't back then.
It literally doesn't. I think I've said on stream it literally doesn't, because people ask me this all the time. Oh, do you think that they're genuine or not genuine with beliefs? I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me if they're genuine or not. The reality is when they say them, people listen to those beliefs and they take them genuinely. It doesn't matter if Sean Hannity at the end of the day believes what he's saying or not. What matters is the people that listen to Sean Hannity speak genuinely start to believe the things he says. Now, for an individual moral analysis, you could argue that if they know they're lying, it's even worse. But I mean, that's not really relevant when it comes to arguing with a person.
In the 2024 video where Turkey Tom interviewed and spent a day with Destiny, he directly calls out Destiny for platforming Nick Fuentes.
Him? Anybody that goes into like the kid jokes or the wife jokes, I never associate with again.
That's the lie.
What?
Well, I feel like it's like you hang out with a lot of people who you maybe would consider kind of, I don't know. I mean, okay.
That's usually my red line. That's why I cut off Sneeko and Zerka completely.
Here's one criticism I have.
The kid jokes or the wife joke? Oh, for people that start personally going in on my kid or my wife. Yeah, for sure. But
yeah,
real criticism.
Yeah, criticize me, baby.
Fuente.
Whether or not he was an Nazi wouldn't have changed him coming on my platform. I think for a while America First was trying to get away from the crazy ultra like.
How? None of this is contrary to what I just said, though. Typically the line for me usually is if you start getting like very nasty personal to me, then fuck you. Then I'm not going to associate with you. I don't think. I'm sure Fuentes has done this to me at some point. He must have, just by virtue of his platform, I would imagine. I imagine he has. But like generally when people start to cross this line, I just don't associate with them anymore, right? Like, but that has nothing to do with their particular beliefs. It just has to do with how cordial they are towards me as an individual to do the debates with them.
Calculus. At least it didn't back then. In the 2024 video where Turkey Tom interviewed and spent a day with Destiny, he directly calls out Destiny for platforming Nick Fuentes.
Him?
Anybody that goes into like the kid jokes or the wife jokes, I never associate with again.
That's the lie.
What?
Well, I feel like it's like you hang out with a lot of people who you maybe would consider kind of, I don't know. I mean, okay.
That's usually my red line. That's why I cut off Sneeko and Zerka completely.
Here's one criticism I have. Real criticism.
Yeah, criticize me, baby.
Fuente.
Whether or not he was an Nazi wouldn't have changed him coming on my platform. I think for a while America First was trying to get away from the crazy ultra like Jewish Nazi shit. Maybe there's still like memes and jokes, but I do think they were, especially with like AFPAC and everything, I think they were trying to move towards like a little bit more mainstream, like probably still like a little bit of the Nazi jokes and shit, but less than they were before.
To which Destiny responds that he saw, at the time, America First as trying to move away from the anti-Semitic and radical image and become more respectable and mainstream. He directly acknowledges and talks.
I don't know why she's tangling these two completely separate things together of like, what will I have a debate with a person? Like, what is the behavior that I'll tolerate, right? You can have some crazy radical beliefs and I'll probably debate you depending on the subject matter where we're debating or whatever. But once you start getting into the weird personal shit, I probably just won't ever want to share a platform with you or do anything with you. That's not tied to my belief or my feeling that prior to Kanye West, I still feel this way, that I'm not trying to say they were abandoning all anti-Semitism. I know that Mr. Girl and some retards in my audience are like, oh, you said that they love Jews now. I just think that they were trying to minimize that or get that to be a lesser part of their overall thing, and they were focusing more on the populist messaging than just the relentless Jew obsession, which I think they were way more into earlier on.
It's about how he thought a lot of it was just memes, as though that makes the sentiments of what's being said any less harmful. And then when asked why he cut Nick off, Destiny chalks it up to the Groypers basically being annoying.
Because Fuentes was on a bit of an upshoot before the Kanye shit. AFPAC was really successful. They got, what, like 2 Congress people?
Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. That's more than anything lefty has ever done for their shit on YouTube. When I'm criticizing his point of view, what I tell people is you just criticize the point of view. Because the problem is that when you run into somebody, especially somebody who's like a little bit more politically adept, like Fuentes or American First, oh, you're a Nazi. They're going to start bringing up like a million things that like actual Nazis believe. And they're going to say, we break from Nazis here. And then you're just going to look like an idiot. The current reason I listen to Black is because he does the crazy aggressive deplatforming shit. Like the Groyper people will spam report people if they don't like you.
So
that's just them being annoying? Are people who are spam reporting your platforms? This is our job, motherfucker. What do you mean? You don't think that maintaining your income to have a life that's just people being annoying? Okay, good. That's a good faith interpretation of what I'm saying. It's not even an interpretation. I'm just saying it. Okay, cool.
So his bottom line. That's when he decided
his bottom line, his job. Yeah, my job matters to me, motherfucker. Yes.
To call it quits with platforming a Nazi. This is just one person, Destiny.
What, like, so this person says that they'll debate people until they try to get rid of all of their income? Yes. Yeah.
He repeatedly collaborated with. Here's him chumming out with people like Sneeko, Aiden Ross, Myron Gaines, and plenty of other assholes. Even now, because of his audience and pedantic approach to life, people might still be willing to lend him that goodwill and say, well, of course, he wants to get eyes on him. It's his job. Or maybe even he's tearing down those ideas. He's going into these spaces to expose them for being bad actors. Except you can do all of that without engaging, let alone platforming these people personally. And also...
Yeah, but the problem is that hasn't worked historically. You can tell because Donald Trump won a second fucking term, which is crazy. But also because you guys lose the ability to even have a conversation about other people's beliefs. As evidenced by the hour and 14 minutes of slop. Maybe, dude, I should make a hit piece video on me. These people suck. Nobody can have an actual criticism of me, an actual measured criticism of me for fucking anything. It's just been an hour and 15 minutes. First of all, I'm playing like some of my greatest hits. Thank you. Okay, I'm fucking dominating. I sound a lot better in some of these old arguments than I remember. Okay, it's just the same, retreading the same boring ground over and over and over again because you're incapable of actually engaging with somebody who has a different belief system than your own. And then the people that you do engage with, you don't engage with the actual person. You engage with the most flimsily constructed straw man possible of that person. You don't even have the ability to respond to what they're saying. It's crazy.
He doesn't do that. After watching so many of these streams and debates, I have come to 2 conclusions. The first is that Aiden Ross might actually have no brain, just a hollow cavity with some kind of jello inside. I'll give it up in this stream where Steven, through basically no effort, convinces Aiden of an existence of Mein Kampf 2 featuring OnlyFans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Hitler said motivational things too, but I mean, I don't know what the point of that is. Like, the overall takeaway from Andrew Tate is that he's a scam artist, a sex trafficker, and a guy that built his entire life on, now that he's fucking Muslim, he's built his whole life on haram shit, like gambling and selling sex and scamming men. It's interesting because I think there's a quote from Hitler saying OnlyFans is the second Holocaust, and he said that before he even did the first one, so I'm sure you agree with that at least, right?
Wait, Hitler said OnlyFans is the Holocaust?
The second Holocaust.
How did Hitler know?
By the way, listen, Aiden Ross is kind of retarded, but I don't even know if you guys, you know that Aiden Ross is memeing here, right? Like, he doesn't actually believe this, right?
Hitler know.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, huh? Just because Hitler might have said a couple good things doesn't mean that Hitler's a good guy, right? Same thing with Aiden, or not Aiden, same thing with Andrew Tate. I'm sure that Andrew Tate has said some good things. He has, a listener says a good thing, but overall he's like a scam artist. I don't think he's a good guy.
Okay, show me where he said something about Hitler said OnlyFans is going to be the second Holocaust. Please show me where he said that.
It was in the second version of Mein Kampf, but I think that ISIS burned that down when they invaded Germany last.
What the fuck? There's a second Mein Kampf?
Yeah, but he'd written it. There was only one version because he'd written it when he was in that fucking bunker before he killed himself.
Yeah, damn.
No notes.
Where does this come from?
Flawless victory. But the other conclusion I've come to, despite his fervent arguing against these ideas and wanting to attack people's ideas, not them personally, the reason Steven doesn't distance himself strongly is partially because he's grown his platform and business several times over with these tactics, but also because he doesn't seem to take people like this seriously in their ideology or threats. He seems to think that everyone else is like him. They turn on their worldview when the cameras are rolling, and off camera, they're just totally chill, laid back people. He seems to think that just because he will make edgy jokes about people being killed, when someone else says it, they're also just joking.
That's literally the exact opposite of everything I've ever said in my entire life. Okay.
I cannot think of any other reason why he'd still be saying shit like this in 2025, despite ostensibly cutting ties with Nick Fuentes.
You want to talk about racism? Let's talk about racism.
Okay, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay,
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of this camera and tell me you're racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips.
I'm getting so tired of doing optics evaluations or rhetoric evaluations because I'd rather just debate on the facts, and you guys have gotten so obsessed with it. It's boring to talk about. But Nick set himself up with a defensible out at the beginning of this interview by saying, when I'm on stream, when I'm making jokes, like I'm being hyperbolic, I'm not, we're telling jokes here. It's not like 100% serious stuff. Like obviously it's small stream, small amount of people. These are not the messages that I would say to the entire world. So he set himself up with a good out here, but now he is biting the bullet on every single thing he said on his stream.
Retarded.
Like the response.
I'm going over how I'm just giving a take on like Nick set himself up with a response that he could have given. He set that line of defense up at the beginning of the interview, and then he abandoned it because Piers triggered the fuck out of him. But I'm not saying that I think he believed that thing. Like, Nick is probably a racist, probably anti-Semitic. I don't have a personal relationship with him recently, but like I'm sure he harbors a lot of bigoted beliefs. Is her takeaway from this, as I'm talking through Nick's rhetorical strategy for this debate, is her takeaway that I think that for Nick, all of it is just jokes and memes? But now he is biting the bullet on every single thing he said on his stream. What? Like, the response when Piers says this is like, well, no, I'm being hyperbolic, but like what I'm trying to explain to you is like, imagine the fear of an average white person when there are people getting set on fire on buses. Was that a black guy that did that? I don't remember. Or if you're that poor white Ukrainian woman that got stabbed to death by a black guy, you know, she would have avoided black men on the bus. If she would have gotten off as soon as that crazy black dude entered, she might still be alive today. Like, these are like your more kind of like, I think, like publicly rhetorically favorable outs. I feel like he set himself up for these publicly rhetorically favorable outs at the beginning of this interview, but then he's in like full combat mode now. True. I don't know why he switched.
In this clip, Nick goes over how he's essentially using his recent interview with Piers Morgan.
What does she think? 4 months? 4 months for this video? I am so curious to see her notes. It's got to be such slop, dude.
As a publicity stunt, and how those publicity stunts have given him more and more viral attention. This is while he's whining about being canceled, because of course. And from that same stream, Destiny goes over how he himself will do the same, tailoring his approach and tactics to best spread when utilizing another's platform.
He's conducting himself like this is a platform of equals, instead of he is getting access to Piers' platform, and so he needs to market it like that. Like when I go on Piers' platform, I view it as though I'm on Piers' platform, I'm trying to angle out kind of a little bit his audience, fighting different battles here. But I think that's what Nick needs to do, because I don't think Nick is big enough to be like, well, I can't believe you do that. You're being mean to me, which is kind of what he's done for part. I can't believe you to attack my dad. Like, well, you brought him up first, bro. I mean, I don't think that you can just pull out the victim argument when you're coming onto his platform. I think you have to defend it a little better if you want.
But the most telling moment comes when...
Yeah, I've said this a million times. I vary my approach. People, policy, platform. Of course.
Critiquing Nick's debate performance.
But like, yeah, it's not a secret.
He muses to his audience why Nick doesn't just drop the Jew stuff.
The one thing I don't understand too, sometimes I think maybe I overthink this or overanalyze it. Because do you have to do the Jew shit? Like, I feel like Nick would have a much higher ceiling on what his popularity could be, or he would uncap it if you could just like drop the Jew shit. Like, do you really think can't you? Because you can do all the same xenophobic, racist stuff around immigration.
This isn't a statement on whether or not I think he's actually Semitic. This is a statement of like political efficacy. Politicians will talk about or not talk about certain things based on the growth that they're looking for or the voters that they're trying to capture. Nick is trying to grow a political movement. I personally feel like the Jew shit hard ceilings a lot of it, at least for older people. I don't know, maybe millennial is where the cutoff is, where they don't care about the Jew shit anymore. And Nick seems like a strategic guy to me. So I just don't know why he wouldn't drop it or why he would. It just seems like same thing with the women hating. It seems like a very unnecessarily divisive thing that centers your whole political movement on a very politically unactivated audience, which is just young men. But I mean, this doesn't speak to any of his actual true beliefs. It's just like a statement of political strategy. It just seems ill-advised. That would be my take on it. I probably say all of this in this video.
Or mass migration or whatever. Like, you can do all these talking points without having to have the Jew shit. And I feel like the Jew shit can just turn off so many people. And you don't need a Jew shit. And like a lot of people that are turned on by the Jew shit aren't even going to be your natural allies anyway. Like Fuentes is never aligning himself heavily with like all the fucking Arabs or like the tanky lefty people. I don't know, but maybe he genuinely believes it. I guess maybe.
Oh, they were like there, yeah. Maybe he genuinely is a super big believer on the Jew shit, and that's why he has to be a part. Maybe he does. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I feel like it's hard to reach a certain level, but I might be over-indexing my own experience. Like when it comes to racism or anything else, I feel like it's hard to get to a certain level and genuinely maintain these beliefs because you see so much behind the scenes. You meet some of these people. It's like, really, you really think that the fucking Jew control everything shit? Seriously, come on. I don't know about that, but maybe he does. He might. But I even great to hear. Maybe he really does, and that's why it's such an important part of his movement, or it's still like a big enough part of his movement. Might be a thing that he actually heavily believes in. Yeah, I feel like this person is so autistic, so can't interpret any of the thing that I'm saying that this is like the best hit piece that's ever been made against me because it's keeping enough of my original messages in here that I feel like I'm explaining my own thoughts pretty well. I don't know, but maybe he genuinely believes it, I guess. Maybe it might be a thing that he actually heavily believes in.
The anti-Semitic conspiracy that is a core of Nick Fuentes' worldview and has been for over a decade, and Destiny somehow sees it as interchangeable, like a weapon for an action figure. This is 2025. There's no room to say, well, maybe his opinions have changed, especially when it's clear that his approach to these people and associating with them has remained steadfast.
I don't think it has to be. I think you can have conspiratorial shit without the Jew stuff, right? The lefties, these motherfuckers do it with the billionaires. Well, and now with the Jew stuff too, because of Israel, right? You can just switch your enemy. That's the beauty of populism, the beauty of fascism, the beauty of extremist political ideologies is there's always a new big bad enemy around the corner that you can blame for all of your life's problems. For these people, it's billionaires and the bourgeoisie. For people like Fuentes, it's it's the elites or the Jews, right? You can always swap one enemy for the other. At the end of the day, nobody gives a fuck.
Be generous and say what Stephen is likely mistaking is that the people he argues against, like Nick, have no real standards for behaviors behind closed doors. This is particularly a well-noted phenomenon in conservative spaces where, despite being homophobic or racist or transphobic or whatever, people will constantly be accused of engaging in behaviors behind the scenes that show these beliefs to be little more than advertisement, public virtue signaling to their base.
Because for a lot of them, it is, yeah?
Which is what Stephen does himself. And I can't...
Well, evidence? Do we have proof of that? What?
Can't say for sure, because I don't know what's inside Stephen's brain, nor do I want to, but from everything he himself has said, it sure does seem like he regards these incredibly harmful ideas as just tools. Things to be swapped and shifted depending on what position they're arguing from and how it will help their popularity. In fact...
Because for a lot of... This person doesn't even engage with politics. I don't even know what the argument this person's trying to make is. Like, for a lot of these people, they are, right? For a lot of these larger figures, they literally do lie. I'm so curious what this person thinks. If this person thinks that the top level exec at like Fox News has the same intellectual wherewithal of the conspiracies that they push as just like an ordinary Fox News viewer, or is it all the same in their mind? Like, people who are at the top of these political systems do, like, look at how many different fucking immigrant groups have these motherfuckers been on just over the past few years? We went through Haitians, Venezuelans, and the Trinidad Aragua shit. Mexicans are always a popular one to bring up. We're on Somalis now. Indians came up with the H-1B shit. Like, how many different groups of brown people can we cycle through for these motherfuckers to hate? And for some of the shit, they even make it up. JD Vance is literally like, sometimes you're going to make some shit up to have a fucking group to fight with. What do you want me to say? Who are we going to fight today? Like, Jesus, you're telling me that this is a stable, consistent set of beliefs from the higher on ups? Like, come on.
When observing others and their convictions, he often seems bewildered when speculating at what someone genuinely believes, as if that's the only reason they could argue for it.
Because for a lot of these people, they don't have these genuine beliefs. This is so stupid. I don't even know how to respond to this. Ugh. Bro, just wait until after Trump is gone. I swear to fucking God. It's like I joke about the war in Iraq stuff. I have no idea how we ever went to invaded Iraq, because apparently nobody supported it. Because you talk to every single politician today, all of them are like, or every political figure, I didn't support it. I didn't like that. I thought it was a horrible idea. I didn't like that. It's like, what the fuck? Well, who the fuck supported it? Because we literally voted on it in Congress. And the same shit, by the way, will happen with Donald Trump. Mark my fucking words. Play it in the future. The same shit will happen with Donald Trump. There's going to be a whole collective wave of amnesia over these Republican demonic fucks of like, Trump was, that guy was real bad. I don't know what was going on there. I don't think they actually have amnesia. I think that they're adopting beliefs that are politically convenient for them. Yes. Fucking Charlie Kirk talks about fighting on 80-20 issues and how important it is.
Yeah, I would say I cut my teeth like debating conservatives. Like I was kind of like the only lefty guy who would be like a hardcore debater because I was like a conservative trope. And because I was the only person that did that for a long time, that was my reputation. I got a lot of left-leaning followers, and a lot of those people were like very far left, which I always thought was kind of a joke. I didn't think that was actually true. I started to realize that people in my community were like way further left than I had realized.
And I thought it was all memes and jokes and stuff, but now I'm not sure. Like Hassan goes like on these full-on rants on his stream about how like, the US is worse than the USSR and shit. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, homie. Like I don't know if I would like unironically say this, but then like you said, like all of a sudden I started to realize like, wait, I think it feels like there are more tankies here than I actually thought.
You can also hear how he regards.
Yeah, but Hassan had an intentional strategy of misrepresenting his political beliefs. And he later says this. He said that on the deprogram or whatever. I just didn't consider at the time, I guess, that somebody, could do that. I don't know. But I also just didn't have that much experience with, like, tanky people as well. It took me a while to pick up on that and learn that. And also keep in mind as well, it's kind of mindfucky because conservatives kept saying all these things about socialists for a long time. So to actually unironically see socialists pop up. But also keep in mind though, as soon as I started to realize that, this is the thing I course corrected for. As soon as I started to realize like, hold on, do I actually have socialists and shit in my community? I immediately start to course correct on this, and it ended up with a violent schism in my community where I sloughed off fucking a third or half of them over to fucking Vosh and Hassan over it.
His own stumbles and debates and post-argument wrap-up streams he will do, which listening to only cemented my view that it's all just some kind of game to him.
I've had a problem with what I consider to be, oh my God, militant as fuck progressives online. I hate them. I hate all these commies and socialist kids.
Also, damn, 2019, man. We're reaching back 6-7 years for some of this stuff. Okay.
The Chapo Trap Housers, the unironic like Marxists and stuff, they're just annoying to me. I don't necessarily hate their ideology. They just come at me with a whole bunch of bunk arguments. 95% of these
I do hate their ideology now. Oh my God, I was so naive. Am I talking to Hassan here? Oh my God. Like this, I was too naive on this, but I learned. I mean, what are you going to do?
Like Marxists and stuff, they're just annoying to me. I don't necessarily hate their ideology. They just come at me with a whole bunch of bunk arguments. 95% of these people don't even know like labor value theory. Like they have no idea what they're talking about, but they're so quick to throw out every single like contemporary understanding of economics to make some argument for some crazy socialist fantasy world where everything is free, nobody has to work, no other countries mess with us. It's been frustrating me.
I don't like doing this thing where I just like criticize the left from the left for clicks. I think that there's legitimate stuff to criticize.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking to David Pacman. I think that's what
the left for, and one of those things is just like the narcissism of small differences, as it's called, where like we agree on 95% of stuff, and we make.
Pretty sure David Pacman has changed his opinion on this pretty significantly as well, especially after the Israel shit.
The focus, the 5% we disagree on, to the point where we end up just like losing, and it's completely counterproductive.
Curious to what extent you would consider yourself pro-Israel as opposed to simply being against the narrative of Palestinian oppression, wherein the Palestinian side can do no wrong. I don't know, I'm probably like 65 or 70% pro-Israel. It just depends on where you're at. If I start talking to any, like that Simcha Rockman guy or whatever, if I start talking to any crazy pro-Zionist, I'm probably gonna come up as super anti-Israel. It depends on, there's multiple ways to engage with the conversation. We can either engage on the factual level, where we're gonna debate the facts, or I can engage on a philosophical level. So for instance, I can try to point out a contradiction in your argument if I don't have the facts. Now that's a much scarier level to engage on because the other person is familiar or can maneuver the conversation while you're gonna completely blow the fuck out. Or I can try to like focus on another point that's more philosophically related. Why do you let JP strong arm you? It's not, it's trying to figure out like, what do I want to argue? Like, do I really want to argue if things like famine or if like, do I want to argue if these things count as like leftist? It's just, I just don't want to have this. We've already wasted an hour and we haven't talked about much. Why?
Like, yeah, when I go on and do debates with people, there's a strategy to debating. That doesn't mean that I don't believe in the things that I believe in, but there's an optimal way to convey your points. There's an optimal way to navigate arguments. What is this supposed to prove?
Why would I want to? It's just picking the things I want to fight with. And I'm kind of thinking here, like, do I want to fight at this point? And I don't. It's okay.
I mean, like, this is true even like interpersonally. How many times do you hear, you know, advice for boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, and wives, like don't, like, choose your battles, right? Or even like parent to kid or teacher to student, right? Like these aren't even unique to debating. Like if somebody says like, oh, choose your battles when it comes to your relationship, like you don't want to fight over everything. It's like, oh, so what? You're not being genuine in your love for your partner because you're not willing to fight over every single minor autistic quibble you might have. Like,
whatever.
The only conclusion I can draw from observations like maybe...
I know you don't like to do it, but you should really give personal examples on how you actually believe in the things you say, and that's why you are being uber persecuted by the right and the administration. I mean, yeah, I guess it's cringe. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, like, bro, so much personal shit of mine has fucking leaked, okay? You will never find any private message of me having some contradictory political belief. Like I said, I'm not going to read it because I would kill myself before reading the fucking cringe. But like, when I met up with Lauren in New York City, bro, I was incensed over the Trump shit, over the J6 stuff, and we had a huge fight in person about it. It's not like I meet people and I adopt a totally different set of political beliefs. And that was like a private interaction that was just that wasn't streamed, that wasn't for content. There was nothing to be gained from doing that. I mean, I think I've given more people a leg up on small platforms than any other streamer my size. I think I've randomly defended people that for no gain of my own. I wasn't even streaming it. I'm pretty sure I was in Amsterdam. I might have been on methamphetamine, or maybe it was the day before when I hopped into that one stream to defend Prime Kai when he was getting his shit fucked up by just dumb shit going on. I defended Chud Logic when he was getting his shit fucked up by the little girl that he wanted to talk to online. That's not exactly that. I just hate these people now. But no, like, I mean, I generally, if I think I give people props when they need it, I usually defend people against bullshit allegations when they happen. I think I'm very generous with my time and platform with any other small creator, more so than any other creator my size on the internet, guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm basically a saint, okay? What do you want me to say? I've never done anything wrong ever.
Nick Fuentes isn't actually racist towards Jews and isn't being edgy is that Destiny can only see opinions not from a place of empathy or understanding, but from his position, where it seems like convictions and beliefs are malleable, open to change or manipulation to suit needs. And that's the alternative to the explanation just being that Destiny is too stupid to know the difference, which I genuinely think isn't the case. In treating these people as
like, what is the... Oh, so the alternative is that I know that they genuinely have these evil opinions, but I try to present them nicer to my audience so I can do content with them? Is that the...
And they're...
Like, you have to torture the facts, and you have to twist your mind into such crazy fucking shapes. Like, why can't, like, if you just take me at my word, all the explanations for this stuff are so much simpler. Like, it's so, like, everything I say and do kind of tracks with what I say publicly, because I wouldn't even be able to maintain lies on any of this shit, given how many private conversations of mine which leak, which apparently asymptotically approaches 100%, and then given how many different people I talk to, how much I stream, how many different debates I have, like, how would I be able to keep track of all the disingenuous entity? That's not a real word, but I don't care.
Her ideology is difference in opinions, his platforming of these voices and spreading of their ideas, even trying to genuinely interact with disingenuous actors, paints these liars and opportunists in a more reasonable, favorable light, in turn bringing in more people who might see them as just chill guys who have a difference of opinion, and serving to normalize politically radical and harmful ideas. Destiny might just see these interactions as pushing back with the factoids he studies up with, but in failing to recognize the genuine ideological mission of bad faith actors.
But didn't I literally say earlier, didn't you literally play a clip where I say the whole goal of Nick Fuentes is to be a bad faith actor? Why are you just reciting what I said 5 years ago worse? Like, I lay all this out exactly in an earlier clip you played, and you're pretending like you just discovered it.
Back with the factoids he studies up with, but in failing to recognize the genuine ideological mission of bad faith actors, or simply mistaking their beliefs for being a business model, he's enabled this shit to spread for his entire career. Like I said earlier, people have been asking, why is Nick Fuentes everywhere now? I thought he was a Nazi, and he is. But the reason that he's everywhere is because people see more of him just chilling out and being a reasonable, rational guy than they do the actual evil shit he believes. And in a very real way, spending years collaborating with someone like Destiny allowed Nick to test the waters with what rhetoric would get.
True. I made every single figure except for Hassan. He's the only one whose career I didn't make. But every other career, I made.
Pushback, and what would get him more attention, and thus a bigger platform. And after platforming so many people, it shouldn't be surprising that Destiny has been a controversial figure for a while. Had no shortage of critics from all sides. And I want to talk about how he reacts to being criticized on all fronts, because I don't think he would have it any other way.
Scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family.
Oh, not the DDoS guy. This is about me being criticized. This is about a guy shutting my internet off for months.
Anyway, dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking...
Yes, I wanted to go kill people for criticizing me on the internet. Based. Okay, I'm giving this 3 more minutes. I can't. Okay, we'll go to 1 hour and 30. I already watched this way longer than I thought I would.
The argumentative strategies he employs to understand how Destiny works, you have to break down everything he says and piece it back together to see how it functions for him.
Oh, but you can't just definitely don't listen to anything I say. Don't take me at my word for anything. We have to pathologize. We gotta do the crazy psychological analysis to make sense of anything.
The argument works and how it benefits him. First and foremost, Destiny tries to sidestep any allegations that he has a responsibility to his base by usually just saying his job is as an entertainer.
I'm cutting a fat check from the government. How did you guess, dude? How did you know that?
Because you're not even interested in whether 9/11 is fake or not.
Because wait, this exact same conversation that she's clipping from is literally me saying that I'm not going to debate a crazy conspiracy off the top of the dome because I'm not going to be able to responsibly platform it and debate it without doing some research first. What?
I don't have time to research every...
I'm literally saying it. The clip she's posting. Sorry, hold on. Let me... Sorry.
To sidestep any allegations that he has a responsibility to his base by usually just saying his job is as an entertainer.
I'm cutting a fat check from the government. How did you guess, dude? How did you know that?
Because you're not even interested in whether 9/11 is fake or not.
Because I don't have time to research every... I'm not interested in the frauds attorney game.
That's your
job. That's not my job. My job is to entertain people on YouTube.
See, Destiny will say that he is a well-balanced, emotionally stable person.
This is the most insane 4-word cut from a whole conversation where I'm talking about responsible platforming, where I literally, if I don't know the chronology exactly on this, but if we're arguing about doing a JFK debate here, it's because I did do the week worth of research on the fucking 9/11 video and would have crushed him on, and he dodged me because of that. That's such an insane 4-word clip to try to pretend that oh, he just thinks he just does entertainment. This is the biggest criticism I have of so many people online. This is the number 1 criticism I will out of people like fucking Joe Rogan and everybody else.
Which I think he genuinely believes about himself.
He is fraud attorney.
That's your job. That's
not my job. My job is to entertain people on YouTube.
See, Destiny will say that he is a well-balanced, emotionally stable person, which I think he genuinely believes about himself.
And the types of people you go after, the type of person you are, would hopefully weigh that. I would hope that when it comes to a relationship, you're not flipping coins in terms of fuck, if I do this, I might be fucked. So yeah, I mean, like all things in life, you have to weigh the risks. Of course. I know the type of person I am. I know who I sell myself as, and I know how people perceive me. If I have moments of vulnerability with a woman, I've never had in my life where they thought I'm a weak person, because that's not who I am. And I live my values and everything every single facet of my life. I'm an emotionally stable person. I have my shit together better than most other people I've ever met. If I show one moment of vulnerability to my partner and she leaves me, fuck that, bitch, I'll find somebody else.
And one of the more fascinating and
I'm so sorry, but if I understand for some people, they engage with Twitter or they engage with shit and it's making them ultra fucking ass pained and everything else, offline or whatever. Compared to most people, I'm fucking Fort Knox. This mine is Fort Knox, okay? Do I get upset or mad when I'm streaming and screaming at political stuff and everything? Yeah, sure. But for the most part, I'm not on fucking SSRIs. I'm not trying to kill myself all the time. I'm not having massive breakdowns upstream because of my political content. I don't know what we're considering emotional stability. Is it just when we talk very quiet, we're zanced out all the time? Is that what emotional stability is? I mean, whatever you want it to be.
Telling insights into Stephen's personality comes when he talks about adversity and overcoming the odds. As someone who went through a period of being poor and built himself up into a successful business, I understand the sentiment, and that's something to be proud of, ostensibly. But what I think is interesting is the way in which he emphasizes the way adversity forces him, as he puts it, to work harder. I wrote all this stuff, by the way.
I don't know if I've ever brought up my upbringing without, first of all, the first, 12 to 13 years of my life, I grew up insanely upper middle class. Secondly, all of the building and everything else I did when I was fucked and poor probably came from a lot of the background that I had when I was upper middle class. Like the whole fact that I was able to get involved in streaming meant that I needed a prerequisite background in computers and video games. I needed access to computers and video games growing up, and I needed the ability to play computers and video games. Like I've said this a million times. I don't think I've ever done this rags to riches story bullshit that the fucking equestrian, fat fucking loser, Turkish genocide supporting kitty fucker Hassan Piker does constantly. Where this guy grows up as part of a 9-figure net worth family trying to pretend like he had the everyman background. Give me a fucking break. Oh my God. When am I... Never mind. It's all good.
He emphasizes the way adversity forces him, as he puts it, to work harder. I wrote all this stuff, by the way, before I found this next clip where he literally just outlines how he feels empowered by being beset on all sides, by having the world against him.
You hang out with crazy people all the time.
Yeah,
She's
you're
nodding.
entertaining
She
and
knows. But it can fuck you.
No, it hasn't.
What do you mean it hasn't?
I've come out of all these situations stronger, faster, better.
I mean.
And I will. There were doubters a year ago. I'm not leaving. I'm just kidding. Stop.
Yes, you come out.
The next one will be even younger. I'm just kidding. Stop.
Would you rather just
Stop. Joke. Edit that out. Stop.
I don't believe that.
Oh, that was it. Okay. Stop.
Responsibility as a content creator, what I have to do is, not only do I have to understand what's good content, I have to figure out what you want, and you don't know what you want, okay? You don't know what you want. People like this will say, like, oh yeah, that's not healthy. They only know me.
Okay, I know what I want.
They only know me because they watched those arcs. They're like, this is really bad for you. By the way, I watched every single Mr. Girl video. Or this is the worst stuff ever, and I want to talk to you about the 482 hours of Anna content that I've seen on your stream. And I can't believe you hang out with these girls. Let me give you my opinion on the 482 different tweets that Lab has made about you, right?
Is that like good for you?
Yeah, it's good content. It's entertaining as fuck.
Is that all there is, content?
It's like, you ever see the anime Death Note?
And that ties directly into something we're going to see a lot more of, how Destiny acknowledges controversy helps him. I mean,
what? Why do we act like I'm such an open person. I feel like this is such a stupid thing. It's like, little do you know that Destiny thinks that controversy actually helps his career. Watch this clip. Guys, I think that controversy is actually a huge way to drive views to my channel. And there we go. He reveals the plan. Like,
just look at some of the early debates and how they're framed on his channel. Just look at his willingness to circle himself with weirdos and no backup to argue against them. He has become dead set on the brand recognition of being the only person like him. Except
I like arguing with people. I can't help that. I like arguing with people. What do you want me to say? Okay? What do you want me to say? I do like debating people. What?
There are plenty of other people like him. He just goes out of his way to distance them from himself to maintain this image.
Well, no, because most of the other debater type people were right wingers. That was true. But what do you want me to say? It was a true thing. It was a true fact. You might not remember that because you were never involved in those spaces, but that's just how it was.
Several years, he was even friends, according to himself, with people on the left like Hassan, who he takes credit for helping to launch the Twitch star's meteoric career as a politics streamer.
Hold on. I'm just going to listen to the end of this little section here. I'm so curious if they dive into that at all. Because I solo built Nick Fuentes' career. Do I get any credit for Hassan or Vosh here? Hold on.
People he's associated with the past include Vosh and a number of streamers and creators that have each in time been left by the wayside, usually because when Steven's more incendiary or reactionary takes would rear their heads, he would double down under criticism.
What is that framing? So for Fuentes, that I had 17 fucking engagements with over 9 years or whatever, and all of them adversarial, but Hassan, who has, I don't think that's true. Somebody said 100,000 messages on DGG. There's no way there's that many. Shut the fuck up. But like, who used to post on my subreddit? Like what?
Seemingly entirely out of spite. For example,
entirely out of spite. Whoa!
The bizarre rant about how people should be able to mow down protesters for blocking traffic.
The rioting. Was this after I'd already cut off my relationship with Hassan? The bizarre rant? Why not just watch the video? It's not bizarre at all. And the point was correct. I say protesters that set buildings on fire. I should have said rioters, I guess. Although I don't think it matters much. I think you know what the fuck I'm talking about. But the whole point was that nothing loses a movement support faster than rioting. It's true. It was true on MLK's day. It was true for BLM's day. Rioting and blowing shit up loses support. And it needs to fucking stop. Okay? And it did need to stop. And it did stop.
Entirely out of spite. For example, the bizarre rant about how people should be able to mow down protesters for blocking traffic.
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear that. For blocking traffic?
rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this
torch buildings, is that another word for block traffic?
point, they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago.
When you try to couch this in a box of working class concern over private property.
I believe that people should have a right to defend their property. I mean, you can make those comparisons if you want, but I think that I have much better ground to stand on than Vivian, who's essentially giving you carte blanche to murder every fucking conservative in the United States.
Dude, and can I get but to be clear,
Vivian was just early. Just kidding. I don't support that. Vance, don't come after me. I'm sorry. I love you, Vance.
Destiny, when you made that comment about the rioters, you said they have your blessing to go out and do that. So,
the rioters?
So
I said that people. I said that people whose private property is being destroyed in a video game would have my support in whatever. Yeah, wait, hold on. That is exactly what I said.
You said white redneck militia dudes mowing down dipshit protesters. You said they'd have your blessing.
I'm not here to answer for
people that are setting shit on fire. It's literally in the 30-second clip. Also, by the way, the person who made that clip and popularized that clip to get my shit deplatformed and everything was Vosh's fucking girlfriend at the time, by the way. So to claim that I'm just being spite-based, well, actually, I guess if I were to hate him for that, that would actually just be spite-based. It would be spite. That would be reasonable spite, though. But I didn't even break up with Vosh over that clip. Vosh was the one who broke up with me because I think he got so obliviated over the trying to say that Scalia and George Bush were fascists. And then Vosh didn't talk to me anymore after that. I'm not even the one that ended that relationship. Vosh was. Oh, and Hassan ended his relationship with me after he got blown the fuck out over the classic, legendary Edward debate. That wasn't even the Edward debate. The
You gnome fuck!
That one.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
They're the ones that ended their relationship, not me. I'm still okay debating these people.
15-second clip. If you want to go back and watch the video, it is painfully obvious what I'm talking about.
I'm only speculating, so grain of salt, but to me it seems like Destiny thought of himself in the position of possibly losing money, something being a threat to his business, and that is where his reaction was based in. Perceived threats to livelihood are serious, and Destiny has a history of taking them violently serious, like the somewhat well-known early example of doxing a troll who continued to DDoS Steven's streams, and at one point Steven even said this.
Ripped his IP from Skype and gave it to a...
Yeah. I think this is one of the few good old boy Midwestern beliefs that I've retained, and I retained it to this fucking day. I think you should be able to defend your property with whatever force the state would legally allow you to defend your property with in the United States of America. 100%. I've never changed my stance on this.
Friend who...
Okay, I listened to 2 minutes longer. If you want to go listen to the rest of this, yeah, knock yourself out. I will say, I appreciate the stupidity of this YouTuber, because I feel like they left in a lot of good clips for me, so... Oh my fucking god. Arc time? No, I need to do stuff. I will check my trials and see how cancerous my letter is, though.
President Trump assumed office, he pledged to the American people that his administration...
Would you talk to them if they came on stream? If they wanted to have a public conversation? Yeah, I guess. I feel like it would be boring, but yeah, I'd do it for the sake of it. Why not?
1 year ago, as President Trump assumed office, he...
Imagine you're this fucking loser piece of shit whose entire anti-Democratic Party platform was based on this idea of not going to war, and now Trump is literally going to war with every goddamn motherfucking country on the planet.
Pledged to the American people that his administration would confront our nation's greatest challenges head-on, and enacting his America First agenda focused on keeping America safe, secure, and free. As Director of National Intelligence, we have been and will continue to be focused on that mandate, ensuring the security of our nation and protecting the constitutional rights and civil liberties every American is guaranteed. And President Trump has already taken historic action immediately to secure our borders in record time and designated several cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a move that has empowered our National Counterterrorism Center here at ODNI to deploy over 2 decades of counterterrorism expertise towards detecting and deterring cartels and gangs like never before. In just 1 year, this designation by President Trump prevented more than 10,000 individuals with direct ties to narco-terrorism from accessing our country. We work very closely with our partners.
Is this just a...
Coming from deep state actors, El Pato, of several cartel terrorists.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I just need to see.
Very closely with...
Why is the director of national intelligence... Why the fuck does she have to cite... I'm sorry, this might be blocked out on stream. Why is she citing Fox News articles and Daily Caller articles? You are the head of our intelligence services. You understand that you can be a primary source for all of this, right? Why the fuck would I want a source from a media company about stuff that should be sourced from you. U.S. blocks 10,000 narco-terrorists as terror watch list. Counterterrorism officials told Fox News, why not just tell us, like, you can be the primary source on that? Why would you cite a news article for this? Imagine me talking about, by the way, I've never said any slurs ever. Here's a news article quoting me saying that I've never said any slurs. I don't know. She literally does not know how to find this information other than Fox. I don't know, bro. Whatever. I have a fucking headache. My brain is falling out of my head. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, they put me in a cancer one. $63K. How much do you get on this Queens or Matriarch? I don't care. I'll do it. I will do it. Damn, that was a good shredder run, too. $17K? Nah, I'd win. I'll figure it out. Are you going DLSS 4.5? DLSS got way better for 4K monitors. I don't know. How do you even see that shit? ASSMONSLOP reacted to you, reacting to him, reacting to you.
This is what's going on over in Ireland. What is this? Let me turn it up. That way I can hear it. This is so Asmongold falls for fake news about Ireland and gets debunked by his own subreddit. Okay, that's pretty bad. This is what's going on over in Ireland. Yeah. Irish teacher arrested again for refusing to use a they pronoun for student.
Mario Nawfall. This is like one of the most slop accounts on all of X. I can't believe he just scrolls his recommended feed for news. Holy shit. This has to be some of like the lowest IQ archetype stuff. To be Bro, hopefully I don't become a race realist on accident. I love the low IQ archetype. It just feels it feels good. Yes, I like it. I like it. You're consuming news like this, and I think you're engaged in actual media analysis or like critical consumption of news. It's just it's so unbelievable to me.
So keep in mind, guys, as long
I am a race realist. I think Caucasians are intellectually inferior genetically. It's just the most retarded, crazy position.
What's the critical consumption that I'm missing out on here? Is like I know America has problems. I know we have our issues, but holy shit, y'all gotta get your shit together over there in Europe, man. Like y'all really do. Like this shit's embarrassing. Like how'd this happen? Yeah, it's a lie. I don't know if it's a lie or not. I bet it's probably not. And yeah, then yep, that's right. That's right.
King, he's such a king.
Go off,
Sorry,
King.
I just saw
That's
this on
right.
stream, but it really irks me that Asmon buys into everything he sees on X without context. This man was fired from the school he. Can we not watch this guy's clips? Worked at for refusing to use pronouns. He shouldn't.
Okay, there we go. So now we have, and this is what happens, right?
Yeah, what happens?
And so people like Destiny love to use these arguments of, oh, well, you weren't technically fired and put in jail for not using pronouns. Okay, so basically what people like this do is that they look at the cause and effect of two different events, and they say these events aren't connected. Now, let me explain how this actually works.
It matters. The actual things that are happening matters. You understand that the facts are actually kind of important here, right? Like if I were to say I'm banned from my family dinners just because hold on. Oh God, it's too late. I'm trying to think of how. This teacher was banned for trespassing on school property. He got arrested for trespassing. The reason why he was fired had to do with pronoun shit. The reason why he's being arrested just has to do with him trespassing. If I got banned from my family dinners because I said my mother-in-law was a fat cunt, and then I tried to show up at a family dinner and they didn't want me there, and so they called the police to have me taken away, it would be misleading at best and an outright fucking lie at worst for me to say publicly, I got arrested because I called my mother-in-law a fat cunt. Do you understand how that's not really what happened? Well, no. They banned you from family dinner for calling her a fat cunt. Now, you can say whether or not they were justified in doing that, but that's why you were banned from family dinner. You got arrested because you trespassed on their house property. They called the cops and they took you to jail, right? It's not really the same thing, right? That the middle stage there is really important.
because a lot of people don't get this. So we have, let's see here. I don't know if 4 blocks is going to be enough, but let's see here. And I'm just going to use this, right? So the first block is doesn't use pronouns. And this is the way that people like this wield power. And if you understand this, you can predict it and you can see it in the future. Because this is, it's a common misconception. So won't use pronouns. So this is...
I haven't dug into this guy, but apparently the issue was he didn't want anybody in the school doing, or it was more than even just that. But regardless, even if it was something stupid, by the way, the judge even says this. The judge even says this. Even if there was a bad reason for him getting fired, it doesn't matter at that point. When the cops are showing up because the school is calling the cops to get you taken away, you're trespassing. You don't have a right to be there anymore. Now, whether or not he should have gotten fired or shouldn't, that's a different argument. That's a different debate to be had.
The reason why I know this, and this is the reason why I assume this, is because this is exactly what happened to Jordan Peterson. Is that what they do is that using the pronouns doesn't actually get you put in jail, but it gets a disciplinary action against you. And then the disciplinary action is used as...
something to fire you. It'll never lead to you going to jail.
Let's see here. So then now we have disciplinary action.
Okay.
Okay. So then the disciplinary action is then used for a restraining order. Shut up! Shut up! Okay, so then there we go. This is the restraining order. Or other types of, let's see here, or other legal, option.
Yeah.
But there's some sort...
How do you go to jail from 3 to 4? What's happening in between here?
Sort of legal option. And then... violates order.
Why? Why do you have to violate the order?
And then now we have...
Wait, this is so much more convoluted than it was supposed to be. Oh my god.
Here it is.
They're just so low IQ, bro. They don't even make good arguments. If you wanted to do the... I'm not even going to. If you want the Steelman version of this autistic fucking dialogue tree, then what you would say is you don't have to criminalize SJW behavior to throw people in jail for SJW behavior. All you have to do is make it so that the policies that aren't enforceable by jail lead these people into conditions where they have no option but to commit crimes, which will cause them to go to jail. So in effect, you're doing the same thing. So if you ban a person for not using the right pronouns, and then you start putting restraining orders from him engaging in any workplace where he might have been fired, well, eventually he's going to be fired from every place, and he's not going to be able to make money to survive. And so he either has to steal for food, or he has to show up at these places to try to apply for the job again. And of course, he's going to get arrested at that point. So for you to say that there's no connection between the pronoun enforcement, which all of society wants to enforce, and then him going to jail, to say that there's no connection here is being ridiculously obtuse, when that's the end effect of all of these things. Like, you can make this argument if you want. It's retarded, but it's better than this. This is slop. This is fucking retarded. Like, won't use pronouns, disciplinary action, restraining order, violates order. Why? Asmongold, why? What about if you just don't? Maybe just don't do that? You can just not do this part, you know?
You are now fined or in jail. So what these people do is that they look at these two things and they say, this thing didn't cause this thing. And they're right. They're right. But this is what they do. So they create a disciplinary action, and then the disciplinary action is unfair, but it's being used as a supporting bit of evidence for having a restraining order. And then now the
restraining order came because once you're fired from your job, the job typically doesn't like it for you to show back up again. That's, believe it or not, that's actually really normal at most places of work. If you get fired from a job, they usually take your employee badge. They usually don't let you into the employee areas anymore. And depending on the job, they might not want you to show up for a month or so, depending on whether you worked as security or whether you worked, or why you were fired or whatever. Like, that's not the most abnormal thing in the world, depending on the job. For a teacher, I imagine it's probably very common, because there's no real reason for a teacher to go back to a school if they're not teaching there.
Restraining order is placed. And so inside right here, so this is the difference here between the legal line. So this is what happened. This is the original article when it happened, by the way. Yeah, let's see here if I can find it. And this is teacher jailed. Oh, here we go. Continue. I'll fix it next time.
You know what would be crazy for this? You know what would be a crazy chart for Roach Lord to make? You know what I would love to see him do on stream? Imagine if it was hold on. I gotta fucking draw more boxes. Okay. What if it was like shouts conflicting things. Whoops. Stands in front of car. You leave. Shoots and kills you. I wonder if we would ever draw like... I wonder if we would ever draw like boxes like this. Maybe... But no, for that, it was actually a super clear-cut case of the officer needed to be there. He had to stand right in front of the car. It doesn't matter what was going on at the point in time. He absolutely had authorization, no matter what the preceding events were, to shoot and kill that woman at that point in time. But a restraining order against a teacher who keeps coming back to a school they've been fired from is just beyond the pale.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix all of these notifications. Teacher jailed for contempt of court after refusing to use students' gender-neutral pronouns. And I think this is also a very big difference, too, whenever you look at it, because this is not somebody who is...
A teacher in Ireland was jailed this week for violating a court order forbidding him from going to the school. Wait, is he watching the video? Is he watching the video that I'm watching? Or is he committing the exact same mistake that he committed in the video that I'm watching where he's not even reading the fucking article? Stop. Okay, I'm breathing. Stop. No, he's going to keep reading. He's going to keep reading. He's going to keep reading.
Teacher jailed for contempt of court after refusing to use students' gender-neutral pronouns. And I think this is also a very big difference, too, whenever you look at it, because this is not somebody who is using a pronoun of, like, he or she. This is somebody that wants to be referred to as they, them. Like, they, them doesn't exist. You're either male or female. Now, are there, unique, extreme medical...
Is he not going to read the article? It's just the next sentence. And it's funny because it also demonstrates, now, not that anybody knows literally anything about anything ever, teacher jailed for contempt of court. Contemptuous behavior, unless it's different in the UK, contempt means violating a court order. That's what contempt is. You can't jail somebody or charge somebody with the crime of contempt. What happened? He was outside and he did contempt. He did a contempt. Contempt means that you're violating some kind of court order. That's what contempt is. Or somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if there are other types of contempt. I've never heard of that before. Generally, contempt of court, especially contempt, is you're contemptuous of a court order. You're betraying some court order. That's literally the only thing this can mean.
Abnormalities? Yeah, there are. But I think in the vast majority of cases, no, actually the fact is that you're either a man or a woman. So it's Ireland. Yes, this is in Ireland, right?
Oh, is he going to read it?
This is what happens to a teacher in Ireland. And does Ireland have free speech? No, they do not.
Oh, he almost started to read it. Hold on. He almost got it. He almost started to read. Hold on.
They have degrees of free expression, but they do not have free speech like America does.
What? By the way, Americans believe this shit. I used to grow up, I'm going to be honest, until I was like fucking probably 14 years old, thinking America was the only democracy on the planet, just based on what my mom told me. I thought we were the only ones with any freedoms at all, and nobody else had monarchies or nobody else had democracies or anything. Apparently, ASSMONSLOP got the same childhood education as I did. Thank you, Cuban mother.
If you don't believe me, look it up and educate yourself. You're going to find out that it's right.
Is free speech, is that like an agreed upon law? What is it? They don't have the free speech thing. They have free expression. What the fuck are we...
And so anyway, but W's that? No, I'm telling you, right? So you got clickbaited? No, what I'm saying is listen to this.
Okay,
Is that my...
He fucking read the first 3 fucking words of these stuff! I can't. I lied earlier. I lied in that video. I am getting mad. I'm getting upset. I'm not emotionally stable. I am dysregulated right now, okay? I am getting epically trolled. It's okay. We can all have it happen. Please, dear God, bring up that fucking article again. Please bring back the fucking article Asmongold, you little slop tube fucking piece of shit, okay? Bring it the fuck back, you motherfucker. Activate those white genes, okay? And read, you motherfucker. I know you had to read to do those World of Warcraft quests, okay? Bring back that motherfucking article.
Point is that you're going to find out Ireland have no, actually
he started to read it and then he stopped.
Actually, the fact is that you're either a man or a woman. So it's Ireland. Yes, this is in Ireland, right? And so this is what happens, a teacher in Ireland. And does Ireland have free speech? No, they do not. They have the need or a necessity for a legal action, and then they weaponize the legal system because they've already created a precedent or a basically standard that's been used by their own internal systems.
Like restraining orders?
So yes, obviously, technically that's not true, but functionally it is. And so what they do is they weaponize this through a chain of events.
What makes you go to a place that has a restraining order against you?
So this is the problem that I think a lot of people like Destiny have, is that
Tell me.
They only look at the direct cause and effect. And how did I know this instantly? Because I've seen this happen with other people too. It's obvious this is what happened. No, they probably didn't put this guy in jail directly for using pronouns. Did I really think that? No, of course not. Nobody would think that. But what I am thinking, and what I do say that happens, is that whenever you don't do this and you don't follow along with this ideology, they will create basically a punishment structure that basically there's like a pyramid to it. And
he's getting kind of to the thing I was saying earlier. It just takes him a lot longer to get there. Okay. He's kind of getting there. Okay.
The more that you fight it, the closer you get to going to jail.
Fighting your termination at your job by going back to your job over and over again?
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
And so I've been drawing pictures. Yeah. And so you can see how basically, and I'll explain it one more time.
Yeah, thank you.
You
Go ahead, one more
don't use
time.
the pronouns, and then they use a disciplinary action.
Yeah.
And then they use their own disciplinary action and your unwillingness to follow along with it as a justification for getting a restraining order against you. Now...
Well, where does you get a restraining order because of a disciplinary action? You're missing something there, Chief. But also, fine, let's say that happens, even though that wouldn't. But then what happens?
They have weaponized the justice system against you, but they've done it by an element of removal.
Well, excuse me. How do we get from a restraining order to jail? We're missing a thing here. What does it mean to violates order? So, also, keep in mind that these disgusting, fucking low socioeconomic status gene-possessing losers will make all of these excuses for white people, okay, who are walking over and over again into a place they got fired that is a very clearly English language worded court order saying you can't do this. But when it comes to illegal immigrants, oh my God, just the fact that they came here illegally is enough to completely throw them the fuck out. Maybe the dude who figured out how to snuck by ICE and immigrate and border enforce and everybody else and fucking holds down a job somehow, okay, despite being illegal, maybe that guy should be here. And the guy that can't read the fucking court order, maybe that's the low IQ stock that needs to be shipped back to Zimbabwe or wherever the fuck he wants to go. Or you can go there too, I guess, with other African warlord politics that you love so much.
So they haven't done it directly, but it happens as a second order effect of this behavior.
Second order effect?
Then after that, you, if for whatever reason, don't take it seriously, you don't want to listen to them, you think it's bullshit.
And you just keep walking back to the job that you got fired from?
And then, now you go to jail.
He didn't pronoun. Like, what do these people envision? Like, this guy's like tied to this pole and he's being like whipped. And they're like, white boy, say it. He's like, he, him, she, her. No, white boy, whoosh, say the Caesar. He, him, she, her. Whoosh, now you're going to jail. Like, what is the fantasy that they're having here for these people? Like, oh my God.
So this is how they weaponize the justice system and how they take advantage of it. It's not direct. Now, I understand this is really good Reddit bait. It's
I can't, bro. Get me the fuck out of here, dude. I'm going. Give me we'll connect, and then bro, get me out. Open NVIDIA app, click graphics, global setting, DLSS override, model presets, recommended. Okay. Craven, Tower, Brooklyn, Bumble, Carpenter, Lace, Needle, Twist, Honey, Wanton, Wind or Wind, Ralto, Desire or Desiree, Desiree, is that butt? Golden Gate Weave Killer. This is not a real word, or it barely is. I guarantee you there's... Fuck, there's not. Just kidding. I thought there were going to be like voices for a soprano SATB or whatever. Soprano, alto, tenor, barry, but never mind. Rialto. Is that like a movie name or something? Rialto. Rialto? Rialto? I don't know. Don't know, don't care. All right. Oh, these are horror movie directors. Wes Craven, John Carpenter, I think. Is it John Carpenter? It's gotta be. Fuck, what are the two other last names? Wanton? In Rialto. Is this a last name for somebody? Fuck, I don't know. Fuck! Craven. Maybe it's not Wes Craven. And Carpenter? Craven and Carpenter? I don't know the names of like the directors of the original like Nightmare on Elm Street is that's Wes Craven, right? But like Friday the 13th and Child's Play, I don't know. Okay, we'll park these. Okay. Tower Brooklyn, Bumble, Lace, Bee, Honeybee, Bumblebee, Killer Bee. Or I'm getting baited by these. Twist Bee, Wanton Bee, Wind Bee, Weave Bee, Rialto Bee, Carpenter Bee. No, Carpenter Ant. Lace Bee, Tower Bee, Brooklyn Bee, Carpenter Bee, Twist Bee, Rialto Bee, Wind Bee, Golden Gate Bee. Weave Bee. Fuck, I don't know. Oh my god. There's not a Carpenter Bee, right? Bees don't, well, I guess they build hives. No shot. Wind Bee? Twist Bee? Brooklyn Bee? Okay, hold on. Bridges, right? The Golden Gate Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge, the Rialto Bridge. That sounds like it could be a bridge. The Tower Bridge, like London Tower. I'm just guessing on everything. Oh my god! I'm so well traveled. That's why I got it. Okay, hold on. Okay, Weave Bee. Do they weave things? Killer Bee. I know this is a bee. Honeybee. Okay, hold on. A needle, weave, lace, twist. Lace, needle, twist. Something to do with like how you make shit. Oh, fuck. Needle. Oh my god. Stupid. I got baited. I see it though. I need it. I crave it. I want it and I desire it. Jesus Christ. Okay. The bee. Honeybee, Killer Bee, Bumblebee. Oh, Jesus. Is it really a Carpenter Bee? Wind or wind, lace, weave, twist, and wind. Wind, wind? Twist. I guess the way you can manipulate things with your fingers? This is the yellow one? Ugh. Oh. Oh. Don't all bees have carpenters? How can you have a carpenter bee? Don't all bees need builders to build their hives? What the fuck is a carpenter bee? Damn, these motherfuckers are fat. Look at that fat bee. It's not a job, it's a species. Yeah, I know, but how? It wouldn't make sense to have a carpenter bee and some bees are. Holy shit! Use the whole cracker. 44K, bro. Okay, maybe. All right. I'll let you guys have fun. Be careful. What do I have tomorrow? Fuck, I need to do shit. Oh, DG Political Action Award. 7:30. Okay, I love you guys. One free kit. One free kit. Well, we always got time for one free kit. True. Oh, open NVIDIA app. Wait, like the control panel or? Graphics, global settings. Oh, I uninstalled that shit. Fuck. How can I tell if I even have that shit on or whatever? You don't need it, you're good? How do I know I'm good? Transformer, is that the 4.55? This says only 4. I have a score of 48K and I'm in 31st place. My 31 is 29K. Oh my god. Almost had a killer run last night. God damn.
Daddy has needs. I bet Al's already started drinking because Daddy's about to land and Daddy has needs.
Do you ever have a BlackBerry? Fuck no. What? 17.5 minutes?
This is Celeste speaking. Some advice, Raider. Arc probes emit signals that you can hear from afar. And if you see a smoke plume in the distance, chances are you can trace it back to a crashed courier.
Well, if he's gonna... Fuck, now I feel bad. Oh my god. What a loser. I was just gonna rat the fuck out of him. I bet that guy's got so much shit on him too. What?
Hey, wanna team up?
No, I didn't mean to sell like that one.
Hello?
No. Oh, thank god. Oh, fuck. I should have just shot at him. Oh, maybe my friend will save me. Hold on. Ah!
Motherfucker. Should have routed that guy. Well, he shouted at me. How am I gonna kill him? Oh, this guy had so much shit. Fuck. Did I even do 50 damage? Oh, whatever. We got a shield done. Okay, one more quick one. Fuck. Don't shout. That's so cringe that that guy raped me into not shooting him. Fuck!
Closing rails, reruns, go, forklifts, spin the chargers.
Oh, 2930. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Use your microphone? Fuck no. I'm not talking to these guys. It's cringe. Too shy. Oh, I hear him. Is he talking? I do pick up trash, because I like trash items. Wait, oh, he's upstairs. Weapon case? Nope. Breach? Nope. Wow, nice lag. Fuck, I'm not fully loaded. No. Okay, that counts. We ruined one people's game at least. Alright, I'm going to bed. Good night. I love you. Be careful.